few months ago I put out a 3-hour compilation of my long-form MLB player profiles, and you guys seem to enjoy this, coming back to revisit it night after night as bedtime content. I was told this made it easier for people to fall asleep watching without being constantly hit with ads in between. So, here I am again doing the same thing, this time for my short-form content. Now, before we get started, please remember that a number of these plays may include references that are a bit dated, as there are videos in here that are almost 2 years old. But all of the content of the actual plays should hold up regardless, as I've handpicked them to still be relevant entertainment-wise. With that being said, I hope you sleep well and enjoy. In recent years, Gleyber Torres has had a lot of people dogging on him, including myself, for being one of the lazier players in baseball, with the effects of this laziness being most obvious in his base running and fielding. But one of the things that can also happen when a player doesn't always give 100% is that fans can come to believe that they're just not very smart. Let me make this clear. This has never been the case with Torres. And on top of cleaning up a lot of his less than savory behavior with the Tigers since signing there over the offseason, he also just registered what might be the smartest play of his career, and one of the smartest of the season overall. The Tigers and Rangers were in the 6th inning of a low-scoring contest, with Texas, despite struggling to register anything against starter Tarik Skubal prior to the frame, finally managing to break through on an 0-2 bloop into right field, cutting the Tigers' lead to just 1. After Skubal would punch out Wyatt Langford on a nasty changeup that actually caused the righty to lose his helmet, it was Jonah Heim's turn to hit, and he would swing at the first pitch from the lefty, grounding it to shortstop, where Trey Sweeney would flip to second for the final out of the inning. Or was it? Torres would then, despite the frame supposedly being over, throw to third base, where Andy Ibanez would then start chasing the runner, Ezekiel Duran, towards home plate, with Sweeney himself finally managing to tag out the infielder going towards home after a little rundown. Now, why was this such a smart play? Because, you see, upon review, it's clear that base runner Sam Haggerty was probably going to be called safe at second base. Just look at that, the ball's not even in his mitt yet. This would have loaded the bases with 2 outs, but since Torres kept playing on as if the runner was actually called safe, the play ended up being somewhat meaningless. After all, even if the Rangers challenged the call at second and won, the inning would still be over. In one fell swoop, Torres basically ended the inning himself. And this would end up being pretty consequential, considering that neither team would score again in this game, with Adolis Garcia eventually flying out to center field to end it. This is just part of what has been an exceptional season so far for Gleyber, who's seen a massive improvement with his glove work, along with some of his best production ever at the plate, as his current OPS plus of 131 would actually be a career high if he can manage to maintain it until the end of the season. Anyone who's played or watched baseball for any amount of time understands that a pop-up on the infield is about as close to a sure-out as you can get, so it also makes sense that this would be one of the most frustrating outcomes for a hitter possible. However, as we're about to see today, that doesn't mean you shouldn't at least lightly jog towards first base, as you never really know what can happen. Justin Bour, in the middle of his 172, 259, 364 performance for the Angels back in 2019, was up versus Zach Rosscup in the 8th inning of a 3-3 ball game. After getting behind in the count 0-2, Justin got a slider away that he promptly popped up to the right side of the infield. It was then that both D. Gordon and Ryan Healy converged on the ball before letting it drop. Now, normally this wouldn't be the biggest deal in the world. The runner at first base, Brian Goodwin, would have been exchanged for Bour, who at least preferably would have been near the bag to be able to step on it. However, Justin never even left the batter's box, resulting in the easy force play at second, then a flip to first for an inning-ending double play. Yes, technically this counts as a GIDP. You can see by the look on his manager Brad Ausmus's face here that there was definitely going to be a harsh conversation in the clubhouse following the game, which they would go on to lose 5-3. Who knows, maybe if the inning could have continued, things would have been different. Alex Verdugo got out to a pretty hot start for the Braves in his first few games, but has since slumped down to the mid-600 OPS he had last year, along with some pretty poor defensive performance. But on top of this overall decline we've seen with the bat in his hands and with the glove, we've also seen his legs degrade as well, with his sprint speed this year coming in at a career low 26.0 feet per second, a number in just the 20th percentile league-wide. Now, you may be asking, why would I bring up his sprint speed right now? Well, perhaps it gives a little insight into why I believe this play right here contains one of the worst base coach sends I've ever seen. Facing the Red Sox in the 6th inning of a 6-2 ball game, Matt Olson crushed a fastball into left field, which was fielded on one hop by Jarren Duran, who then, in medium depth, saw that Alex Verdugo was being sent. He responded by firing a perfect one-hop strike that beat Verdugo by, and I don't think I'm being hyperbolic here, 30 feet. As you can see, he's only about 2/3 of the way down the line when the catcher receives this one. And no, it wasn't a stupid play on his part. He was indeed being sent by his third base coach, Matt Tuiasosopo, despite his aforementioned speed and the 87.0 mile per hour average throwing velocity from Jarren Duran, a number in the 70th percentile league-wide. I think this post from MinSub4 on Twitter may have shown it off best. Look at where Verdugo was when Duran fielded this ball. There's just absolutely zero reason he should have been sent there. This, of course, would end the inning, which would end up being pretty consequential later on, as the Braves would actually be unable to add even a single run from here on out on offense, before Rafael Devers would come up to lead off the bottom of the ninth, and promptly crush his first career walk-off home run. This dropped the Braves back to 500, as they continue to try to dig themselves out of their early season hole that consumed pretty much all of April. I made a video a little over a week ago discussing Javier Baez's new batting stance and the various ways in which it's affected him at the plate so far. But something this year that we haven't talked about nearly as much as his exploits in the batter's box is his work in the field, which has been in prime form, with him registering 2 outs above average already, along with 2 fielding run value. And what's more, he's given the Tigers an incredible amount of flexibility across the field, playing games so far at shortstop, third base, and in what we're going to be discussing today, center field. So far in center, he's looked pretty good, making a number of routine to slightly more difficult catches. But he just made one in a series here recently versus the Padres that was truly exceptional, being one of the best of the year so far. Facing Tirso Ornelas, Reese Olson grooved a fastball right down the center of the plate that was crushed in the air to deep center field. Javier went back, ranging some more before making a basket catch into the fence. Now, on the surface, this play is of course impressive, don't get me wrong, but it's only after we investigate a few of the details behind it that it looks even more so. In the process of tracking this ball, Baez had to travel over 115 feet while accounting for the fence, which is probably why, as pointed out here by the Warmonger on Twitter, who's an amazing follow if you haven't already, it had the second lowest catch probability of any ball that had to be tracked that distance on the season so far, which is a hell of an accomplishment when you realize he has spent just 6 games and 35 innings so far at this position in his entire career. He also had already made this impressive play earlier in the game, racing towards the right center field gap, having to call off Zach McKinstry in the process. Like I said in the batting stance video, there's a high chance he never contributes much to the plate again, but if he can continue to show off this level of defensive versatility while pairing it with elite production with the glove, he will really only have to have league average production to be a far above average big league player overall. One of the big reasons the Red Sox were so comfortable giving Alex Bregman $40 million a season, which I still think is a pretty big overpay by the way, is that he's been so good defensively in his career, registering 29 defensive runs saved and 14 fielding runs in his first 9 years at the big league level, with some of his career best totals coming in just this past season that saw him win his first career Gold Glove. But unfortunately for Boston and Alex himself, in one of the biggest moments of yesterday's game versus the Orioles, an important early season divisional matchup, he wasn't able to come through with the glove, with the resulting carnage creating one of the crazier looking faceplants you'll ever see on an MLB field. Facing Ryan Mountcastle in the 8th inning of a 4-3 game, Justin Slayton induced a ground ball to the hole at short that was cut off nicely by Bregman, but as he started going towards second, he began to lose his balance, resulting in a hurried flip that would go past second baseman Christian Campbell into shallow right, resulting not only in Tyler O'Neill going to third, but Mountcastle getting the second. Upon replay review, it was revealed that there was an even more concerning development, that Alex had face planted with an amount of force that caused him to start bleeding from the top of his nose, as well as necessitating a visit from the training staff. I saw many online at the time worried he might have broken his nose, but thankfully he did end up being okay enough to stay in the game, giving him a front row seat for the rest of a nightmare inning that would see the Orioles push across 4 more runs, changing what was a close game before to a comfortable lead. That play, which certainly wasn't in any way devoid of effort, ended up being a huge catalyst in this inning, as normally Bregman turns that into 2 in his sleep, especially with the average speed of Mountcastle going down the line. For example, here's 3 plays from last year that were all extremely similar. Even just getting a lead runner would have been huge there. But we can't always control the balance of our bodies, so again, I don't really put the blame on him, I'm just acknowledging that it was a bit of bad luck at a time the Red Sox really didn't need it, with it being possibly the worst time that could have happened in the entire game. I'm just glad that he ended up being okay and not suffering something as severe as a concussion, which was certainly possible given the severity of that impact. Now, before we go today, I want to ask you this. Would you take the over or under on Alex Bregman hitting 25 home runs this season? For a little reference, last year he was at 26, but he hasn't got beyond that total since 2019. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. There's a lot of modern urban myths that circulate the baseball world in the social media age, more than there probably ever has been back when things were all eyewitness accounts in print. I'm not saying there wasn't unsubstantiated stories or narratives, but the volume of them was lower, as they usually seem to be reserved for moments that were considered legendary. That's why I started this series, where I'll take a look at a narrative and try to come up with an objective answer as to whether or not it has true merit. In today's video, I want to look at what's become an iconic first pitch, being Nolan Ryan's toss before Game 1 of the ALCS way back in 2010, that apparently, according to the internet at large, hit 85 miles per hour, or even up to 86 according to some people. But was Ryan actually out there in dress shoes and pants tossing a fastball that's roughly the same speed as Kyle Hendricks throws now? Let's get into it. So first of all, we do have to establish that Nolan Ryan is inarguably one of the hardest throwing pitchers in Major League Baseball history, and might even have represented the largest gap ever in terms of the league's average speed and the fastest pitcher's speed, being him of course, as back when he pitched, guys were commonly throwing in the 75 to 80 mile per hour range, and he was literally gunned at over 100 miles per hour, with some estimates having him throwing faster than that. To give some context, that would be like a pitcher today throwing around 110 to 115 miles an hour, roughly 20 to 25 miles per hour above the MLB average. What's more, Ryan played the most years in the history of the big leagues as well, appearing in parts of 27 seasons, with his last one coming at 46 years old, when he was apparently still tossing in the upper 90s at times. So, while yes, Nolan would have been about 63 in this clip, I can understand why people might think he'd be able to get up to this speed. But was it actually around 85 miles an hour? Unfortunately, the answer is quite simply no. And what's funny is, even an ESPN article cited this myth as literal truth. Take a look at that. But in a separate clip, also posted by MLB, we actually hear Joe Buck saying this.
The club president, Nolan Ryan, who did this in the ALCS, 68 miles per hour.
Yeah, right from his mouth, the exact speed the pitch was gunned at. And guess what? If for some reason that's not good enough for you, Ryan would throw out another first pitch before World Series Game 3. What speed was that one? Also 68 miles per hour. Just to make it clear, throwing nearly 70 with a tie, dress shoes, and dress pants at 63 with more than likely little warm-up is ridiculous. It's crazy enough as it is. But understanding the nature of the internet, after multiple commenters just arbitrarily decided it was 86 miles an hour, it started being accepted as fact, being spread to every social media platform possible over the next few years. But that doesn't change that it's quite simply not true. But he still did something incredibly impressive that deserves attention in and of itself. Alright, I don't know what you guys think. Have you seen this clip before? And if so, did you believe it was 85 miles an hour? Or were you perhaps a bit skeptical? Let me know in the comments below. Todd Frazier blasted over 200 home runs in his 11-year Major League career, including a career high of 40 back in 2016 and a solid stretch of at least 27 from 2014 to 2017. He did all of that despite registering some of the ugliest swings in baseball, many of which miraculously still managed to result in home runs. But it was during the 2017 ALCS versus the Astros when he registered what might be the single ugliest swing in baseball history. Facing ace Justin Verlander, Frazier led off his 5th inning at-bat by missing a 97 mile per hour fastball right down the center of the plate, obviously feeling frustrated with himself following. This was followed by 2 nasty curveballs, one which missed by a hair and the other one that caught the inside edge for strike 2. It was then that he got a 3rd straight curveball, this time right down the middle, and, obviously thinking something else was coming, took this swing at the pitch. Just look at that. The ball was already in Brian McCann's mitt before he even started his quote-unquote swing. That's the kind of hack that would put even this Billy Hamilton swing to shame. The Yankees would of course go on to lose this series quite infamously in retrospect, though Frazier did manage to post a highlight of his own earlier on, when he had taken this ugly looking swing in its own right, yet still managed to crush a home run to right field. Chandler Simpson has only played 14 games in the big league so far, and yet in that short amount of time he's already managed to establish himself as the league's preeminent speed guy, managing to register the fastest home to first time in StatCast history at 3.97, and swipe 6 bases, despite only getting on base a grand total of 19 times. But he just had a game that somehow manages to outshine even these gaudy numbers, as he was able to show off generational wheels on a level that perhaps no other player in the game today can reach. The theatrics started in the 2nd inning with the bases loaded when he grounded this ball to second base. This is as routine a double play as you'll ever see, yet Simpson was not only safe at first, but by a large margin, allowing the Rays to get out to a 1-0 lead. This takes us to the 4th inning, where, after reaching on a catcher's interference, he would be on the second base, where Yandy Diaz would ground this pitch up the middle, stopped nicely by Oswald Peraza, who then got to his feet and saw that Simpson was racing for home, making it easily after the ball went off the pitcher's mound. This meant that he was able to score from second base on a ball that never even left the infield, which is a feat that very few players in the game today could even hope to pull off. But he wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot, as just an inning later, he would ground a fastball to Peraza himself, who fielded it and then fired to first late. The fact that he was able to take this ball and turn it into a hit is just simply crazy to me. He would register one last feat of speed in the 7th inning when he laid down a bunt fielded by pitcher Carlos Carrasco, who bobbled it for just a second, which, as you might expect, would allow him to easily reach first. If you don't execute a play like that perfectly with a guy like Simpson going down the line, there's just no way you're going to get him. This gave him 4 separate highlights courtesy of his elite wheels in just this one contest, with a couple of them being the kind you might see once or twice all year. Like I said, this is speed on a level that few others can approach, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can manage to maintain his near 300 batting average to complement this performance with his legs for the rest of the year. Now, I want to ask you guys, would you take the over or under on 40 cumulative stolen bases for Simpson by the end of the season? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I made a video a little while back talking about how Aroldis Chapman had officially set the Red Sox all-time record for the fastest pitch in franchise history at 102.0 miles per hour. This was certainly impressive, but a little disputed, considering that StatCast has actually oscillated back and forth on whether Joe Kelly had thrown a 102.2 back in 2017. So while this record set by Chapman was indeed relevant and backed up by multiple sources, it wasn't completely undisputed. But this can no longer be said, courtesy of a recent appearance versus the Guardians, when he broke his own contested record by almost a full mile and a half. Facing Cleveland with a 7-3 lead in the bottom of the ninth, he first matched up against lefty Bo Naylor, who worked a 1-1 count before flying out to medium left field. None of the fastballs in this at-bat touched even 99, however, let alone 100. But things were about to get a lot more interesting, starting in AB number 2, which immediately featured a triple-digit heater for a called strike, then a slider for a swinging one, before on the 0-2 he pumped a 101.5 mile-per-hour fireball past the righty. 2 up, 2 down on just 6 pitches. This would bring Big Christmas Jhonkensy Noel up to the dish, who immediately swung and missed on a bizarre-looking splitter, almost moving like a slider in on it. Chapman would give him the exact same offering on the 0-1, this one at 93 miles per hour fouled off. This brings us to his record-setting offering, a 103.4 mile-per-hour rocket shot outside to the big righty. Like I said in the intro, this beat his previous record by 1.4 miles per hour. Chapman would then on the 1-2 rear back and throw another 102 mile per hour plus pitch at 102.4. It's worth acknowledging that the final pitch to Jhonkensy also would have set the all-time franchise velocity record if it wasn't for the pitch right before, which is crazy considering he basically broke his own franchise record twice in one outing. This was also Chapman's own best outing in Boston so far, with this being the lowest amount of pitches he had thrown in one frame where he retired the side in order, along with being tied for his most Ks in one appearance. On the season, he's currently rocking a 1.74 ERA through 12 games as he continues to look to re-establish himself as an elite closer for the first time since 2019. After what happened in 2017 and 2018, everybody came to hate the Astros for a time, and many still do to this day. As a result, a lot of this hate ended up being, of course, directed towards the face of their franchise, Jose Altuve, who, while he might not have been directly involved with his scandal in its heyday, has seen a decent amount of controversy himself, after his walk-off home run versus Aroldis Chapman in 2019 and the whole buzzer thing. This has led people to celebrate any time he does anything remotely poorly on a baseball field, essentially making hating him in some way cool. But back before he had a large portion of the nation rooting on his downfall, it was his own teammate in 2017 who was throwing some shade his way, and the manner in which he responded still puts a smile on my face every single time I see it. Kendrys Morales was up in the top of the second inning when he grounded a ball into shallow right field, with Altuve easily ranging over, going to a knee, and then flipping the ball to first base casually. Now, it's worth mentioning here that Morales was one of baseball's slowest runners at the time, but that sure didn't seem to affect the perception of his first baseman, Yuli Gurriel, who apparently started giving Altuve grief over the play immediately following. Look at his frustration there. That's just not a conversation you want to be having mid-inning. As fate would have it, just a couple batters later, with 2 outs, Kevin Pillar would ground a ball to second base, that Altuve would successfully pick, and then fire an absolute laser to Gurriel at first base, despite Jose fielding the ball behind second base and Pillar taking his time down the line. It was so hard, in fact, in comparison to what Gurriel thought he was going to receive, that he flinched as he caught it. Yeah, regardless of what you think about Altuve, I think we can all agree that was a pretty badass way of responding to a teammate trying to question your process, which, considering the fact that Altuve is probably going to be a Hall of Famer, wasn't really a good idea on Gurriel's part anyway. With that being said, I want to know what you guys think. Should Altuve be considered a Hall of Famer someday, or should the scandal hold him back to the point where he shouldn't get in? For my part, since his involvement seems to have been minimal, I think he should get in. Let me know in the comments below what you think. Fernando Tatis Jr. is having one hell of a comeback season, following a couple campaigns that saw him have varying levels of success at the plate and in the field at different times, leaving many to wonder if he'd ever be able to truly fulfill the ceiling that he had shown off during his third-place MVP finishing season of 2021. The pieces were there, but the combination of all of them together at the same time remained elusive. But so far in 2025, he has looked the best he's ever looked on a major league field, including putting together a league-leading 3.1 WAR through just 40 games, with his pace in every facet of performance being the best in his career to this point. But with this being said, he just did something that, even considering everything he's accomplished and is accomplishing this season, boggles the mind to no end. He hit a 430-foot home run after messing up his leg kick timing. Facing Kenley Jansen with a guy on first and nobody out in the ninth inning, Nando first took a cutter high, employing more of a short stride than a huge leg kick. He would do the same thing on the next one, hacking and missing at a slider low and away. It was then on the 1-1 he'd break out this high leg kick before fouling off a cutter right down the middle of the plate. Just listen to the announcer's reaction as soon as he made contact. Yeah, it was clear he missed that one. The next pitch would see him break out this huge load again, managing to take a slider in the dirt. At this point, Kenley must have noticed this timing mechanism, as he proceeded to, on the 2-2, give a delayed delivery, and it messed up Fernando, forcing him to put his foot down early, and then have to swing flat-footed. But this made absolutely zero difference to the righty, who would still crush a cutter well placed over the inner half, 430 feet to left center field, a no-doubter that left his bat at 109 miles per hour. Just look at Kenley's face as he walks off the field. You can tell he had no idea how Tatis managed to do that. And the side angle showing the swing somehow probably makes it look even more bizarre. The fact that his timing was so off that he essentially almost had to double pump on his swing and then still was able to hit a ball almost 110 miles an hour flat-footed is just completely nuts to me. For any of the Tatis haters out there right now who are still carrying the "he was only good because of the steroids" flag, this play right here should serve as major evidence to the contrary, as there are very few, if any, other players in the sport today who could manage to mess up their load that badly and yet still hit a ball that far. Justin Verlander had a rough season last year in his return from major arm surgery, posting the worst ERA of his career at .548 in just 90 innings to go along with the subpar strikeout rate and overall diminishing stuff. But the 42-year-old is still kicking, having signed a one-year contract over this offseason for a total of $15 million with the Giants. And on a backlot in spring training, he just showed what a future Hall of Famer, even one past his prime a bit, can do to a 17-year-old kid just getting started on his baseball journey. Johnny Level, a prospect who last year had a .909 OPS in the Frontier League, was sent up to face Verlander in a simulated game setting, and was immediately greeted by a diving changeup for strike one. Starting off an at-bat like that is just something that Level is not accustomed to seeing, nor was the Uncle Charlie Verlander dropped in for a strike on the next pitch, with the offering, in my estimation, being less insanely nasty and more just completely unexpected by the lefty prospect. And finally, having now perfectly set up his legendary heater, Justin reared back and fired a high fastball right past Johnny, with the pitch being exactly where he wanted it, just above the zone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. This has to be one of the more extreme welcome to the big league moments I've seen in recent memory, though I do want to acknowledge, having a kid who's never played in a league past Frontier versus a guy who was literally pitching in the big leagues when this kid was born is a tall task for anybody, and I think it was awesome he was given this chance, even if it probably didn't end the way he would have preferred. Now, I don't know what you guys think. Will Verlander have a bounce-back season this year, being worth the $15 million, or do you think he's going to struggle again, going off into the sunset following on a bit of a whimper? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. The Yankees got their asses handed to them in the World Series. There's just no two ways about it. From beating themselves, to outright getting pummeled, to even having their fans get in on the embarrassment, it was overall one of the most forgettable affairs for Yankee fans in the history of their hallowed franchise. And of course, this was exceptionally frustrating for both their fan base and their players. But was it so frustrating that Austin Wells, during Game 5 of the series in the 9th inning, when the Yankees were on their dying breath, flipped off Walker Buehler after striking out, as this tweet indicates? Let's get into it. So first of all, we have to look at the context of the game. The Yankees had, just a few innings earlier, committed one of the largest choke jobs we've ever seen in a single frame in the Fall Classic, tallying 2 errors and another play that easily could have been an error en route to choking away a 5-run lead. Flash forward to the 9th with 1 out, and Austin Wells represented the Yankees' second-to-last hope in a season that felt all but over. So needless to say, it would make sense if he was so overwhelmed with emotion following his K that he decided to throw up this vulgar gesture. But I do want to point out that this just isn't what happened. If you zoom in on his hand here, following the K, you can see that it's his thumb that's straight up in the air, not his middle finger. So, to put these rumors to rest, Austin Wells did not flip off Walker Buehler after striking out. Honestly, that really wouldn't make much sense to do anyway, considering the fact that when most Major League players strike out, they blame themselves, not the pitcher. It's literally Buehler's job to get Wells out in that circumstance. There really isn't any resentment from Wells there for the pitch itself, more than likely. But I do understand that a controversial narrative will often outshine the truth, so I just wanted to get on here, throw out my 2 cents, and hopefully do my part to put this accusation of juvenile behavior to bed. I do want to ask you guys though before the video ends, do you think that if Wells had flipped off Buehler, this would be okay? In the heat of war, is flipping off your opponent too far? Let me know in the comments below. I don't know if I've ever seen a hitter more mercilessly troll a pitcher than this, and then immediately capitalize on it. Randy Rosarena was up to the plate in the 7th inning in a 4-0 game versus Rangers pitcher Gerson Garabito, and it was on the first pitch of the at-bat that something seemed odd. On a slider low and away, Randy stepped out. Now, maybe he's just looking all the way, right? Not too crazy, considering he's also done this in the past. But then, he did the same thing on the 1-0, again taking a slider away. A little more strange, considering that could have been a hanger, but There's no way he'd do the same thing on the next pitch, right? Wrong. On a 2-0, he got a heater, stepped out, and took it low. At this point, Garabito had to wonder if he was being trolled. 3 pitches, 3 step-outs? Was he trying to annoy his way into a walk or something? Gerson hopped back on the mound and delivered his first strike of the AB, and, wouldn't you know it, Randy was hacking, crushing the pitch 432 feet at 111 miles an hour. Was that his plan the whole time? Try to lull the pitcher into a false sense of security, only to strike after he'd come to believe he was being trolled? Regardless, it worked, netting Randy a 2020 season, making him and Jose Ramirez the only player to have done so in each of the past 4 years. He would add to his highlight reel this game when he calmed things down an inning later after being hit by a pitch in a 2-2 count, assuring his teammates he didn't believe it was intentional, and then reiterating the same thing after the game. Just all around a great day for Randy and the M's, who would go on to win this one by a final of 7-0. Juan Soto returned to the Bronx yesterday in what was one of the more anticipated moments of the 2025 season, and he certainly handled it pretty well in my opinion, coming to the plate to a chorus of boos in his first at-bat despite him tipping his helmet to the crowd. He would then walk and, in a move that was a bit uncharacteristic for him, steal second base after a pickoff throw to first went awry. By the time the game was over, he had actually walked 3 times, but this wasn't what would end up being the talk of the town. No, instead there was a moment in the 3rd inning that seemed to catch everyone's attention, because it seemed like perhaps the pressure actually got to him a little bit in that microsecond, when he made one of the weakest throws of his career. Anthony Volpe was at the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out when he flied this ball to fairly shallow right field. Soto came over, camped underneath it, and then released a throw to home that took not 1, not 2, but 3 bounces on the way to Francisco Alvarez, rendering the play there nowhere close, with the backstop not even having a chance to attempt a tag. This was certainly not expected in this moment from the right fielder, considering the fact that he's actually registered in this season alone a 70th percentile arm strength of 87.0 miles per hour, and has in the last 3 seasons posted an arm run value of 5, the only defensive category in which he's been above average. And considering the fact that the runner, Cody Bellinger, has good but not elite speed, you would have really expected this play to be a lot closer. I saw a bunch of people online saying he probably spiked it due to perhaps trying a bit too hard in this moment, and honestly, while most of the time I think that this kind of thing is overblown, I think in this circumstance it's very possible, especially considering his aforementioned usually pretty strong and accurate arm. Soto would later come up in the 9th inning with 2 outs and fly out to end the game, putting a period on what was one of the more typical contests we've seen from him this year. 0 for 2 with 3 walks and a pretty ugly looking defensive play in tow. 3 years ago on opening day in 2022, Ichiro Suzuki threw a 94-mile-per-hour first pitch that was detailed in a separate video on this channel, during which I stated it was probably the fastest first pitch of all time, or at least the fastest radared. And while some people have debated whether or not it was actually this fast, even though MLB themselves made a post about it, it doesn't change the fact that it was still incredibly impressive coming from a guy who was, at the time, 48 years old. And with the legend recently being inducted into the Hall of Fame, he would get, once again, a chance to throw out Seattle's ceremonial offering, and did not disappoint. Even at 3 years older, now being 6 years removed from last playing in a big league game, he still trotted out there in full uniform, as an awesome intro was being played on the Seattle Jumbotron. The team's manager, Dan Wilson, a former catcher, then got behind the plate, before Ichiro wound up and unleashed an 84-mile-per-hour first pitch that sailed a bit high. A detail here that I really love as well is the fact that you can tell from Dan's body language he knew that Ichiro was going to be unleashing something hard. Look at him getting settled back there, and receiving it pretty well for a guy who himself is now 56. Throwing mid-80s in your early 50s is absolutely nuts, and just awesome to me personally. This would be a perfect prelude to Seattle's eventual late-inning comeback, courtesy of an epic moonshot and subsequent bat flip from Randy Arozarena, and an absolute nuke to center field off the bat of Jorge Polanco. Also, side note here, but I wanted to share a little something from a visit me and my girlfriend took to Seattle over this offseason, during which we toured the Mariners Stadium and randomly got a chance to see Ichiro playing catch. He was super nice and even took the time to say hi before he got to throwing. This to me was another testament to how much this guy really loves baseball, as he eventually ramped up to long toss in what was 50-degree weather in the middle of the stadium that was being overhauled a bit in preparation for the season, with no one but our little tour group around to see it, completely coincidentally. It's an awesome memory and something I wanted to share with you guys. Now, I want to ask you a question. Are the Mariners going to make the playoffs this year, or do you think they just miss out like they have pretty much every season for what feels like the last half-decade? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Pitchers have been asked to play the outfield in tough spots for years now, especially back when the DH in the National League was a thing. This has resulted in some pretty notable outs, including Vincent Velasquez making 2 highlight reel plays for the Phillies in extra innings, and Travis Wood making a racing catch into the wall at Wrigley. However, you almost never see a pitcher play the infield in a tough spot, as rocket line drives and ground balls can nearly take the hands off of guys who are more used to throwing the ball than catching it. But back in 2017, Joe Girardi asked his reliever, Brian Mitchell, to do just that, having him play first base in between pitching the 9th and 11th innings of an April game versus the Orioles. Mitchell first successfully pitched a scoreless frame in the 9th with the Yankees down by 2, before seeing Didi Gregorius tie the game with a 2-out knock. It was then in the top of the 10th that Girardi decided to have Mitchell pitch the 11th inning. How would he manage to keep him in the game? By moving him over to first base and having Aroldis Chapman come in to pitch. And wouldn't you know it, just 4 pitches into the frame, Wellington Castillo popped a foul ball just south of first base. Mitchell came racing in with all the athleticism of a pitcher, which ended up resulting in the routine pop fly dropping. Not exactly a great start. He would redeem himself somewhat 2 batters later, catching this pop-up off the bat of Jonathan Scope for the second out of the inning. After the Yankees blew a bases-loaded 1-out opportunity in the bottom of the 10th, Brian would go back out there for the 11th, before surrendering 3 runs, all with 2 outs. That would end up being your final. To recap, Mitchell essentially served as 3 different players in this game. A reliever who put up a successful hold in the 9th, a first baseman who caught 1 of 2 pop-ups successfully, and then the losing pitcher who wasn't able to get the final clutch out. What a bizarre overall appearance. We've known about Manny Machado's elite arm for a long time now, and we've had plenty of examples to prove it. From throwing out Albert Pujols on some pretty insane plays in back-to-back games, to consistently firing strikes to first base from his knees, to breaking first baseman Chris Davis's mitt with an absolute missile, to even making tosses from behind the third base coach's box off balance on a semi-routine basis. But one thing I don't think we've seen before is the distance he achieved making a play versus the Cubs just here today, and it was truly something to behold. Facing Justin Turner to lead off the bottom of the 5th inning, Logan Gillespie induced this ground ball down the left field line that was cut off by Machado on the outfield grass, then thrown across his body to a stretching Luis Arraez, who made a good play on that as well. Just look at where he throws this ball. That's not a step or 2 out there either. That's solidly in the outfield, and basically on the foul line no less. This angle shows it perhaps even better, and he made it all in one motion as well, with 0 hops. This is absolute insanity, and could very easily go down as his best play of the year when 2025 comes to an end. I will also say that this shows off one of the weaker points of Justin Turner's game currently as well, as his 3rd percentile sprint speed of 23.3 feet per second is what even allowed that play to happen. For a little reference as to how slow that is, consider that in Albert Pujols' final season, he only had marginally less speed than this, at 22.7 feet per second. Still, what an incredible display of athleticism from Manny in a game the Padres would later go on to win, courtesy of an error that was actually made on his own ground ball in the 9th inning. This brought the Padres' record to an impressive 8-2, as they seek to make it back to the postseason for the 4th consecutive year, despite a tumultuous offseason. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Would you take the over or under on a 30 home run campaign from Manny? For a little context, he's managed to reach that in 2 of his last 4 seasons, getting within 2 home runs of that total every single year along the way. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I literally was just working on a video to discuss Terry Skubal's insane performance today when I got the notification that something else truly historic had just happened. And since it was a single play, I think it'd probably be a little easier to make a video about it first. It concerns the emerging superstar lefty O'Neal Cruz, who, if you remember, had set the all-time record for the hardest hit ball in StatCast history back in 2022 at 122.4 miles per hour on this single to right field. But that record no longer stands because of his actions today versus the Brewers. Facing Logan Henderson in the 3rd inning of a 3-0 game, Cruz got a 92-mile-per-hour heater right down the center of the plate and absolutely did not miss it, crushing it to right field on a line, seeing it buzz over the right field bleachers into the Allegheny, traveling 431 feet at just a 29-degree launch angle, which already is a feat in and of itself. But not long after, it would be revealed that this ball got out of the ballpark at 122.9 miles per hour, a feat that not only broke the aforementioned hardest hit record, but also the hardest hit home run record, previously held by Giancarlo Stanton at 121.7, more than a full mile per hour less than O'Neal's shot. This comes as part of a solid start at the plate for Cruz in 2025, with him currently on pace to set new career highs in home runs, stolen bases, OPS, and OPS+, even if his defense has been pretty poor in center field. Regardless, it has been nice to see one of the most talented players in baseball finally start to put it all together with some consistency, aided in large part by a top 3 hardest hit profile in the sport today. I saw some people yesterday making fun of Jazz Chisholm for this play, when he seemingly ran away from a line drive that was hit right at him, even though the hitter's broken bat was nowhere close to him. So, was this indeed a case of him being super cautious and just deciding not to care about what it could do to his team, especially with a runner on third base and 1 out in the 4th inning of a game they were down? Or was it a bit more complicated than that? Let's get into it. So, first of all, quite a few of the replays I've seen, including this one, which is the prominent one being passed around, don't show the full play. They only show this angle, which to me would make sense why people would think it was ridiculous. Look at how far away that bat is from Jazz when he turns away. It definitely looks odd. On top of this, he was quoted as saying after the contest, "I want to make every play out there for my guy, but at the same time, you don't want to die." As reported by Greg Joyce. So if you see that replay and this quote, you might think he was overreacting a bit, right? Maybe being a little selfish. But let's take a look at the actual play. Even from this angle, which probably isn't the best, I would love to see an angle from right field. We can still see that for a split second, this bat is flying towards Jazz in a way that could easily confuse a big leaguer into thinking it was coming directly for them. It is completely conceivable in my mind that he thought that jagged, sharp, busted bat was going to get close to him. So yeah, if you take the quote out of context and just use that one replay, it's certainly not a good look. But overall, I think this is a nothing story that's gotten a little bit of attention because Jazz is a magnetic figure, who is indeed pretty polarizing. Still, in my estimation, I don't think this was a reprehensible play, even if it does look a little goofy in retrospect. The 2025 Boston Red Sox have started out their season 22-22. Now, this might not sound so bad considering the fact that last year's team finished 81-81 despite a really poor start, meaning that the squad could easily rip off a hot streak and be in much better position than 2024. Still, they have had an extremely rough go of it in one regard specifically, that has been putting their players, fans, and, dare I say it, broadcast crew through the ringer. Blown saves, as they currently lead the entire major leagues right now with 11 in this regard, being the only team in double digits. But it gets even worse when you realize they've only had 21 save opportunities, meaning they've converted less than half of them successfully. And things may have reached an absolute low point during their game versus the Tigers yesterday, when they blew not one, but 2 extra inning leads, including one of 2 runs. And it resulted in one of the saddest calls you'll ever hear from a broadcast crew. Earlier in the contest, they had managed to tie up the game on a clutch 2-run home run off the bat of the usually light-hitting David Hamilton. An unlikely shot considering the fact that the pitcher on the mound, Tommy Kahnle, had actually not even given up a home run yet this season. The game would then remain tied until the top of the 10th inning, when Ceddanne Rafaela would ground this ball to third base that Gleyber Torres would have a problem with, struggling to get the ball out of his mitt, not allowing him to turn a double play. This put them 3 outs away from a victory, and after Greg Weissert had induced 2 pop-ups in the bottom of the inning, they were officially 1 out away. But it would be then that Trey Sweeney would be able to ground a pitch into right field, tying the game with Detroit on its last breath. This already would have driven Red Sox fans mad, but luckily for them, Christian Campbell would come out in the top of the 11th and crush a go-ahead 2-run home run with 2 outs, giving Boston a 9-7 lead. But this too wouldn't last any time at all, as following a Jace Young single to right, Javier Baez in the bottom of the 11th, who had already homered earlier in the contest, would come up. And I'll just let their radio broadcast team take this one away.
Scary, scary hitter right here. 9-7 Red Sox the pitch. Baez drives one high and deep. You got to be kidding. It's deep to left field, and it is out of here. Another 3-run homer for Javi Baez. And after all the heroics from the Red Sox, they lose it 10-9.
That has to be the saddest call I've heard yet this year. From the tone of his voice, to the use of the phrase, "Are you kidding me?" mid-call, to the exasperation as he attempts to digest it, and I'm sure pretty much every Boston fan feels the same way right now, as it certainly seems like this team that has so much potential could be held back by their bullpen if they can't find a way to start closing out games successfully. Elly De La Cruz is easily one of the most impressive position players in Major League Baseball right now. Not only does he have some of the fastest sprint speeds in Major League Baseball, registering marks routinely over 30 feet per second, but he's also blasted more than a few 440-foot plus home runs as well, with exit velocities routinely over 110 miles per hour from both sides of the plate. What's more, he managed to refine those tools a bit in 2024, actually posting one of the highest WAR totals in all of the major leagues at 5.2, while leading the league in stolen bases at 67 with 25 home runs and Gold Glove level defense as well. But one of the things that I saw circulating online earlier in the year was the notion that he had also thrown 107 miles per hour across the diamond. Needless to say, this would not only be a record for velocity for a position player, but also for simply a ball thrown as well, including pitches on the mound, surpassing the 106 mile per hour mark set by Aroldis Chapman in the early 2010s and recently challenged by Ben Joyce. So, was this true, or just a weird internet myth that happened to spread for some reason? Let's get into it. First of all, it is true that at one point Elly did hold the record for the hardest throw by an infielder, first breaking O'Neal Cruz's mark with this 97.9 mile per hour missile to first base, before then re-breaking that record later in the same year with a 99.8 mile per hour throw. This means that yes, he has had record-setting velocity in the past. Perhaps this helps contextualize this play in the 9th inning with 2 outs versus the Padres, when Xander Bogaerts grounded a ball right to Elly, who grabbed it, took took a step and fired an absolute dart to first baseman Jeimer Candelario, who couldn't manage to corral the high toss, leading to it going off his glove and into the crowd. I will admit, this throw looks like it could be 107 miles per hour, right? Especially with the reaction of Jeimer, not even being able to get his glove up there. But as you probably suspected if you clicked on this video, it was indeed not 107 miles per hour. First of all, if you look right now for the hardest throw ever recorded by an infielder, you'll see this 101.2 mile per hour toss from Masyn Winn, which I recently made a video revisiting. That's insanely impressive, right? But not even close to 107. In fact, the hardest throw ever by a major league position player was 105.7 miles per hour, set by Brenton Doyle in 2023, which is closer, but still a solid 1.3 off of 107. Honestly, I'm not sure if there's an infielder alive right now who could hit 105, let alone 2 miles an hour faster than that. It seems that somebody looking for views on Twitter, TikTok, or another social media platform just decided to say this was 107, and then people started believing it since it seemed pretty cool. But no, nowhere does it say anywhere in the official records of StatCast or even a reputable article that this throw was gunned at even triple digits, let alone that lofty mark. With that being said, what do you guys think? Did you believe this play was 107 miles per hour upon first seeing it? Did you even see it when it was going viral? And if you did, were you a little suspicious or just outright didn't believe it? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. The date was April 20th, 2016, when outfielder Aaron Hicks, in a game between the Yankees and A's, threw a 105.5 mile per hour seed to home plate to nab Danny Valencia, establishing then in the early days of StatCast the hardest throw in Major League Baseball history by a position player, and obviously, by extension, outfielder. It seemed obvious that this mark would stand for a long time, as managing to approach 106 miles per hour on a toss seemed like something that only comes around on a generational basis, let alone on a year-to-year one. And while a couple outfielders have gotten closer than others, including Brett Phillips, who managed to break 104 miles per hour multiple times, nobody really got within real striking distance of the mark until 2023, when Brenton Doyle of the Colorado Rockies would reset the record entirely. Facing the Blue Jays in the 9th inning of a game that they were leading by 2 runs, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. would fly a ball to medium depth center field, allowing Doyle to build momentum as he came in, made the catch, and fired an absolute rocket to home plate on a hop, a throw that would have more than likely easily gotten runner Davis Schneider had he decided to try it. StatCast would later reveal that this missile launch got to home plate at 105.7 miles an hour, establishing the new Major League record. While the play didn't end up making a huge difference in the overall outcome of that game, as Schneider would later come in on a wild pitch before the Rockies would close it out, it still boggles the mind to realize just how hard this throw was. To put it in perspective, the second hardest outfield throw since 2020 is a full 1.4 miles an hour behind this, on a frozen rope 104.3 mile per hour toss from Colton Cowser. But with that being said, he might have a little bit of competition come 2025, considering the fact that recently converted center fielder O'Neal Cruz actually managed to post the hardest average throwing velocity in recorded StatCast history for a position player, at a ridiculous 99.1 miles per hour. He also managed to tally 2024's hardest throw overall at 103.3 miles an hour, which, again, he hasn't been highly trained to do yet. Regardless, the future of this record is certainly interesting, and definitely up for grabs this coming year. With that being said, who do you think has the best chance of breaking it? Let me know in the comments below. Jason Dominguez had a really rough spring training when it comes to his work in the outfield, registering multiple moments that left both Yankee fans and general baseball watchers everywhere concerned as to his ability to play there in the short term. And since the season has started, these concerns have been all but verified, as he right now is currently tied for last among all MLB outfielders in fielding run value at -4, outs above average at -5, and success rate added at -8%. We just saw what this looks like at its worst during a play against the Oakland Athletics, when he couldn't manage to catch a ball that had a 99% catch probability. Facing the A's in the 7th inning of a 6-4 New York lead, Fernando Cruz got Brent Rooker to flip a splitter out to left field. Dominguez came in seeming to track the ball before just pulling it up, letting it drop in front of him. Shout out to the Warmonger on Twitter for pointing out that this ball had a 99% catch probability, but that he wasn't able to make the play because of his -11.7 jump above average. And to me, it looked every bit as bad as that, just kind of sauntering in before raising his glove and letting it drop. This comment right below asked if the ball dropped as a result of the sun, and I thought the Warmonger did a pretty decent job of pointing out the fact that the sun was coming from the third base side of the field, so at the very least he probably wasn't dealing with direct sunlight. And to me, honestly, his body language didn't really indicate somebody who couldn't see the ball at all. At no point does his body language almost go stiff and protective, indicating any kind of confusion. He more so just raises his glove as if to signal to Volpe that it's his before letting it drop in front of him. And this would end up being a big deal for New York, as Tyler Soderstrom would immediately follow this with a fly ball of his own to the left center field gap. That also probably should have been caught by Trent Grisham, as he too ranged back a bit lackadaisically before seeing it tip off his mitt. This put 2 guys on for catcher Shea Langoliers, who then proceeded to crush a pitch right down the center of the plate out to left center field, just over the fence for a go-ahead 3-run homer. The A's would go on to take this one 11-7, but who knows how different the final score could have been had the momentum not shifted so dramatically in that 7th inning, which was in large part because Jason Dominguez wasn't able to catch one of the most catchable balls you will ever see on an MLB field. Javier Baez had one hell of a game versus the Red Sox just the other night when he hit 2 3-run home runs, including this walk-off shot to send the Motor City Kitties home happy. This was just part of a resurgent season for the righty so far, as he's batted over 300 with a near 140 OPS+. But along with his work in the batter's box, he's also played a ridiculously good center field. First registering one of the more unlikely catches of the year against the Padres a couple weeks ago, then outright robbing a home run from Jorge Soler during the ensuing road trip. But versus the Blue Jays today, he may have made not only his best play in center field, but one of the best of his career overall. Jack Flaherty was on the mound in the 2nd inning with a 1-0 score when Baez was sent racing towards the right center field gap on a fly ball off the bat of Nathan Lucas, before having to dive at the very last second, managing to not only secure the grab, but then fire a one-hop strike to first base to end the frame, turning what probably should have been an RBI double into an inning-ending double play. Just look at how much distance he had to cover there before laying out, and then uncorking a perfect throw to nab the runner heading back. Absolutely nuts. There's no way you couldn't tell he wasn't a natural center fielder out there. And as you'd probably expect, based on the plays I briefly mentioned and this most recent one, he has indeed had an insane start metrically in center field, as through just 170 or so innings, he's managed to register 2 outs above average and 3 defensive runs saved. It's crazy to think that at this time last year, people were wondering whether or not he'd even be able to finish out his contract in Detroit, and now he's got to be considered one of the absolute frontrunners for Comeback Player of the Year. Mike Trout has been on the Angels for a long time at this point, over 13 years, and in that time they've made exactly 1 postseason appearance while winning 0 postseason games, all while Trout has put up some of the best numbers we've ever seen on a baseball field. Now, I know he signed that long-term extension a few years back, but it still has to be incredibly frustrating to continue to play in an atmosphere of such ineptitude, which is what we saw him express a few years back, while trying to point out that the current pitcher for the Angels was tipping his pitches, en route to another ugly loss. Elvis Peguero was on the mound for the Halos versus the White Sox in a 2022 June contest. He first came out with the bases loaded in the top of the 6th, and did a good job, getting a double play to end the inning. But it would be as he came back out for the 7th that something seemed a bit off. The White Sox started crushing him, taking a walk, then notching back-to-back hits, the second of which was a 2-run double before taking another base on balls, saddling in with 2 earned runs without having recorded even a single out. He would then get pulled from the game. But it was during this chaotic inning that Trout noticed something from center field. Peguero was tipping his pitches, holding his glove higher when he was going to throw a breaking ball, and then lower when he was going to throw a fastball, allowing the White Sox to easily read his pitches. Look at him demonstrate this from center field, and then the ensuing look of disappointment on his face as he readied himself to face yet another difficult loss. That's just pure agony right there. Hopefully he can stay healthy enough in 2025 to, if nothing else, throw up a couple of amusing moments like this again, as he gets ready to slog through another middling season in Anaheim. Guys who throw exceptionally hard often will momentarily struggle with control. This is where we see the 100-mile-per-hour hit by pitches, the crazy wild misses, and occasionally a bout of wildness so noteworthy that it outright loses them and their team the game. All of these present real danger to the hitters, right? I mean, a guy throwing around or above triple digits wildly is certainly a scary thought. But this also does pose the question, what exactly is the scariest, most dangerous outing in MLB history? Or at least recorded MLB history? That's what we're going to be attempting to answer today, as I believe I have found an extremely strong candidate, being Brian Ellington's appearance in a game versus the Rangers way back in 2017. Leading up to Ellington's appearance in the 9th inning of a game versus the Rangers, absolute chaos had already ensued. The Marlins had somehow scored 22 runs, netting them a 14-run advantage with just 3 outs to go. Basically, this game was already over. Miami just needed somebody to come in and put the finishing touches on it. But this is where Ellington would struggle, and in a manner that would end up being so extreme, literally the Rangers announcer would call him out on it. He would start off his outing by getting ahead of veteran Mike Napoli 0-2, on a high fastball at 98 for a swing and a miss, and then another blazing heater at 99 for the same, albeit with this one actually in the zone. It would be then that some of the cracks in what would become a disastrous outing would start to show, as he would bounce a 92-mile-per-hour slider nowhere close, before firing another triple-digit heater up near the eye level of Napoli. The 2-2 would see him basically repeat his last pitch, only with this one being far closer to actually clipping the big righty. He would then fly a 3-2 foul down the left field line before digging back in for pitch 7, which would come in at 99 miles an hour, again nearly at eye level, only this time hitting him near the elbow. As the score was what it was, nobody thought this pitch was intentional, but it was more than a little concerning. It became even more so when he led off the next at-bat with a pitch that also would have plunked Napoli had he still been in the box, another 99-mile-per-hour offering that elicited a mound visit from catcher JT Realmuto. Ellington would then get back on the mound and successfully fire a strike, which was grounded to first base, where Tyler Moore would make a nice play to grab the ball and get the lead runner at second before the throwback to first would get away. It would then be Jonathan Lucroy's turn to dig in, and immediately it would be clear that whatever he had just found on the previous batter had been lost almost immediately, as he would proceed to miss with 4 straight fastballs, all in the upper 90s, nowhere close. Sure, none of these came especially close to hitting Lucroy, but I have to say, if I was the next hitter stepping in, I wouldn't be too comfortable seeing a guy miss that badly on 4 straight pitches after throwing multiple head-high fastballs in the last few at-bats. Joey Gallo was up next, and Brian actually momentarily was able to rein back in his control in the first few pitches of the at-bat, beginning with a foul off to the left before swinging a miss on a changeup right down the center of the plate. Not really where he wanted it, but, at least it was a strike. But, of course, considering the title of the video, it would certainly not end here, as Ellington's wildness would raise its ugly head once again, causing him to miss well away on another 99-mile-per-hour heater before yanking a changeup inside, then floating another one high and away. Gallo would then continue being a pest on the 3-2, fouling one off Realmuto's leg before, on the 7th pitch of the at-bat, taking another fastball, nowhere close. But, as with Lucroy, at least none of these pitches came all too close to clipping the big lefty, right? The same could not be said for Carlos Gomez, who, after missing a hanging slider right down the center of the plate, would get hit up by his letters by a 98-mile-per-hour four-seamer. This prompted the Texas announcer to say,
after a while, he's not doing that on purpose, but after a while, it doesn't matter. You got someone out there that can't throw the ball over the plate, and you guys are getting drilled.
But before things could get any worse, Ellington would finally manage to lock in, getting ahead of veteran Shin-Soo Choo 0-2 before getting a ground out to first base. He would then jump ahead of Elvis Andrus as well, getting him to foul off 3 straight pitches, before ending his night with a 100-mile-per-hour offering high and tight that Elvis chased, getting a pop-up to Realmuto to end the game. Ellington's final line, 1 inning thrown, 2 hit by pitches, 2 walks, and 11 fastballs that were thrown 97 miles per hour or harder for balls or hit by pitches. It, to me, might have been, pitch for pitch, the most dangerous outing in recorded history, as he actually did manage to tie the record for most hit by pitches 98 miles per hour or faster in a game with 2. Yet, he was the only reliever of the bunch to also register multiple walks on pitches near 100 miles per hour, indicating an amount of speed that was truly alarming, given how absurdly wild he also was in this game.
There are many ways for MLB base runners to be sneaky, going first to third in a walk when the shift is on, for example, scoring on a pop fly to the second baseman, or even swiping home on a literal throw back to the pitcher. But it was back in 2009 that Marco Scutaro, then of the Blue Jays, showed off one of the rarest intelligent running plays in baseball, the 2-base walk. Facing a formidable Phillies squad, Scutaro took a 3-2 breaking ball high for ball 4. It was then as he approached first that he saw neither Jimmy Rollins or Chase Utley were paying any mind to him at all. This prompted him to take off for second, beating pitcher Joe Blanton's late throw to Rollins. This is one of those plays that really displays the ambitions of the player pulling it off. It only works if Scutaro was thinking about taking second before he even approached first, let alone second. Props to him for having both the wherewithal and outright balls to pull something like this off. This wasn't his only play like this either. He spent 13 years in the bigs gutting it out, even managing to register a record 14 LCS hits with the Giants in 2012, finishing his playing days with 22.1 WAR according to Baseball Reference. A pretty incredible total for a guy who served more as a utility man for the vast majority of his MLB career.
I've been debating all day today on whether or not I wanted to make a video about the actions of Juan Soto yesterday, because I've seen so many people talking about it online, and I honestly don't want to add to a narrative that I think might be a bit overblown. But after examining the footage on a couple different plays, as well as seeing a couple takes that I thought were valid on the whole situation, I decided I'd go ahead and talk about it, with it being the fact that Juan Soto probably just had his single laziest contest as a member of the Mets. Things got started in the first when Aaron Judge hit this fly ball down the right field line, a ball that had an expected batting average of just 166. You heard me correctly, 166, but due to the fact that Soto was just kinda lackadaisically sauntering after it, it ended up dropping in and then bouncing out of the field of play for a ground rule double. And yeah, obviously the guy's not a good fielder, this is known, but it didn't end there, as later in the contest, with the score tied 2-2 in the top of the 8th, he would be up versus Devin Williams, taking a weak swing on a 1-1 pitch, in the process grounding it weakly up the middle. DJ LeMahieu then made a nice sliding stop before fumbling with the ball, yet still having enough time to flip it to first to get the lefty. How is this even possible, you might ask? Well, not only did he not hustle out of the box, but even after seeing LeMahieu was fumbling with it, he still didn't turn on whatever jets he had to try to reach. There was obviously that moment with the grand slam in the bottom of the inning as well, but honestly I don't think that was really a lack of effort, more so just bad timing. I will admit he certainly looked discouraged after the play, but that's not necessarily atypical considering the magnitude of the moment. The last thing I see as relevant I want to bring up was from this post on Twitter by 4 Trained Savages, which does a good job of summarizing my last angle, even if the original intention of it was a little troll. He just didn't have any swag all series, something he had in spades last season. At the time, I think this strongly helped make up for the fact that he does have some of these lackadaisical plays sometimes. I don't know exactly what's up with him right now, but I do hope he's able to get it figured out soon enough. As being a general baseball fan without a horse in the New York versus New York race, I'd personally really like to see him have a strong first impression for the Mets, as he attempts to embark on his decade-and-a-half quest to make that gargantuan, historic contract worth it. Pete Crow Armstrong has been an absolute revelation for the Cubs this season, currently being on pace for over 10 WAR, Mike Trout territory, courtesy of a 908 OPS, 14 home runs, and 14 stolen bases through just his first 51 games of the season, along with some of the best defense we've ever seen out of a center fielder. But while all this is impressive, it isn't necessarily singular. There have been incredible 5-tool players in recent years, like the aforementioned Trout or Bobby Witt Jr. last season, but something that neither one of these guys nor any other player in recorded StatCast history have managed to do is what PCA accomplished during a game recently versus the Reds. Facing Hunter Green in the 4th inning of a 4-0 Cincy lead, Pete took a 100-mile-per-hour fastball high for ball 1. It was then on the 1-0 pitch that he would do something we've never seen before, crushing this well-placed 99.9-mile-per-hour fastball over the low and outside corner out to right center field, a 410-foot shot that left his bat at 104 miles an hour. Now, I know you're probably thinking, that was impressive, sure, but how is it different from a large portion of the homers we've seen versus high velocity in recent years? Well, as pointed out here by Twitter user Lance Brazdowski, no other batter has managed to pull a fastball this far off the plate at a speed of over 99 miles per hour in the StatCast era for a dinger. And while even he himself points out that that's a lot of qualifiers, obviously, I do want to take a second to note how truly insane this is. Think about it. Aaron Judge has never done this, nor Trout. Shohei, Yordan, even a guy like O'Neal Cruz hasn't managed to do this. No, instead it was a 6-foot, 184-pound center fielder. That's just utterly insane to me. And his theatrics in this game weren't done yet, as he would come up in the 7th inning with the bases loaded and promptly crush one of the more hittable sliders you'll ever see off the right field foul pole, giving him, in one contest, a go-ahead grand slam, a 2-homer game, and 6 RBIs on the night. 2 innings later, and the Cubs were celebrating a 13-6 victory, in large part due to the contributions of their so far MVP-caliber lefty and his record-setting unicorn home run. This has to be the dumbest base running play of the season so far, and easily one of the dumbest base running plays I've ever seen, period, and it couldn't have happened at a worse time for the Mariners. Facing the Yankees, who were trying to clinch a postseason spot, Seattle managed to rally in the 8th inning to tie a 1-0 game with one swing of Justin Turner's bat, handing Clay Holmes his MLB leading 13th blown save of the season. This meant we would go to extra innings, with Anthony Rizzo immediately lacing a go-ahead RBI double, but the Yankees wouldn't be able to get any more in the frame, so the M's had a real chance to tie things up in the bottom half. That likelihood only seemed to increase when catcher Cal Raleigh led off with a knock to left, pushing extra inning runner Julio Rodriguez over to third. But it was then that something incredible would happen, something so monumentally dumb you might think this is the first time Julio Rodriguez has ever played baseball. Because on the 2-2 pitch of the next at-bat, Randy Rosarena struck out swinging and flung his bat towards third base. Why is that a big deal? Because Julio seemed to believe the play was dead for some reason, and as such, dodged the bat, then casually wandered into the third base coach's box, far from the bag, allowing catcher Austin Wells to easily nab him going back. Because of this, with one swing, the Mariners were down to their final out without a runner in scoring position. Justin Turner would then strike out swinging to send the Yankees to the playoffs, and the M's to the locker room, with their playoff chances seeming dimmer and dimmer every single day. Cheap home runs. You know them when you see them. Usually they're a combination of a really soft exit velocity, sometimes even south of 90 miles per hour, with a predictably really short distance, typically in ballparks that are known to have dimensions that play to this cheapness a bit. But among all of the recorded home runs since we started closely measuring things like exit velo and distance, which is the absolute cheapest? It's in my opinion that we have to look no further than this home run in a Rays-Yankees game. Though, funny enough, not in Yankee Stadium, but Tropicana. That's peripherals were so weak, It almost defies belief. Facing Tampa back in 2022, starter Nestor Cortez, fresh off of giving up a more legit home run to Isaac Paredes, fell behind Harold Ramirez 1-0 before pumping a fastball by him. It would be then that he would throw a 90-mile-per-hour heater inside that Ramirez would yank down the left field line, seeing it just barely sneak over the fence at a minuscule 323 feet traveled. But this isn't the shortest distance we've ever seen for an over-the-fence home run. There's actually been a few around the pesky pole alone that were shorter. No, it was the exit velocity that was the real star here, as that ball got out at just 85.4 miles per hour off the bat. To give you some context, the next closest that wasn't an inside the parker was 86.5, over a full mile per hour harder. On top of this, that ball would have been a home run at just one park, being Tampa's per Baseball Savant. It's that combination of an absurdly soft exit velocity, an extremely short distance traveled, and only having one park where this ball would have even been a home run that, to me, when you add it all up together, get you the cheapest home run in recorded baseball history. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Is it even possible for someone to hit a home run softer than this? And if so, what park do you think they'd have to hit it in? Let me know in the comments below. Listen, we all understand some guys not busting it down the line on fairly inconsequential plays, right? It doesn't mean much if Jazz Chisholm isn't going 110% in an 8-1 game in the 7th inning. But what about when your team is just coming off of one of the worst stretches in franchise history, in a contest that's still well within reach, right after making a consequential mistake? This is the situation Jake Fraley of the Reds was in just the other day, and it was truly ugly. In the bottom of the 5th, in a 7-2 game with the bases loaded, Sal Frelick worked a 1-1 count before lining a slider low and inside into right field. It would be then that Fraley would approach the ball before seeing it go under his mitt, and then in an action that has offended many in Reds fan circles, proceeded to just leisurely jog after it, going at maybe 70% speed as Frelick romped around the bases, allowing him to get to third and all 3 runs to score, suddenly turning this into a highly competitive 7-5 game. To add a little context to this play, the Reds were coming off of a run of 35 consecutive scoreless innings snapped just the game before, when they only scored 2 en route to their 4th consecutive loss. So, with this being their first real time having any offense in about a week, it just felt off to see a guy not give his all on defense to back it up, helping to evaporate a huge portion of their cushion in the process. While the Reds would go on to win this one 11-7, this still stands as one of the uglier low-effort plays we've seen so far this season, and perhaps to make matters worse in retrospect, they would drop their next contest 8-2, bringing their record to an ugly 3-7 to begin their season. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Do you consider a play like this acceptable, or do you think in that circumstance he needs to go after that ball with everything he's got? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Tarik Skubal just obliterated the Guardians with one of the most dominant performances we've ever seen, striking out a career-high 13 batters while throwing just 94 pitches, becoming the first pitcher ever to throw a Maddox with at least 13 punch-outs. But even though he has undoubtedly been baseball's best pitcher over the last year and a half, he was, in this contest, seemingly operating at a higher level than ever before, including at the very end, when his final pitch of the game broke a record previously thought to be unbreakable. But his first historic feat of the day wasn't even on his eventual game-ending offering, instead coming on this one versus Kyle Manzardo, when he fired a blazing fastball to end the 7th inning. This pitch actually tied his own record for the hardest lefty offering by a starter of all time at 101.7 miles per hour, as well as breaking the record for the hardest lefty strikeout by a starter at 100.5 miles per hour, again owned by him. 2 innings and an additional 3 strikeouts later, he would be facing off against Gabriel Arias in an 0-2 count when he proceeded to blow this speed out of the water on a 102.6 mile per hour game-ending swinging strikeout, ending his dominant shutout in the most explosive way possible. But like I referenced in the open, this offering also broke a different record that was thought to be unapproachable in the modern game. But before we get there, let's address the fact that he obviously broke the first 2 that I just mentioned, then also beating the hardest pitch for a strikeout ever by any starter period, edging out this 102.4 mile per hour cannon shot from Hunter Green back in 2022. But the true cherry on top was Skubal somehow managing to dethrone a former Detroit legend by beating Justin Verlander's mark of 101.3 miles per hour for the hardest pitch ever thrown in the 9th inning or later by a starter. Obviously, as pitchers have evolved to have lower pitch counts, they don't throw this late anymore, so this record was seen as pretty much untouchable, to go along with the fact that Verlander was a true mutant, capable of ramping up his velo late in games in a way we've rarely ever seen in MLB history. Tarik not only beat his record, but did so by nearly a full 1.5 miles per hour. There's also one more record he managed to tie on this pitch as well, being the hardest overall pitch from a starter ever recorded at 102.6, tying Green during that same appearance against the Cardinals 3 years ago. This truly was one of the best starts from a pitcher, period, while also containing what might be the single most dominant fastball we've ever seen from a major league starter.
The Mets and Yankees had a hard-fought game yesterday, even if the final score didn't end up reflecting it, as the contest was actually tied 2-2 going into the 8th inning, courtesy of a first-inning 2-run double off the bat of Cody Bellinger, who would be a big player later in the contest, and the exploits of the Mets' Jeff McNeil, who would not only register the only RBI hit off of ace Max Fried, but would also manage to manufacture a run himself, scoring with 2 outs in the 5th after a curveball got away from Austin Wells. But despite this pretty normal sequence of events to get us to the 8th, something would happen in this frame that would be the catalyst for an epic Mets collapse, and it was a bit out of the ordinary. Pete Alonso, at one of the most critical points possible, made one of the worst throws to home plate I've ever seen. Preceding the play, runners run first and second with 1 out and rookie Jorbit Vivas at the dish. I don't want to gloss over the overall at bat here as well, as this was easily one of the grittier plate appearances of the season so far, as Vivas would work Ryan Stanek for 11 separate pitches, which included 6 foul balls. Finally, the lefty would ground one to the right that Alonso at first picked up and then did this, making a throw reminiscent of this one from Javier Baez. And it's important to keep in mind, he was already pulled in tight here on the infield, making this one of the lower distances anybody's gonna have to throw on a major league field. I think this Mets fan's reaction summarized the whole thing pretty well as Pete's own disgust with himself following. Things would quickly go from bad to worse after Paul Goldschmidt would line an RBI single, with the final blow coming off the bat of the aforementioned Bellinger, who would manage to sneak a Genesis Cabrera fastball over the head of Juan Soto in right field for a game-breaking grand slam, pushing the score to 8-2, which would end up being our final after Anthony Volpe handled this ground ball in the top of the 9th, helping the Yankees to win the first leg of the Subway Series 2-1. But oh, how things could have been different if Pete had just been able to make a routine throw home, instead of what might be the worst throw to this base from a guy at his position I've personally ever seen.
There are just some at-bats that don't seem fair. Whether the pitcher has extremely nasty offerings or is just executing them to perfection, the outcome ends up being the same. Outright domination that can border on embarrassment. But what about when a pitcher combines insane raw stuff with perfect execution? Well, that's when you get the most overpowering at-bat in recorded MLB history. The date was May 19th, 2019, in a tie game between the Cardinals and Rangers. After fireballing reliever Jordan Hicks retired the first batter of the inning, he faced off against Joey Gallo, a hitter coming off of back-to-back 40 home run seasons and in the midst of his best campaign on a rate basis. As though he would be limited by injuries, he would still finish with 22 home runs in 70 games with a .986 OPS. As such, you could definitely tell that Hicks was amped up to face him. He would start him off with a 102-mile-an-hour sinker racing back over the high and inside corner, eliciting a flinch from Gallo as he backed off. Strike 1. But maybe this was just performative, right? Trying to draw a ball call. Well, on the 0-1, Hicks would throw nearly the exact same pitch, only this one a mile-an-hour harder at 103, again clipping the strike zone and again getting a flinch. Strike 2. What could he possibly follow up 2 pitches that had that kind of movement in the triple digits with? Well, how about a third straight offering nearly exactly like it, only this one slightly higher, again getting a flinch from Gallo on an offering that barely missed the strike zone at 103 miles an hour. At this point, he was just straight bullying him. On the 1-2, he would throw his only breaking ball, getting more movement from Joey on a slider that ran low and inside at nearly 90 miles an hour. It would be then on the 2-2 that this at-bat would become cemented, in my opinion, as the most overpowering in recorded MLB history, as Hicks proceeded to throw the exact same pitch he had thrown 3 times before, again at 103 miles an hour and again perfectly placed, getting his 5th flinch of the AB en route to recording a strikeout looking. This has to be some kind of record for movement from a batter in the smallest span of pitches while taking 0 swings, as I don't know if I've ever seen somebody literally act as if they were worried that every pitch of a 5 offering sequence was going to hit them, only to be called out on strikes. It just wasn't even fair. Before we go, I also want to give a shout out here to Pitching Ninja for reminding me of this at-bat with the recent post of his. Go check him out on any major social media platform if you haven't already. His content's awesome.
The Dodgers just won the World Series in a Game 5 that saw a 5th inning with 3 separate misplays by their opponent, the Yankees, including 2 errors and a play that certainly could have been an error. But all these came on separate batted balls, obviously, right? I mean, how many errors could you even make on one play? Well, that's exactly the notion the Dodgers challenged themselves way back in 2014, when they registered arguably the sloppiest play in the history of Major League Baseball. A Clayton Kershaw, firmly in his prime, delivered a 2-2 pitch to catcher Rene Rivera, who popped a shallow fly ball into center field, that Yasiel Puig came racing in on, making a nice running catch before faking a second and then flipping an off-balance throw to first base, where the toss would get away from Adrian Gonzalez. Now, if that's where this play stopped, it would have been ugly, surely, but it wouldn't have cost them even a run yet, as with 2 outs, 2014 Kershaw easily could have found his way out of the inning. But it certainly wouldn't end there, as catcher A.J. Ellis would spike a throw to second base, both allowing the runner to reach safely while also seeing the ball go into center field, tallying the Dodgers' second error of the frame. It would be then that shortstop Hanley Ramirez would fire wide to home plate, even though he had no chance to get the runner, where it slipped past a diving Kershaw. Again, even if it ended there, it still wouldn't have been a sloppier play than some of the other ones we've seen in recent years. But there would be one final indignity, as the runner from second base would round third and attempt to score, sliding in safely as Kershaw tried to get out of the way of getting spiked. You can see the frustration in his body language immediately as he flipped that ball to the umpire. That's right, on one play, the Dodgers had committed 3 separate misplays, directly costing them 2 runs on a true comedy of errors. Just look at Kershaw's face here after he got back on the mound. Angry, sure, but more than a little confused as to how something like that could even happen at the highest level of baseball. Even investigating this much later, it still baffles the mind. Now, I want to ask you guys, what team do you think is most likely to do something like this come 2025? Let me know in the comments below. I made a video over this offseason talking about the worst start in MLB history, which in my opinion was when Jeremy Guthrie allowed 10 earned runs in 2/3 of an inning, with 6 hits, 4 walks, and negative 0.4 WAR in just this single appearance, which would be the last of his career. But we just witnessed something that was arguably even worse than this, and from a guy who has been at least an above average hurler every year since 2018, with Ryan Presley's outing versus the Giants last night being possibly the worst pitching appearance in the history of MLB, period. You'll see what I mean. Entering the game in the top of the 11th inning with a ghost runner on second, Presley would first give up a 108-mile-per-hour line drive over the head of Ian Happ in left field, which would only push the extra inning runner to third base as a result of a poor read off the bat. This was undoubtedly a break for the Cubs, who in years past might have had a chance to see Presley pull out his 12K per 9 stuff to strike out the side or something, and keep the game tied. But this version of Ryan is certainly not that one, as the next guy up, catcher Patrick Bailey, he of the sub-200 batting average as of now, would line this ball into center field, pushing the go-ahead run across the plate and Ramos to third base. 2 batters, 2 hits. But this certainly isn't the end of the world, right? If he could even manage to limit the damage after this, the deficit wouldn't be too crazy to overcome. But things would get a little worse when Brett Wisely would bunt a ball back to the mound that Presley would flip off target to home plate, allowing Ramos to score without managing to get an out. With runners again on second and third, Presley would tally his only walk of the night on a fastball just off the outside to Mike Yastrzemski. He would then make it back-to-back, arguably back-to-back-to-back self-inflicted wounds when this sinker, at just 91 miles per hour by the way, came in and clipped Willy Adames, pushing another run across. It's at this point a lot of guys would be removed, but for some reason Presley was allowed to keep pitching, and the next batter, Jung-Hoo Lee, would line a solid single to right field, scoring yet another run. It would be much the same versus the next batter, Matt Chapman, who would ground this ball into left field, this time with 2 runners being able to score. The final blow, at least versus Presley directly, would come off the bat of Wilmer Flores, who would line yet another fastball to left field. Relatively softly hit, but still enough to score yet another run, pushing the score to 12-5. After Ryan was finally taken out, lefty Caleb Thielbar would be brought on to relieve him, and the former teammate of the righty would immediately get to work, striking out Christian Koss for the first out of the inning. But the now infamous Cubs bullpen wasn't done struggling yet, as the very next batter, Heliot Ramos, would line his second double of the frame, scoring Chapman and pushing Flores to third base. Patrick Bailey would then follow this with a sac fly to center field, pushing the score to 14-5. Things would mercifully end after this when David Villar would strike out on a fastball right down the center of the plate. This still meant, however, that 2 more earned runs had come in on Presley's head, which, along with the runs he had allowed earlier, allowed the former Astro to set a new Major League record, per Opta Stats, becoming the first reliever to allow 8+ earned runs in a game without getting an out and taking a loss in the history of Major League Baseball. And considering the high leverage circumstances he came in under, being an extra inning contest, not some kind of blowout or something, this certifies it to me as perhaps the worst pitching appearance ever. As even though there have been guys who have given up more runs than this in one frame, at least they've managed to get a single out in the process. Juan Soto was a free agent for the first time in his career this offseason, with a huge aspect of his appeal being his ability to combine insane plate discipline with a career .421 on base percentage with great power, as his 201 home runs tallied before turning 26 is tied for the 5th most ever. But back in 2019, when he was just 20 years old, this immense power was called into question by Mets announcer Keith Hernandez, who then faced a near immediate force feeding of instant karma. Facing Zach Wheeler to lead off the second, he took a fastball for a strike before flying a ball foul. It would be then, on the 0-2 pitch, that Hernandez would declare,
"Too big a swing. He is not a home run hitter, even though he had a nice power year last year."
This, of course, was kind of an interesting thing to say, considering that Soto had hit nearly 30 home runs throughout his first full season's worth of Major League games from 2018 up through May of that year, with much of this coming at just 19 years old. He would even end up finishing that season with 34 home runs. And for those of you who might say he was just trying to give him some kind of compliment about his approach being more well-rounded, keep in mind that what he said preceding was that his swing was just too big. Yeah, it was more of a critique than anything else. But Soto would end up having the last laugh without even being aware of the situation at hand, as after another foul ball, he would launch a fastball out to right, not just clearing the fence, but nearly clearing the second deck onto the concourse. Maybe if he followed up Keith's statements with just a wall scraper or something, it wouldn't have looked so bad. But just listen to his own reaction as soon as Soto hit this ball.
The 1-2 coming. And Soto cranks it to deep right field. Forget that.
Wow.
That is way up in the Coca-Cola corner. Oh, boy.
You can definitely tell he knows he put his foot in his mouth a bit there. Now, this video isn't trying to throw shade Keith Hernandez's way. Everybody's a poor take once in a while. But I did think it was one of the funnier instant karma moments I've come across in a second, and I thought I'd detail it. After all, I'm sure Keith would be more than thrilled if Soto would consider coming to the Mets over this offseason, and I'm pretty sure he no longer believes that swing that produced 41 home runs last year is too big for him to be a home run hitter at the big league level. Masyn Winn got nominated for a Gold Glove in his first year in the big leagues, and deservedly so. The shortstop not only posted highlight after highlight, but backed it up with some extremely impressive advanced stats as well, including 14 defensive runs saved and 3 outs above average. But he did something else too, something that no Major League infielder has ever managed to do in the history of recorded baseball. Eclipse 100 miles per hour on a single throw. And guess what? He not only did that, but beat that impressive threshold by a full mile per hour. Facing the Mets in an early season contest, Cardinals pitcher Kyle Gibson delivered a changeup to DJ Stewart, who flied the ball into the left center field gap. Center fielder Dylan Carlson would get the ball in just as Francisco Lindor was rounding third, beating a one-hop throw from Winn standing up. Now, on the surface, most onlookers would probably think this was a pretty routine play, but what if I were to tell you that that throw from Winn was 101.2 miles per hour, breaking the record for the hardest throw ever by an infielder, a mark reset by Elly De La Cruz just a season before at 99.8. Again, that means that he blew this mark out of the water by a full 1.4 miles per hour. But was this really all that surprising? Honestly, for people who knew of Winn before this, not really, considering he had not only hit triple digits on a throw in the Futures game in 2023, but almost did so before that during a spring training game the same year. With tools like this to go along with his soft hands and great instincts, I think Winn could end up putting up a career as one of baseball's best fielding shortstops of the modern age, if he can continue maturing at his current rate of development. Over the course of his 14-year Major League career, Russell Martin was not only primarily a catcher, but an exceptionally good one at that, registering 38.9 career B-WAR, along with over 1,400 hits, 191 homers, and a 349 OBP. He also managed to play more than his fair share of other positions aside from catcher in that time frame, making 57 appearances at third base, 4 at second base, 4 at pitcher, and 2 in the outfield. However, he also managed to get one single start at shortstop, and it probably went better than anyone could have expected. The Blue Jays were dealing with some injury issues to their infielders, which prompted them to start their 35-year-old veteran backstop up the middle during a May contest. Contact pitcher Jaime Garcia was on the mound as well, meaning there was a decent chance he'd get at least a couple chances. And get a couple chances he did, starting first with his backhand opportunity in the bottom of the 5th, making a nice play deep into the hole to rob speedy catcher Jorge Alfaro of an infield knock. Does that not look like a professional infielder? He would go on to make one more play in the game, catching this pop-up off the bat of Rhys Hoskins, all while calling off regular third baseman Josh Donaldson in the process. Before he would hang up his cleats, he would go on to throw over 90 miles per hour on the mound with the Dodgers the next season, while giving up 0 runs in 4 games and 4 innings pitched. What a fantastically weird end to the epitome of a Hall of Very Good career. Ronald Acuna Jr. came back yesterday in one of the more electric returns we've seen in recent memory, crushing a 467-foot moonshot on the first pitch in his first AB, before adding a 108-mile-per-hour single later and one of the best throws of the season from the right field corner to nab Elias Diaz trying for second. But unfortunately for him, pretty much no one else offensively showed up, resulting in the game being tied 1-1 going into the 9th, when Manny Machado crushed this go-ahead homer to put the Padres up 2-1. But all of this was simply an appetizer for what would happen in the bottom of that inning, when Eli White managed to make a mind-numbingly dumb base running play that I don't believe I've ever seen anything quite like before. But first, let's examine how he got there. Alex Verdugo would lead off versus Robert Suarez, grounding a 3-1 fastball just past the sliding glove of Xander Bogaerts, giving the Braves a leadoff base runner. Our titular character Eli would then enter the game as a pinch runner. Sean Murphy would follow this with what amounted to essentially a swinging bunt down the third base line that had some crazy English on it, spinning fair at the last second before being fielded by Elias Diaz, who made a ridiculously good spinning play to nab the Braves backstop by an inch. Still, a runner was now on second with 1 out, with Ozzie Albies coming to the dish, and the now veteran second baseman would not disappoint, lining a changeup in his center field, which Merrill got to fairly quickly. Runners on first and third and 1 out, right? Wrong. For some inconceivable reason, White seemed to believe that the ball was caught, which had him racing back towards second, resulting in him getting easily tagged out. Just look at this. I can't remember a time I've ever seen on a major league, minor league, or even little league field a runner believe that the ball was caught when it actually had landed, get all the way to third base, and then run back to second before getting tagged out on what wasn't even a force play. Now, the first question that pops to my mind was, what the hell was third base coach Matt Tuiasosopo doing? But as we can see from this angle, he was behaving completely normally, giving the hold-up sign as White approached third base. However, it seems that Eli misinterpreted the universal 2 hands up sign for a hold, as Matt somehow saying the ball was caught and that he had to get back. Just look at Tuiasosopo's body language here. He had no idea what was going on. And as you might expect, this ended up being a game-losing blunder after Michael Harris II grounded out to short, sealing one of the most bizarre losses we've seen yet this year, on one of the most uniquely stupid plays I've ever seen on an MLB field. Good for the Padres, they broke their losing streak, but I have to say it does suck to me that the heroic efforts of the returning Acuna ended up being completely wasted. Now, thank you so much for watching, and please remember that if you ever see anything you'd like to see detailed in the Made the Cut video, whether that be a specific play, player, or narrative surrounding a team or something, feel free to reach out to my email, basebeatpoet@gmail.com. And if I do end up using your idea, I'll of course give you a shout out. Thank you so much once again, and I'll see you in the next one. In the whole of Major League Baseball history, there have been vanishingly few teams who have scored double digits in runs in one frame, as it's exceptionally hard in MLB to run up even a 5 spot in one inning, and that's in a league with teams like the White Sox and Rockies. But yesterday, we not only saw a team do this, but in dramatic fashion, take a late game lead, and then still go on to lose the contest. Facing the Cubs in the first of a 3-game series, things were pretty quiet until the 7th inning, with only a Carson Kelly second inning home run providing the offense. But things would change in a major way in this frame, with Nico Horner and Pete Crow Armstrong singling, and then catcher Kelly taking a 3-2 walk. After a Vidal Brujan strikeout looking, Ian Happ would come to the plate and promptly crush a fly ball to right field that just kept carrying, registering 4 more runs for Chicago on one swing of the bat, a grand slam. But the inning wasn't over yet, with Kyle Tucker immediately following this with his own long fly ball that got just past the outstretched glove of racing Jacob McCarthy, allowing the free agent to scoot all the way around to third base. Then, following a Seiya Suzuki K, Michael Busch would come through with a ground ball into left field, making the game 7-1 Cubs. This would be where the offense would end, with Dansby Swanson K'ing to end the frame. Still, this had been a major blow to an Arizona team that has looked hot as hell recently, but yet seemed to be on the wrong side of this contest. But they certainly would not just roll over, with Jordan Wicks being the first guy out of a Cubs bullpen that has definitely struggled this year. And he immediately started giving up hits, allowing 3 straight singles to start the frame, filling the bases with nobody out. This would bring on righty Porter Hodge, who would then immediately serve up a grand slam to Eugenio Suarez. Suddenly, Arizona was not only competitive, but right back in it. And if you couldn't tell from the title of this video, things were not close to done yet in this frame, as following a little flare to second baseman Horner for, mercifully, the first out of the inning, Hodge would walk McCarthy on a 3-2 pitch, immediately followed by Alek Thomas flipping a single the other way, putting the go-ahead run in the batter's box. After both runners managed to advance, Corbin Carroll would finally put a little cold water on the rally by striking out. But Geraldo Perdomo wasn't done, coming through with this ground ball single perfectly placed up the middle, fielded by Dansby Swanson, with him having no play. Suddenly, the tying run was at third, and then Arizona would get a bit of good luck, as Randall Grichuk weakly topped this ball to third base before seeing it go under the glove of rookie Gage Workman, rolling down the line in left field, allowing not only Thomas to score, but Perdomo as well, after a near-perfect Ian Happ throw would get past the catcher, with the Diamondbacks suddenly now somehow having the lead. Again though, there were still only 2 outs, meaning the inning had yet to end. So after Josh Naylor bat flipped to walk, Lourdes Gurriel Jr. came to the plate and crushed one of the more hittable pitches you'll see of the entire 2025 season, a sweeper right down the middle of the plate for a 3-run home run. This meant that Arizona went from being down by 6 at the beginning of this frame to now not even having a save opportunity for their pitchers if they could theoretically throw 2 scoreless innings. Things would finally end for the Cubs bullpen after Suarez would line out to left field. This had to be immensely deflating, right? How could Chicago come back now down by 4 after starting an inning so solidly in the lead?
Well, I guess nobody told their hitters about how discouraging this must have been, as immediately following a Nico Horner hit by pitch on an 0-2, Pete Crow Armstrong would draw a walk on a 3-0. The next batter, Carson Kelly, would crush a meatball right down the middle, basically in the same spot as Gurriel's homer, getting the Cubs back within a run. At this point, the game had seen 21 runs scored, and it would see more, as following the first out of the inning on a Justin Turner strikeout, Joe Mantiply would come in to face Ian Happ, promptly giving up a 109-mile-per-hour line drive to the left center field gap, putting a guy on first for Kyle Tucker, who, on the first pitch of his AB, crushed a no-doubter to right field, giving the Cubs back the lead somehow. And as if they needed any more, Seiya Suzuki would then follow this with a blast of his own, 440 feet to center field. There would be a few more guys that would reach base after this, with Chicago even reloading the bases with one out, but Pete Crow Armstrong would strike out and Carson Kelly would ground out, ending what still was probably the most entertaining inning of baseball in all of the major leagues this year so far, with 16 runs being scored overall. This would be where our story would end, as even though Arizona would get the tying run to the plate and slugging Corbin Carroll with 2 outs, he would pop up to shortstop Dansby Swanson to end the game, meaning that, incredibly, the D-backs had scored double digits in one inning, yet still managed to lose the game overall. What a truly insane contest, as well as one that could have playoff implications come September if both of these teams are battling for a wildcard spot.
Once in a while you'll see an exceptionally short sack fly, whether it's on a shallow fly ball to the outfield or a tough to reach pop-up for an infielder, but what you don't normally see at the major league level is a pop fly caught by the first baseman less than 140 feet from home plate, result in the run. But that's exactly what happened during a 2016 matchup between the Phillies and Reds. Ryan Howard, who was not exactly known for great defense with a career -73 DRS, was manning a quarter for the Phillies with the bases loaded and no outs. Brandon Phillips popped a 1-2 down the right side into foul territory, sending Ryan ranging over. He made the catch, but then runner on third, Zach Cozart, decided to test his notably flimsy arm, despite him being just 133 feet from home plate at the time. He then easily scored on a one-hop noodle launch. This is the only time in recorded Major League Baseball history that a player has scored on a pop-up of less than 150 feet. Again, it was just over 130 feet. The Phillies, however, would go on to win this game in a thrilling fashion, with an outstanding throw to home with 2 outs in the ninth being held on to by catcher Cameron Rupp. Though maybe they wouldn't have had to subject that poor guy to CTE if Ryan Howard had been able to make a fairly routine play earlier. Though, I guess, a win's a win.
You gotta have known this one was coming, right? The 2024 season is officially over, with the Dodgers emerging as World Series champions over the Yankees. But, as I'm sure everyone here knows, there was much more to New York's Game 5 loss than what might show up in the final box score, most specifically in the 5th inning, during which they may have played the sloppiest baseball I've ever seen in a World Series contest. After jumping out to a resounding 5-0 lead, courtesy of home runs from Aaron Judge, Jazz Chisholm, Giancarlo Stanton, and an RBI single from Alex Verdugo, the Yankees seemed to be full steam ahead heading into the 5th inning. Garrett Cole, however, threw a fastball right down the center of the plate to lead off the inning, with Kike Hernandez lining it into right center field. It was then that Tommy Edman flipped an 0-2 changeup right at Aaron Judge, who came in and dropped the ball. That's right, one of the most routine plays you'll ever see on a big league field was straight up muffed to put runners on first and second with no outs. This came just a couple frames after he had robbed Freddie Freeman of extra bases jumping into the fence. But their defensive ineptitude wouldn't end here, as Will Smith would ground a ball to shortstop that Anthony Volpe made a nice play to get to, but then spiked his throw to third base, allowing Hernandez to slide in safely, netting the Yankees their second consecutive error, albeit with this one coming on a much tougher play. But Cole wouldn't let this deter him. At least not for now, as he would strike out each of the next 2 hitters, being Gavin Lux and Shohei Ohtani, on some truly nasty offerings. It would be then that on the 1-0, Mookie Betts would ground a ball to first base, a truly routine play. But Garrett Cole never fully went over to cover the bag, and as such, Anthony Rizzo went to flip to him, and there was no one there, which kept the inning alive and netted the Dodgers their first run of the frame. But with LA being the juggernaut that it is, this wouldn't be where it would end, as future World Series MVP Freddie Freeman would line a 2-run single before Teoscar Hernandez would tie the game on a clutch 2-run double to deep center field. That's right, because of 3 separate misplays in just one frame, the Yankees had coughed up their sizable 5-run lead, as well as giving up any semblance of momentum they had taken into the frame. And while they would rally to take the lead back in the 6th inning, it would not be nearly enough, as the Dodgers loaded the bases with nobody out in the top of the 8th, with Gavin Lux tying the game on a sac fly to center field before Shohei Ohtani reached on a catcher's interference, loading them back up for Mookie Betts, who put the Dodgers ahead for good with his own sac fly. 6 outs later, and the Dodgers were celebrating their first full-season World Series championship since 1988, as New York, New York by Frank Sinatra blared throughout a ballpark that still hasn't seen a World Series championship now for 15 consecutive seasons. I think there's an interesting element to the Major League game, which is that the average competition level these guys operate at is almost unrelatably good. When you see Aaron Judge match up against Tariq Skubal, there's almost nothing about it that computes to our understanding of the highest levels we play baseball. Yet, I still think a lot of us wonder what it would be like to face one of these guys, and what we might be able to accomplish. And while I'm certainly not saying that minor leaguers are as good as some random viewers on the internet, they are far closer, objectively, than major leaguers are. This is part of the reason that, to me, minor league rehab starts are so interesting, because you'll see guys who are at the peak of their powers knocking the rust off against 18 and 19-year-olds, which is probably the closest we'll ever come to getting a demo of what we might look like up there. And there was perhaps no better display of this than when prime Jacob deGrom took the mound in a rehab start in 2022 for Single-A Port St. Lucie. Before we go any further, keep in mind I don't have every pitch that he threw, considering it was a minor league outing, with some of this footage sourced directly from Pitching Ninja, who's an amazing content creator in his own right. deGrom would start his night by striking out Osiris Johnson on 5 pitches, which included this blazing heater and nasty slider. The crazy thing is, in this at-bat, Johnson would be the only guy on the day to register multiple instances of contact, with 2 foul balls. The next hitter, Carlos Santiago, wouldn't fare any better, though he did end up working the count to 3-2, seeing his own blazing heater before striking out on a nasty slider. Ian Lewis, shown here swinging and missing at a changeup, would then be hit by a pitch, which, unsurprisingly, would be the only base runner on the day. Unfortunately, we don't have the final strikeout of that inning, though rest assured the hitter did strike out. We now see Zach Zubia coming up, before having to endure multiple triple-digit heaters and nasty breaking pitches before striking out on a check swing. This brings us to our last hitter of the video, Christian Rodriguez, who would again be unable to put the ball in play, whiffing at a heater before being put away by a slider. The footage is nuts, don't get me wrong, but the stats of the actual start might be even more mind-boggling. Through 24 pitches thrown, he got 12 swings and misses, over double the amount of balls that he threw at just 5, and allowed just 4 foul balls. Nobody managed to put the ball in play. This has to go down as one of the more dominating performances in baseball history for a rehab start, even if he did, sadly, only end up facing 6 hitters. Now, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Also, if you ever see something you'd like to see detailed in the Made the Cut video, whether that be a specific play or a narrative surrounding a certain player or team, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com. That's B-A-S-E, letter B, P-O-E-T @gmail.com. If I use your idea, I'll be sure to give you credit. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. Randy Johnson was known to be one ornery SOB, which made the fact that he was 6'10" and could throw 102 miles an hour all the more terrifying to the batters he faced. This could take the form of throwing directly over somebody's head, or literally one time losing a tooth while pitching and then getting right back on the mound. At times it seemed like every pitch he released was revenge on a league that would occasionally get a hit off of him. Yet, in perhaps the most badass moment of his career, it wasn't even him that initiated the controversy. Let me explain. Johnson was facing off against the then Cleveland Indians in 1998 when David Bell launched a deep fly ball to left field that Glenn Allen Hill couldn't manage to reel in, resulting in an inside-the-park home run by Bell. This obviously put Johnson in a foul mood, giving up a run through little fault of his own. But again, it wouldn't be him who initiated the first bout of controversy, as 2 innings later, leadoff man Kenny Lofton got a slider high and inside, which resulted in him getting knocked down. Lofton popped back up and started immediately mouthing off at Johnson. Randy didn't like this one bit, approaching the batter's box screaming, "That's a slider! That's a slider!" The benches would end up clearing, which resulted in Mariners manager Lou Piniella getting kicked from the game. After everything finally calmed back down, Lofton got back in the box and, wouldn't you know it, the next pitch was a heater, probably in triple digits, up by his head. Lofton again fell to the ground and then proceeded to, very intentionally, not charge the mound quickly, allowing the Mariners catcher to restrain him as Johnson stood on the mound completely still, as if challenging him to approach. Just look at his face there. I wouldn't have approached either. This entire incident would end up resulting in both Lofton and Johnson getting kicked out, though it would more notably go down as the prime example of why you don't mess with Randy Johnson. When Yasiel Puig was at his best, he was truly electric, captivating the nation during his rookie season in 2013 before posting some notable highlights in the ensuing seasons as well. However, along with the good came the bad, which included a couple truly boneheaded plays and occasional attitude problems. And it would be because of these very attitude problems that the slow-footed Albert Pujols would try to teach the young buck a lesson way back in 2014. Pujols and the Angels were facing the Dodgers in LA with a 5-0 lead in the 8th inning when Josh Hamilton sent an 0-1 to fairly deep center field, where Puig would proceed to make the catch fairly lackadaisically off to his side, which allowed Pujols, who was on first base, to race towards second, beating a surprised one-hop throw there by a mile. I think Vin Scully's call here is pretty telling, considering this was literally a player on his own team, yet he seemed to approve of the lesson that Pujols was trying to teach him.
Puig is there, tagging up on him now is Pujols, and he's going to test him, and Albert is going to take the base on Puig. Oh, yes.
The first baseman would seemingly discuss the issue with Hanley Ramirez at shortstop before, following the inning's end, doing a pretty hilarious impression of him catching the ball, while also gesturing in the young center fielder's direction and saying a few words to him. Based on his body language here, it's pretty obvious he was at least a little bit bothered by Yasiel's seeming lack of respect overall for the game, which could have also been exacerbated by the fact that Puig had literally kicked him in his surgically repaired leg on his way to first base earlier in the game, necessitating a visit from the trainer. Groundouts like these happen a million times a season, yet you'll almost never see a runner make contact with the first baseman's leg area, unless the first baseman puts himself directly in the way, which Albert didn't. Nevertheless, regardless of his motivation, I thought this served as a great example of a veteran reminding a young guy why he should take every routine play seriously, as you never know when even one of the slowest runners in the game might take advantage of your lack of care. Since Dylan Dingler made his MLB debut back in 2024, he has become known primarily for three things. 1. His name, obviously. 2. His fantastic throwing arm, which has allowed him to register the hardest catcher throw on an assist in MLB history earlier this season at 88.3 miles per hour. And 3, which is what we're going to be discussing today, his nearly all-time level of impatience at the plate. To give a little context as to how bizarre his inability to draw a walk is, consider that since the start of 2024, there have been 400 MLB players who've managed to register at least 180 plate appearances while walking at least 5 times. That's an incredible number of players, but it isn't everyone. In fact, there's only one guy who's managed to play this much, yet somehow walk less than this. Dingler, who has drawn just 3 bases on balls through his first 52 career games. Now, when I said this was historical, I wasn't kidding. We actually haven't seen a player take at least 180 plate appearances while walking this few times since Alejandro Sanchez from 1982 to 1987, making this the first time it's happened in about 40 years, if you of course don't consider pitchers hitting. But perhaps what's even crazier than this is the fact that all 3 of his bases on balls came last season in his first 27 contests. So far in 2025, he has exactly 0, while taking the vast majority of at-bats as the Tigers' catcher. But the weirdness doesn't end there, because he hasn't even been terrible at the dish. He's actually been exemplary, batting .301 with a .495 slugging percentage, making this perhaps the only time I've ever seen a guy hitting this well with an on-base percentage that's essentially exactly the same as his batting average, currently at .309 courtesy of a single hit by pitch. So why exactly is Dylan essentially refusing to walk? Well, first of all, he is rocking an 8th percentile chase rate of 36.8%, meaning he definitely will expand the strike zone with 3 balls on him. But still, there are 5 guys who chase far more often than this in Lenyn Sosa, Yainer Diaz, Ceddanne Rafaela, and Pete Crow Armstrong this season. Yet all of them have walked at least 3 times. No, I think the bigger reason is the fact that in the 2025 season as a whole, he's only managed to have 5 separate at-bats where he took at least 3 balls. This means he's swinging so early and often that he's never even giving himself a chance to walk because he's not getting in those counts. This is truly nuts to me. But here's the thing, we actually wouldn't even be talking about this if it wasn't for one pitch during the early days of the season, when Martin Perez had this cutter called his way even though it was about a ball's length outside. And the same would also be true if he hadn't chased this pitch in the dirt versus the Twins on a 3-2. That obviously also would have been called a ball. But I guess that's just the nature of what has to go into achieving a feat like this, one that hasn't even been approached for the better part of half a century. Shohei Ohtani really has come into his own this year power-wise in a way that dwarfs his previous performances, a crazy statement for a guy who's had a near 600 slugging in the past, but being as he is currently over 660 in that regard this year, I do think it's a true one. Some of his mammoth blasts this year have been truly awe-inspiring, including an MLB leading 493-foot moonshot versus the Diamondbacks. However, this nearly 500-foot dinger pales in comparison to one he registered way back when he was playing in the MPB. Facing the Mexican national team in a WBC event, Shohei stepped up to the plate in the 7th with the Netherlands leading 8-2, but this would soon change, so Ohtani got a 2-0 heater up and crushed it high and deep to right, so deep in fact that the camera guy lost the ball up in the stands. This look here shows how the ball literally went through the roof, exiting the stadium, allowing the ball to travel further than the dome would even allow. Estimates put its projected distance at around 600 feet. It's also interesting to note here, he employed a leg kick back then, and a pretty big one, in contrast to his rocking swing he employs now. Crazy how much he's evolved as a player. Don't get me wrong, baseball's had many a dumb play, from Nyjer Morgan spiking his glove following a missed catch leading to an inside the park home run, to Milton Bradley firing the second out of an inning into the outfield stands, to Jurickson Profar celebrating a single before even getting back to first base, allowing himself to get picked off by Yadier Molina in the process.
But all these could be filed under a pretty typical mental lapse, right? While they might look goofy in retrospect, the reasoning behind them is pretty clear. But such was not the case for what I would consider to be the dumbest play in modern baseball history, when the Pittsburgh Pirates completely forgot how to play baseball. Facing Tyler Anderson in the top of the third inning with the man on second, Javier Baez got a fastball high and grounded to third base, where the throw to first would be a little offline, taking the first baseman off of the bag and towards Baez. He would then proceed to jog towards Javi as he backpedaled to the plate even though there was no pickle to be had, before inexplicably flipping to the plate, where William Contreras slid in safely, already by then netting the Cubs a run. Baez then started to go to first, where there was nobody covering, resulting in a throw that got away from the second baseman, allowing Baez to get up and go to second. Just look at the reactions of the Cubs players in the dugout. That tells you everything you need to know. It's hard to even go into the depth of how stupid this play is top to bottom, as you could easily fault the first baseman here for even engaging in Javi's games, then the catcher for signaling for a throw that didn't need to be made, then the second baseman for not covering the bag, and then the outfielder being way too far in on the infield, allowing Baez to go to second. Basically, everything that possibly can go wrong in a single play went wrong here, en route to the most mind-numbing display of poor fundamentals we may have ever seen on a Major League Baseball field, or at least in recent history. When you look at the Major League leaders and typical stats we associate with good base running since 2023, you see players like Ronald Acuna Jr., who stole 72 bases during his MVP year, Elly De La Cruz, who swiped 67 in 2024, or even guys like Bobby Witt Jr. or Jarren Duran, who rack up triples like many players rack up doubles. But when it comes to the most advanced metrics we have in measuring base runner performance, being those provided by Baseball Savant, the image of who is the absolute best runner in baseball emerges pretty clearly. And it's not any one of those guys, even if he has ranked among them in all of the aforementioned categories since his full season debut just 2 years ago, being the Diamondbacks' lightning-fast outfielder, Corbin Carroll. He not only leads all of Major League Baseball with 24 runner runs over the aforementioned time period, but he's done so by a margin of 9, with De La Cruz coming in second at 15 and Witt Jr. pulling in just behind this at 14. The gap between him and De La Cruz is actually so wide that it's the same as the one between Elly and the 3 players tied for 7th place on that list. How is this even possible? Well, first off, he's managed to lead all runners in runs taken via extra bases since 2023, with 13, to be ahead of the next closest. And you can probably see why with the plays I'm showing on screen as of now. He's fully capable of turning any single into a double and any double into a triple, and sometimes turning a routine single into a Little League triple, which we can actually see him managing to do here. On a play that was so unexpected, it literally pressured elite outfielder Jacob Young into making one of his few mistakes of last year, netting him 3 bases on a play that almost certainly should have been just 1. This, of course, also extends to his work that begins on the bases themselves, i.e. going first to third on plays that, again, he probably has no business doing so on, often seeming to somewhat surprise the outfielders in the process. He also is capable of doing things like scoring from second on singles that most players are barely rounding third on. Like, seriously, check out how shallow some of these hits are, yet he still managed to race around the bags with enough speed and efficiency to score semi-easily. The final aspect of his elite performance in this regard concerns the kind of shallow fly balls he's capable of scoring on, with each one of these sac flies being tallied on balls that traveled less than 280 feet. But to Carroll, this matters little, as he knows to a remarkable certainty what exactly he's capable of beating out, and does so routinely. The other aspect of measurable performance by Savant is runner runs via stolen bases. So, who do you think leads in this regard? Yep, you guessed it right, Carroll again at a mark of 10, just ahead of a certain Red superstar shortstop by 1. This is what happens when you manage to swipe 89 bases over 2 years while being caught just 13 times, coming out to a successful steal percentage of 85%, one of the best marks in all of the major leagues, especially among guys who actually attempt to steal that much. He's capable of going at any time in any circumstance, and it's almost impossible to stop him. While last year was somewhat of a down season for him overall in comparison to his Rookie of the Year top 5 MVP finishing 2023, I see no reason why he can't have a big bounce back at the plate in the upcoming season, along with continuing to bring with him the most productive base running profile in MLB today. Players get thrown behind all the time, in all manner of ways. From Andrelton Simmons backpicking anyone who'd get 1 foot too far off the base, the Astros lulling Taylor Ward into a false sense of security before slapping a tag down, to even Willians Astudillo making a no-look toss to catch a runner in spring training. But what is decidedly less common is the runner checking out so fully from a play that hasn't even ended yet, as to literally allow the opposing fielders to gun them out before they even know what happened. But that's exactly what went down for CJ Abrams versus the Padres. Facing the team that literally had this happen to one of their own players, Jurickson Profar, a few years back in the WBC, Abrams lined an 0-2 pitch into right field for a knock. It was then that after rounding first, he put his head down and started slowly moseying back to the bag. First baseman Luis Arraez subtly motioned for Ha-Seong Kim to throw over, and he did so, managing to catch Abrams well before he could get back
back to the base. He at first was called safe, but this would later be overturned, helping the Padres turn a first and second one-out scenario into a two-out man-on-second one. The Padres would eventually go on to win this game by just 2 runs, making this mistake hurt that much worse. What do you guys think? Is this the most embarrassing moment of the MLB season so far? You almost never see 2 major league teams furious over the same call, but that's exactly what happened in this Padres-Astros game, with some interesting background behind it. In order to properly understand what would come to pass, we first have to rewind back to the 9th inning, when Jose Altuve came up with the man on second base. On the 1-1, he got a fastball inside and grounded the pitch to third for the last out of the frame. Or did he? According to Altuve, and later verified via replay, he'd grounded the ball off his foot, which, per the rules, is an automatic foul ball. But home plate umpire Brendan Miller saw it a different way, and didn't even think to ask for help reviewing the play following. This would end up resulting in Jose getting kicked out of the game after he took off his sock and shoe to show Miller exactly where the ball had made contact with his foot. So, even after they'd taken the lead on a Kyle Tucker RBI single the next inning, tensions were still relatively high between them and the crew. It was then that in the bottom of the 10th, with runners on first and third and 2 outs, Jerks and Profar appeared to get hit by a pitch. Profar immediately reacted, putting both of his hands on his head in disbelief, which seemed to echo the sentiment of his teammates. The Astros, meanwhile, weren't convinced that Jerkson had even been hit by a pitch, so they challenged the call, before miraculously seeing it go unreversed. So, what's the reasoning behind their frustration? For the Padres, it was probably because Profar has been one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball this year in high-leverage situations, slashing a ridiculous 477, 571, 1,045. They wanted him to be the one to take this at bat. The Astros, on the flip side, hated seeing 2 missed calls in 2 innings go against them, especially with one confirmed by replay review somehow. But after everything settled back down, the Astros would end up getting the last laugh, with Manny Machado getting robbed of a hit by Gray Kessinger on a sliding play up the middle. Nevertheless, I'm pretty sure neither squad is going to be quick to greet the umpiring crew before the 3rd game of the series.
I made a video a couple weeks back exploring how a player like Luis Arraez, who literally won the NL batting crown in 2024, could still be among the least valuable everyday players in Major League Baseball, in large part due to his poor fielding and running metrics and underwhelming OPS numbers. However, even with me obviously still standing behind that video, this isn't to say he isn't a talented hitter, especially when it comes to one specific thing, that he is not only the best at currently in the big leagues, but among the best of the last 30 years. And that is, of course, his ability to avoid strikeouts, which was actually at a personal all-time high this past season. How ridiculous was his performance in this regard, you might ask? Well, do you know how many players have struck out under 30 times in a season since 1995, in which they took over 650 plate appearances? 3, being Tony Gwynn, Arraez, and Juan Pierre. Gwynn, in a season that literally saw him place 6th in MVP voting while batting .372, struck out just 28 times in 651 plate appearances. Insane, right? Well, Luis struck out just 29 times himself, and in 21 more plate appearances, with 672. Now, this isn't to say that Luis was on the level of Gwynn overall, as he certainly wasn't, but that's still absolutely crazy to think. Consider some of the players we've seen over the last 30 years that were near savants at making contact. Ichiro Suzuki, Placido Polanco, Mark Grace, Nomar Garciaparra. Among those players, nobody was able to equal this level of strikeout aversion that Arraez was in 2024, with only Pierre being able to get there post-Gwynn. Shout out to him as well, by the way. He certainly was a little underrated during his time. So all of that's already pretty crazy, right? But it doesn't end there. There are 2 other principal stats we can look at bats per strikeout and whiff percentage, the former of which we can track all the way back to 1995, while the latter is unfortunately only available post-2015 due to the fact that it's tracked by StatCast. So where does Arraez's 2024 rank in at-bats per strikeout over the past 30 years? Well, as hard as this might seem to believe, he actually is first, at a ridiculous 22.0 at-bats per strikeout. For reference, that Juan Pierre season I just mentioned is second at 21.3, and Tony Gwynn in that 1997 season comes in just behind that at 21.1. That's right, not only did he post the top mark in this regard over the last 30 years, among hitters who played full seasons, but he did so by almost a full at-bat per K. Just ridiculous. What is almost equally as crazy is his performance when it comes to whiff percentage, and not just over this past year. Sure, his mark in 2024 of just 6.9% in this regard set the recorded record, being tops in the league by a full 1.3%. But the next 2 highest entries on this list besides this are also owned by him, with his mark of 7.1 in 2022 being second, and his 7.9 in 2023 being third. No one else has actually managed to post a season under 8 but him since they started tracking this. I want to reiterate, last year he had a sub-7 mark. So again, while I do want to say I stand behind my video of him overall not being a very valuable player in 2024, this isn't to say he can't rebound in 2025, as he had back-to-back exemplary seasons preceding last year on both the traditional and advanced fronts. But regardless of his production next year, we do know one thing for sure. He will not be striking out. Bryce Harper is no stranger to getting ejected, then blowing his lid, even going as far as to literally throw his helmet into the stands last year after a call by Angel Hernandez set him off. However, just a few months back, something incredible happened. Harper got ejected in the middle of a calm conversation, in a perfect example of an umpire trying to steal the spotlight. Facing Colorado in the top of the first inning, Harper took a 0-1 low, only to see home plate umpire Brian Walsh called a strike. Harper was obviously frustrated by this, giving him an incredulous look, but not even saying anything. He would strike out in the next pitch, which only added fuel to his growing fire. Nevertheless, he seemed pretty calm when discussing the issue with Walsh, repeating multiple times, "That was low." And while my lip reading isn't on John Boy's level, it was clear nothing really inflammatory was said. Yet Walsh, without even a single word of warning, tossed Bryce out. Harper didn't even really look mad following, just confused. The same could not be said for his manager Rob Thompson. In my opinion, this was obviously a crazy thing to do, not just based on what Bryce did, but the circumstance in which he did it. It was literally the first inning. It's not like you've been heckled the whole game by the team he plays for, or by him specifically. It was clear Walsh did this to send a message, and sent the face of the Phillies to the locker room early as a result. Just straight embarrassing. Elly De La Cruz has made quite an impression on the baseball world since he made his debut back in 2023, combining insane raw pop with some excellent fielding and some of the fastest wheels we've ever seen in the major leagues, helping him to swipe a ridiculous 102 bases through his first 258 games. As such, it's felt almost impossible to get this guy trying to steal, but that's exactly what Padres catcher Elias Diaz just did, and in one of the more athletic ways you'll ever see from a catcher. Facing the Reds in the third inning of a 3-0 game, Michael King delivered an 0-1 to Austin Hayes, who swung through the pitch. It was then that Elly, on first base, decided to take off for second on a delayed steal, leaving Diaz with only one option: throw from one knee without being able to generate any momentum going towards second, and he did just that, firing a strike right on the bag to catch De La Cruz fairly easily. Just look at that again. What an insane and, in that situation, necessary play. Honestly, it probably shouldn't be too surprising that Diaz was able to do this, considering he finished last year with an 87th percentile pop time of just 1.9 seconds, a number in the top 10 in Major League Baseball overall. Still, this has to be one of the best plays from a catcher I've seen in spring training this season, and as such, I certainly believe it was worth revisiting. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Do the Padres have a real chance at making the playoffs this year? Or do you think that, after a meager off-season, they'll probably end up being on the outside looking in? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. I've done a lot of hating on TBS broadcasts this postseason, and in my opinion, for good reason. I could probably recap them for a solid hour, but I'll just leave it at this call.
Line drive, base hit to center field. It was smothered out there. I don't know if it was caught.
It was caught.
Oh my gosh.
And this camera work. With that being said, we've since graduated into the Yankees-Guardians series with a seemingly different production crew, and things have gotten miles better, especially in relation to the main broadcaster, who went from a, let's say, less than interesting to listen to Bob Costas to a simply electric Brian Anderson. And this was never more clear than in Game 3, when he had some of the most iconic calls of the entire postseason, starting when the Yankees hit back-to-back game-tying, then go-ahead home runs in the 8th inning. Give this a listen.
Ready for a 1-2. Here he comes. Judge, line drive, right field, hit well, and it is up and out! Judge has homered! A home run to Kerry Carpenter. That ball's hit well, deep center field. Way back there, Giancarlo Stanton! A home run! Judge and Stanton go back to back!
Awesome, right? Finally, an announcer was able to accurately represent these epic moments. But even these would pale in comparison, at least in my opinion, to his best call of the entire night, when Big Christmas John Kenzie Noel stepped up with 2 outs in the 9th inning.
Oh! Oh my goodness! Big Christmas has tied it! The ultimate present under the tree!
Not only the energy, but the little quip at the end, just perfect. And wouldn't you know it, just an inning later, in the bottom of the 10th, when David Fry stepped up, we would get the goods yet again.
Fry, deep drive, left field, Fry's watching, it is a walk-off home run! David Fry lights up the Cleveland night!
That right there is why I wanted to make this video. There's a lot of negativity that goes around in the baseball content space, and I get it. There's negative stuff that happens every day, and people find that stuff really interesting. But I just wanted to take a second to inject some positivity and point out something I really enjoyed. In that vein, thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you have a spectacular rest of your day, and a very fun remainder of the postseason. Most baseball fans will predominantly pay attention to superstars, whether that be on their own team or around the league in general. But another type of player that commonly gets overlooked, except for by fans of their respective team generally, are the utility guys.
While the ascension of role players like Ben Zobrist in recent years has definitely brought more of a national spotlight to them, they still remain highly underrated, as this skill of being able to play multiple positions on any given night, sometimes even in the same night, is hard to properly quantify. It was recently when I was thinking about this I found myself asking a question: who in MLB right now is the most versatile player, capable of appearing at the most positions around the field? And I do believe I've found an answer in postseason legend Kike Hernandez. While we could talk at length about his 15 career postseason home runs and 874 OPS, today's video is about versatility, right? And nobody last year in the regular season was more versatile than Kike, who played at least 50 innings at every major league position besides right field, catcher, and obviously pitcher, which we'll elaborate a little bit more on later. That's right, he was everywhere else. And what's more, he performed very well in the field while doing so, tallying 5 DRS in total along with 1 fielding run value. In order to attempt to properly capture this, I want to go position by position and look at some of his best plays, starting at first base, where he was able to rob Jackson Holliday of a knock on a quick step and a dive, before tracking down a flare off the bat of Dalton Varsho into shallow right, certainly tapping into some of those outfield chops in the process. At second base, it was much of the same story, with him showing off his soft hands on this 100-mile-per-hour plus liner that he made look easy, as well as throwing an absolute strike to the plate on a relay throw from the right field corner. Tell me that doesn't look like a full-time middle infielder. Maybe his most impressive play of the entire video, however, would come at shortstop, where he slid to grab this ground ball up the middle before, in one motion, popping to his feet and throwing a strike to first base, getting a fairly fast runner in the process, in Ceddanne Rafaela. He's also capable of going to the hole and showing off his exceptionally strong arm, as he did here versus the Tigers, when he calmly collected his ball on the outfield grass before launching a throw to first to easily get the runner. While his best play may have come at short, his highest quantity of highlight reel plays came at third base, where he played the majority of his time, registering 60 of his 107 starts out there. In that time, he managed to make all manner of impressive plays, including ones of the diving variety, leaping ones, and even a couple barehanded ones, and he looked extremely natural at the hot corner while doing so, all along the way. Let's move to the outfield now, where we get to see his impressive displays in limited time in left field, where he threw up one of the more impressive diving catches of the Dodgers' entire season, with this full extension grab to rob Matt Chapman of a certain double. In a second play versus the Giants, he would also run down this fly ball on the warning track in left center. But his work in the outfield didn't stop there, as he managed to make this very similar diving catch to his play in left, as well as this racing grab onto the warning track, which he caught at such an angle that it forced him to look away at the last second, turning this play into one of the more impressive no-look catches of 2024. But wait, you thought that was where his versatility ended? Just with, significant playing time at 6 out of the 9 major league positions in one season? Of course not. He also threw 4 1/3 innings on the mound, giving up 5 hits and just 2 runs in the process, lobbing 50-mile-per-hour bowling balls up there that the opposing batters had a hell of a time trying to time up. Just for fun, he also did unleash one 85-mile-per-hour pitch as well versus the Diamondbacks, just to show that he could. I do want to note as well that while last year he didn't appear in even a single game in right field, he has managed to do so in 79 other games throughout his career. This means that, as of now, the only position Kike hasn't appeared in on a major league field is catcher, making him, in my opinion, the perfect candidate to succeed Andrew Romine for the next late season playing all positions in one 9-inning game stunt. But even if this never comes to pass, this still doesn't take away from the fact that Kike Hernandez is Major League Baseball's most versatile player as of now.
Brendan Ryan at his peak could do a lot of cool things on a baseball field, which allowed him to rack up 15 career WAR, much of it due to his insane fielding that netted him 4 straight seasons from 2009 to 2012 with over 20 defensive runs saved. But oddly enough, that's not the main reason I remember him. He's also responsible for the only instance I've ever seen of a player having a legitimate case for an infield triple, and perhaps even more bizarrely, on a play that began as a routine ground ball. Ryan was facing the A's when he grounded a breaking ball deep into the hole at short. Eric Sogard did everything he could to throw him out, including this little juggling thing, but Brendan was simply too fast. It was then that the chaos would ensue, as Ryan realized that nobody was covering the bag at second, with the second baseman instead backing up first. So, he took the base. But the play somehow wasn't over yet, as Ryan then saw that the third baseman who came over to cover the bag had left third vacated. So, he raced there, making it safely on a slide, registering what I think could have been MLB's only legit triple on a routine ground ball to the shortstop. Unfortunately, since scorekeepers can be Scrooges, this wouldn't be the case, as this ended up being ruled an infield single with 2 fielders' choices. But regardless, I still think this play is among the most bizarre instances of base running I've ever seen.
Jose Altuve just registered a viral blooper in left field when he came in on a fly ball, angled himself under it, and then saw it clang off his mitt and roll into foul territory. The play obviously looked terrible, but it wasn't very unique, right? I mean, we saw Aaron Judge make a similar looking play last year in the World Series, the biggest stage possible. Yet, again, this obviously isn't the worst catch attempt you've ever seen. He just took his eye off the ball for a second more than likely. But this Altuve play did get me wondering, what is the worst catch attempt in recorded MLB history?
Well, after doing a little backtracking through a number of plays, I've come to this one, from current-day DH Marcell Ozuna, or as you might know him, Ozuna from the Braves, who made the most laughable, ugliest catch attempt I've, and you've, probably ever seen. Facing the Dodgers in the 8th inning of a 2019 game, Mike Mayers delivered a hanging slider to Kike Hernandez, who flied the ball deep in the air towards left field. Ozuna raced back on it, thinking the ball was going to clear the fence by a decent margin, only to see it die on the warning track with him already perched on the fence itself, with him hurtling back towards the ground in a desperate attempt to catch the ball before seeing it bounce off the dirt and over the fence. Just look at the slow-mo on that play. I don't know if I've ever seen an outfielder underestimate the trajectory of a fly ball in a manner that extreme. And the thing that's craziest to me is that it was nighttime in St. Louis. It's not like this was Wrigley with the crazy wind blowing in. This was just his outright misunderstanding of where the ball was going. So we can agree this was exceptionally embarrassing, right? But what's even more bizarre to me is that this is the second time he had registered a play like this, with him doing nearly the exact same thing a year before, when he drastically underestimated this fly ball off the wall versus the Brewers, only with this time him not falling to the ground on his catch attempt, instead staying Spider-Man across the top of the fence. It too looked hilarious, and even got a laugh out of hitter Jesus Aguilar, but again, I don't think it was quite as bad as that play versus the Dodgers. That was, in my opinion, the worst catch attempt in recorded Major League Baseball history. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Are you good with Ozuna still playing in the big leagues? Or does something about it rub you the wrong way, considering what he's been suspended for in the past? I'm curious to hear your answers on this. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Listen, I'm fully aware that in the last week or so I've made 2 different videos on Juan Soto, but in my opinion they were on separate, interesting aspects of his performance, with the first one being concerned with potentially his weakest throw ever, and the second one being on his lack of hustle during the last game of the New York series. And while there has been other little mini-narratives swirling since, I didn't want to keep throwing fuel on the fire, consistently dunking on him or something. But he just registered a contest that I absolutely have to talk about, because it was one of the weirder things I've seen this season on a major league field. Facing Garrett Crochet in the first inning with a runner on second, Juan began his day by taking a cutter over the low and outside corner, a pitch he certainly didn't seem to like, but was a strike. Crochet followed this with a sinker that was solidly in the zone at 97, a pitch you'll see a lot of guys do damage on. It was on the 0-2 that our first real questionable decision was made, when he took this cutter right down the middle of the plate. He was back up in the 3rd inning, this time with nobody on, and immediately got off to a better start by taking a cutter inside. Crochet followed this with a sweeper that got a called strike at the bottom of the zone. This brings us to our second eyebrow-raising moment, when on the 1-1 he again took a cutter nearly right down the center of the plate. A little bit low, but certainly another pitch you'll see him crushing at his best. One offering later and he had been retired for the 2nd straight time, being called out on a fastball solidly in the zone. This means that, to this point, he had seen 7 pitches from Crochet, and had offered at exactly 0 of them. Maybe this influenced his next at-bat a bit, as he was hacking away to lead off the 6th, grounding this poorly placed cutter weakly foul behind the plate. Then, for some reason, took another pitch in essentially the same spot, getting him down 0-2, before making it 3 straight at-bats with a strikeout by waving at a sweeper nowhere close. This just isn't the type of at-bat you're used to seeing from Juan Soto. His second to last AB would come in the biggest moment he had been in so far, with the bases loaded and 1 out, and an opportunity to drive in an important insurance run. He wisely took the first pitch away for a ball before fouling off a sinker. On the 1-1, he would manage to put his only ball in play of the entire night, a deep drive to center field that managed to go for a sac fly. But in case you thought this new free-swinging Soto was going to take his last at-bat in the 9th inning, think again, as he would proceed to have a 6-pitch at-bat where he offered at exactly 0 of them. That made 3 plate appearances on the night where he had taken 0 swings. What's more, over the course of this game, he had taken 9 called strikes, which is just 1 off of his career high of 10 set back in 2018 versus the Braves. But there was one massive difference between this performance and that one. He did manage to hit a home run in his first at-bat of that night, helping to offset all of those taken strikes. Meanwhile, in this contest versus Boston, he only even managed to put the ball in play once, and while it was productive, it certainly wasn't anywhere near close to being as valuable as a home run. That's why I think I'd consider this the most passive game of his career to this point. Like I did with the last video, I want to end this with a declaration that I really hope he can turn this around sooner rather than later, as I personally want to see the same Hall of Fame level Soto that we have in years past, for at least the next 5 to 10 years, before we get into the twilight of that massive...
So far in 2025, we've seen a number of errors. This is normal, right? Including some that guys probably aren't going to be making 2 to 3 months from now as they settle into their routines and knock the rust off a bit. That's not saying that these haven't been consequential, some of them have been, but again, they're to be expected. But what certainly isn't predictable at any time of the year are brain freezes. Plays so hard to decipher that they hurt your head to watch. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday in the Tigers-Mariners game, and it cost one team dearly by the end of the contest. Facing 9-hole hitter J.P. Crawford, Detroit ace Terry Skubal managed to induce a weak ground ball to the right side on a sinker, where Colt Keith, his second baseman, inexplicably spun to throw to second with 2 outs before having to throw it to first, resulting in it being laid and Crawford reaching. Just watch that play again. It's hard to even break down. Did he not know there were 2 outs? Why didn't he just throw it to second when he seemed like he was posturing to do so and he still had a little time? Furthermore, why did he spin on that play when normally you'll see a guy just grab it and throw statically? Just completely mind-boggling. And perhaps what's worse is that literally on the next pitch, Victor Robles would crush a hanging changeup with the ball just eluding the leaping effort of the center fielder, resulting in a 2-run double. It would take Skubal an additional 7 pitches after this to get out of the frame, taxing the lefty en route to him only being able to throw 5 2/3 innings. And even though Detroit was able to rally back to score 2 runs a couple frames later, the Seattle bullpen and Luis Castillo would combine to close things down, despite a somewhat tumultuous 9th inning. This means those 2 runs, which were somehow earned by the way, because this play was considered a single, ended up being the difference between a Tigers win and a tough loss, which could end up being consequential by season's end if the AL Central stays as congested as we think it may be, given the semi-equal level of talent across the top 4 teams in the division. Now, I want to ask you guys a question. Which team in the Central do you think is going to emerge as the frontrunner? And which, if any, of the other squads do you see making a wild card, as both Detroit and Kansas City managed to do last year? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Since making his debut in 2011, Jose Altuve has been an amazing hitter, as well as having some of the most clutch postseason moments in recent history. However, something he's never been is a decent fielder. During his time in the big leagues, he's managed to rack up -69 DRS, the worst total in Major League history for a second baseman, while also throwing up 3 separate seasons with a -1 DWAR or lower. This defensive ineptitude was never more obvious than during a game versus the Athletics back in 2020, when he proceeded to make 4 blunders in one game, including 3 in one inning. He led off his day by making an errant throw on a Matt Chapman ground ball up the middle. The official scorer called this a hit, and since it was a tough play, we'll cut him some slack. The same cannot be said for the next 3, however, all of which were tallied in the 6th inning. First, he let a ground ball go past him off the bat of Marcus Semien. How that ball in that position is considered a hit by an official scorer is just beyond me. He followed that up with letting a throw go past him into center field. On this play, the catcher Dustin Garneau was given the error, despite Altuve obviously having a really good chance to at least grab that throw. And lastly, in what was registered as the only official error of the entire game, Matt Olson popped a fly ball down the right field line that Altuve misjudged. Ironically, this ended up being the only play that resulted in an out, as Mark Canha made a wide turn around third base, ended up being tagged going back to the bag. Still, 4 missed plays in one game, with perhaps 3 that should have resulted in a sure error, is most definitely what I'd call a game to forget. Mike Trout has had to make a pretty big adjustment moving from center to right field in order to cut down on his injuries. Completely different spins, angles, and navigating the ball have created a set of complications that have forced him to, at times, look a little bit like a, pardon the expression, fish out of water. But one of the things he also hasn't had to deal with so far in his career before this year are fans in the stands trying to strip batted balls away from him. But he just had an experience with this today versus the Astros. Facing Yainer Diaz in the bottom of the 2nd inning, Chase Anderson was able to induce a fly ball down the right field line. Trout cut over and tracked it before making a leap up against the wall, securing the catch, before seeing the ball be stripped out of his hands by an Astros fan. I want you to take a look at the replay here. The ball is solidly in his mitt before it is taken out by that fan on his way back down. This to me looks very similar to the Mookie Betts play that the broadcast would show later on, when this absolute ding-dong from New York ripped his own foul ball from the mitt of the Dodgers superstar, showing zero remorse afterwards. But at least they immediately called this for fan interference. Somehow, you can't say the same about this call, as after the play was reviewed, it was confirmed as a foul. Now, what I've seen some people say online is that it touched the fan's hand first, so you can't assume the catch. But look again. It was in the pocket of Trout's glove, solidly, before the trash-banging apologist managed to tear it out. In my opinion, that's certainly fan interference, but I am curious. What do you guys think? Would you have overturned that call or not? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. One of the things that usually comes with a bad call is essentially an acceptance from the team and broadcasting crew that benefited, with them usually staying quiet courtesy of the fact that everyone has calls that both go against them and for them at different times. But there have been a few circumstances where the calls were so egregious that even the opposing broadcasters have been mortified by it, and we just got a recent example of this in a game between the A's and Mets. Jose Leclerc was on the mound versus New York in the top of the 8th, down by 3 runs. After retiring the first batter on a weak ground ball back to the mound, Tyrone Taylor would lace a fastball deep to right, a ball that would end up getting just over the head of Lawrence Butler, who probably didn't take the best angle on it, resulting in a runner being on third base with just 1 out. It would be then that on a 0-1 count to the next batter, Luis Angel Acuna, Leclerc would pick towards third base, probably trying to keep Taylor close, but almost immediately the umpire at third signaled a balk, prompting this response from the Mets broadcasting crew.
And a pickoff try at third. It picked off the third baseman. Urshela was not there, and they call a balk. It's a balk. It's not a balk. It's not a balk. I think they're saying because Urshela wasn't holding the bag. That's a bad call by Nick Marley, I think.
If you didn't already know that that was the away broadcast, you probably could be easily convinced that those were Oakland's play-by-play guys because of how mortified they were instantaneously. And I totally understand why. While it was theorized that the umpires called this because the third baseman wasn't close enough to the bag, I struggle to see where that was true, as he literally only had to take 2 steps to get within reach of potentially tagging the runner. And yeah, while he may not have looked like he was the most aware, that could have totally been part of the play. You just can't know for sure. Either way, this wouldn't go on to matter all that much, considering that Acuna would single later on in the AB, and the Mets overall would knock in a few more additional runs before finally ending the game 8-0. Still, like I said, it is rare when you have opposing announcers rallying against calls that benefit their team, so I thought it was worth pointing out. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Should this have been a balk, or do you agree with the Mets broadcasters that it was a bad call? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
I made a video during the NLDS between the Padres and Dodgers about how Shohei Ohtani got more frustrated than we've ever seen him at this play specifically, when an umpire unintentionally blocked a ball from going down the left field line, resulting in Ohtani getting thrown out at home. But since he had this outburst in the dugout, and pretty quickly, this almost certainly wasn't the closest he's ever been to getting thrown out of a game. As, well, yes, he's never been kicked out of a major league contest yet, this isn't to say he hasn't been extremely frustrated with calls on pitches well out of the strike zone, including one night in Houston back in 2020, when his manager arguably had to save him from getting kicked out with an outburst of his own. With the Angels ahead 8-4 in the 6th inning, Ohtani took a 3-2 pitch well low, and I do mean low, but for some reason home plate umpire Clinton Vondrack decided to call it a strike anyway, robbing Shohei of a walk and the Angels of a bases loaded not out situation. Immediately upon witnessing the call, you can actually hear a chorus of voices shout "no," one of which I'm pretty sure is Ohtani.
The payoff. Walked him. Oh, call strike 3. Are you kidding me?
On top of this, he actually put his hands on his hips and proceeded to stare down the home plate umpire for a second. But before anything more drastic could happen, Joe Maddon, the Angels' then skipper, started screaming himself, drawing the attention away from the superstar long enough for him to make his way around the umpire and back to the dugout, even with some, let's say, less than optimal body language. Maddon, of course, would get himself kicked out, but it did seem like he accomplished his goal before he left, of both letting the umpiring crew know exactly how he felt about them and making sure to keep Ohtani in the game. But it is in my opinion that if it wasn't for Joe hopping in here, we very well could have seen Shohei's first career ejection, especially on a night that Vondrack missed 17 separate calls, building tension in both dugouts simultaneously. In a way, I almost wish it would have happened. It sucks to see ejections of star players, but I kinda want to know what his reaction specifically would have been to being kicked out. He's always even-keeled and pretty respectful. What would that have looked like? And with that being said, I want to leave you the question. Do you think Ohtani gets kicked out in 2025? And if so, what do you think that's going to look like? Let me know in the comments below.
It might only be a couple weeks into the season, but we're already seeing the same Chicago White Sox as last year, who came into yesterday's game with a 2-8 record, with 6 straight losses in tow. But among those dropped games were mostly predictable outcomes, right? From not scoring any runs, to seeing their pitching get blown out, to the tune of allowing 7 or more runs in a game 4 times already. But they had yet to have a truly heartbreaking loss. But this would change in a major way versus the Guardians. Facing elite closer Emmanuel Clase, Chicago saw their first 2 batters of the inning reach on singles, with the second one coming off the bat of veteran Mike Tauchman. Keep this in mind, it'll be important later. Following a Luis Robert strikeout on a nasty cutter away, Andrew Vaughn would manage to draw a walk, loading the bases with just 1 out. One Austin Slater strikeout later, and the White Sox were officially on their dying breath. But that was when Miguel Vargas ambushed a Class A cutter on the first pitch of his at-bat, grounding it just through the hole between third and short into left field, with Tauchman racing from second attempting to tie the game. But it would be then that he would pull up with some kind of leg injury, basically limping towards home, easily being tagged out. What the hell happened here? Well, according to a report after the game, Tauchman had blown out his hamstring as he came around third, resulting in him getting placed in the 10-day IL directly after the game. This rendered his legs basically non-existent, allowing Austin Hedges to easily tag out the outfielder to end the game. This has to be one of the more unlucky ways you can even possibly lose a game, as, while it certainly was no foregone conclusion he was going to score on this, he had basically zero chance the second he felt that pull in his leg. Frankly, it's hard not to feel pity for a team that at that point had lost 7 straight games, and with their loss today, 8. All I can say is that things aren't looking very good on the South side for the rest of 2025, as it's certainly possible they may be even worse than their 2024 iteration. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Are they going to have a worse record than last year's squad, or do you think they eke out more than 41 wins? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. During Game 2 of the recent Mets-Red Sox series, Walker Buehler was ejected after he questioned a call from home plate umpire Mike Estabrook that concerned this pitch being called a ball. What pissed a lot of people off in the baseball space was the fact that Estabrook literally started approaching the mound in one of the more classless moves you'll see from a game caller. But instead of focusing on that right now, I want to point your attention to this moment, which was almost the direct opposite of this, when an umpire not only admitted he got a call wrong, but took full responsibility for it. Laz Diaz was behind the plate in a 5-1 game in the 9th when Christian Campbell got in the box. Campbell took a fastball outside before fouling another heater off to the right. It was on the 1-1, he would take this slider that wasn't really close for a called strike, with Christian displaying this pretty spirited reaction before asking for time and leaving the box. Diaz then, instead of ridiculing the young righty, put his hands on his knees and said the following. Now, if you couldn't quite make that out, he said, "That's on me, Christian. Hey, that's on me," acknowledging that he messed up the call and that he knew he did so only seconds after the initial pitch. This is just pure class to me. Umpires are humans, right? They're gonna make mistakes, but when they don't make some kind of big display of their ego and instead just admit they messed up, that's when they really endear themselves to me. As for the rest of the at-bat, Campbell would not end up taking another hack, drawing a leadoff walk after a number of additional offerings missed by sizable amounts. 3 batters later, however, the game was over, with the Mets emerging victorious 5-1. Though I would argue that, along with New York, another major winner here was Laz, who probably did a lot to raise his image in baseball circles with an impressive display of humility and accountability. It's been no secret that the White Sox have been one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball history to begin 2024, racking up at one point 21 straight losses and currently being on an 11-game losing streak, their third such streak of double-digit losses this year. In fact, they're on track to break the all-time Major League loss record in the modern era of 120 games set by the New York Mets, being that they're currently at 108 with a month left to play. With a resume like that of just straight ineptitude, it's obvious that some moments are going to manage to embody what abject struggle feels like on the Major League stage, including this image of Miguel Vargas after just being traded to the squad, which went viral a few weeks back. However, perhaps no single moment captures the energy of their season quite as well as when they were recently robbed of a walk-off home run with 1 out in the 9th.
Versus the Rangers, they had runners on first and second, with lefty Andrew Chafin on the mound when former big-time power prospect Andrew Vaughn stepped in. He got behind 1-2 before this happened.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Vaughn lifts it high in the air, deep to left, going back! Oh, he made the catch, couldn't miss.
The brief rise in energy, hoping that for just one game the squad could put together something positive, only to have it snatched away in one of the most brutal ways possible. This, for me, easily cements it as one of the saddest calls you're ever going to hear, and easily the saddest call of the MLB season so far. Major League Baseball is one of the few sports where you don't have to be insanely athletic at a minimum to play it, which definitely results in some guys with, let's call it ample physiques, or just outright inabilities to accelerate at a decent level, having jobs for long periods of time. But who among these feed and molasses fellows is the absolute slowest in the major leagues today? Let me introduce you to Martin Maldonado, who not only took the cake last year as the worst hitter in Major League Baseball, with a downright gag-inducing slash line of 119, 174, 230, but also registered the slowest wheels in the sport for anybody with over 20 competitive runs, with a sprint speed of just 23.1 feet per second. For some context, Giancarlo Stanton, a guy that registered multiple moments this postseason of jaw-dropping slowness, is a full 1.5 feet per second faster than that at 24.6. So let's get into some of the slowest plays he took part in last year so we can get a sense of what speed like that actually looks like. Let's start first with perhaps his single biggest lowlight in this regard, the time he was thrown out at home plate by the Twins on this fly ball to the gap off the bat of Tommy Pham. Look at how long that ball was in the air before it bounced off the wall and away from the center fielder, and then not even an off-target 2-bounce throw from Carlos Correa could allow Maldonado to score, as after replay it was confirmed that the catcher had indeed successfully tagged him out, on a play that absolutely everybody would have expected him to be easily safe on, probably standing up. Next up, let's examine 3 separate times he was robbed of hits as a result of his lack of get up and get 'em, with the first one coming at the hands of Mason Wynn, when he managed to make a sliding grab deep in the hole at shortstop, bounce up, and then make a one-hop throw to first base to get Maldonado by plenty. I'm not saying he wouldn't have thrown out another runner, but he would have had to hurry much more so, making it far less likely. The same can be said of Gio Urshela on our next play, when he made a jumping throw from behind the third base coach's box to first base that again managed to get Martin by plenty. That throw was so high and slow you might even be able to find a pot of gold under that rainbow. But neither one of these saw the lack of urgency that was present in this play by Willie Castro, when he literally fell to his knees fielding this ground ball at short, then calmly from said knees flipped a 2-hop throw to first base to still get our titular character. He knew exactly how much time he had, which is to say, nearly all the time in the world. As you'd probably expect, legs like these would find him grounding into way too many double plays as well, including some downright insane ones, like on these 3 separate occasions I'm showing you now, where probably every other runner in Major League Baseball besides him would have at least made it close at first base, including on the last play where Isaac Paredes, who has one of the worst throwing arms in baseball, had to make an off-balance toss to second base to get the runner there before still having enough time to get Maldy at first. I want to finish off this video now with the play he actually didn't get thrown out on, this single versus the Guardians that saw him line this ball down the left field line on 3 bounces before being fielded by Steven Kwan on the track, who got it in his second, where Maldonado was nowhere to be found. When you can't get a double off a 3-hopper to a fence 325 feet away from home plate, you know that your wheels are missing more than a little tread. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Is Maldonado done, or do you think he tries to come back for another season in 2025? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Javier Baez has had one hell of a comeback season so far for the Tigers, slashing 286, 321, 468, with a 122 OPS plus and 16 extra base hits in just 45 games, in comparison to 18 and 80 last year. What's more, he's been absolutely elite defensively, with a fielding run value in the 82nd percentile at 3 to go along with 0.4 D-WAR. I say all this to preface that he probably isn't in a trigger-happy place right now where he'd be willing to get ejected at the drop of a hat, perhaps giving some insight as to why he was so furious upon getting ejected during yesterday's game, probably being the angriest we've ever seen him on a baseball field. It was in the 5th inning of a 1-0 ball game when Hayden Birdsong delivered this nasty curveball below the zone, only to see it get called strike 3. Now, for a guy who's been prone to swinging at pitches like this for years now, having this called against him had to be especially frustrating, which seemingly resulted in him saying something to Phil Cuzzi as he was leaving the box. Apparently, this was too far for the home plate ump, who then booted the veteran righty. This sent Baez into an absolute rage, having to be restrained by Gleyber Torres and Joey Cora with everything they had to not allow him to get close to the game caller, who was then actively in conversation with manager AJ Hinch. Just look at how frustrated he is here. You rarely see players get that heated. And the replay really does justify how bad of a call this was. But it turns out after the game, when asked about the whole situation, it wasn't even the call that Javi was the most frustrated with, saying, quote, "I only said, I'm looking for that pitch. It's not a bleeping strike. That's the only thing I said." And then he said, "Don't point at it. Walk out." And then I said, "What do you mean walk out? I'm asking you something." And then he just
do me out. It's funny to see this kind of umpire pride issue just a few days after one of the cooler moments we saw this season in the exact opposite direction, when Laz Diaz literally apologized for missing a call in a similar spot as the one to Baez. I think we'd all love to see a little bit more of that, and a little bit less of quick trigger Phil over here, who robbed Javier of what would have been only his 6th walk of the year so far.
Yordan Ventura might very well have thrown one of the easiest 100-mile-per-hour fastballs in Major League Baseball history, rarely if ever seeming to exert himself 100% even while topping triple digits. And while this might not have led to an abundance of strikeouts, it certainly led to some crazy individual moments, like on this one when he threw perhaps the easiest 94-mile-per-hour pitch I've ever seen. Facing the Orioles back in 2015, Ventura was trailing 4-1 with 2 outs in the 4th when Nolan Reimold crushed a 96-mile-per-hour fastball back up the middle and off his hand. Alcides Escobar tried to make a crazy spinning play, but ended up Javier Baezing a solid 10 feet over the bag. This meant that the now shaken up Ventura would have to pitch from the stretch, but it certainly wasn't a sure thing that he would even be able to continue, as he climbed back on the mound, vigorously shaking his hand. After a couple moments of review from the medical staff, someone suggested he throw a warm-up to see if he would be comfortable continuing to pitch. He signaled fastball, then fired a 94-mile-per-hour heater with the least amount of effort I've ever seen. Just look at that. That's maybe, like 80% for him, and coming off of what was more than likely numb fingers? He would end up being able to continue, eventually getting to watch his team rally to a win, with Mike Moustakas himself registering 9 RBIs, en route to a 14-6 final. R.I.P. Yordan, you were gone far too soon, but your legacy still lives on.
We've seen so many triple play oddities over the years, including an unassisted one to end a game, and 2 being turned in the same contest, in the exact same way. However, what we've never seen is what happened in this Braves-Red Sox contest, at least in the modern major leagues. First, a flare was hit to shallow center that Michael Harris tracked down on the run. He then flipped to first for 2, where Matt Olson then made a one-hop throw to Austin Riley to complete the 8-3-5 triple play. This was as impressive for the Braves as it was horrible for the Red Sox, as that has to be some of the worst base running I've ever seen. Now, admittedly, this has happened before, in a game way back in 1884, but being as organized baseball wasn't even called Major League Baseball back then, and, the slider wasn't even invented yet, I'm going to choose to view that as more of a novelty than a precedent. The Red Sox would end up coming back from this truly odd play, with starting pitcher Nick Pivetta throwing 5 innings of 1-run baseball with 5 Ks, and rookie Masataka Yoshida punctuating the rout with a 2-run home run in the 8th inning, helping Boston to a win against the current best team in baseball by a final score of 7-1. We've been able to more closely track the movements of base runners with StatCast since 2015, and as such, we've gotten a better understanding of who exactly is elite speed-wise, and who's more so just a really good base runner, with indeed a few guys being both. But these newer metrics allowing us this deeper understanding begs a different question. Who is the absolute fastest player in modern recorded MLB history? And while you might think it's somebody like Trey Turner or even an Elly De La Cruz, who both managed to lead MLB in sprint speed at various points, it's actually the Kansas City Royals superstar Bobby Witt Jr., with his career sprint speed of 30.4 feet per second. That's 0.2 ahead of both Turner and De La Cruz, and 0.1 ahead of surprising second-place finisher Bubba Thompson. With this being said, what does this exceptional speed allow him to do as a player? Let's start first with 3 fairly simple ground balls that he was able to turn into hits. 1 to second base, 1 to third, and then 1 to shortstop, where this speed really got to shine, as literally nothing Javier Baez did on this ball was incorrect. No momentary pauses, no small juggles, he just straight got beat by the all-time great wheels of Witt. But it's not just hits he can beat out using this superpower, he can also take extra bases, as evidenced here on this double to center field, which could not have been a more routine single. Sure, there was a little bit of a bobble out there, but almost nobody else was going to even try this play, let alone make it, barely beating a one-hop strike. We can also see evidence of this elite running speed in the fact he's been able to tally a ridiculous 28 triples through just 3 seasons in the big leagues, which has him tied for 20th among active players, despite playing less than half the seasons of everybody else in front of him. And you can see why in this B-roll. Every one of these 3 baggers could have easily been 2 for most other players, but Witt knows when to push the issue with his crazy get up and get 'em, which makes it even more valuable, as evidenced by his 21 base running runs per StatCast since he made his debut in 2022, which is second best in all of Major League Baseball, ranking ahead of players like Trey Turner and Ronald Acuna Jr. His fielding is obviously positively impacted as well, helping him to race down pop-ups and chase down ground balls that most players couldn't even dream of getting to, helping him to post the 3rd best fielding run value for a shortstop over the last 2 seasons, at a mark of 22. Just look at this last play, where he made an over-the-shoulder racing grab, spun around, flipped to second, forcing a relay throw to first, turning one of the more impossible-looking double plays in all of 2024. And lastly, I have perhaps the most absurd play of the entire video, when he scored on a sac fly to the second baseman, on a pop-up to shallow center field. Just look at where Miguel Vargas was catching that ball. There's no way that should be turned into a run. But I guess when you're the fastest player in recorded MLB history, that's just the kind of thing you can get away with.
Ever since Matt Waldron made his debut as the first real consistent knuckleballer in the high-level pitch tracking era, he's been setting records, multiple times breaking and then re-breaking the mark for the lowest total spin on a single pitch, while also breaking unofficial velocity records for a knuckleballer as well, reaching upwards of 95 miles per hour on multiple occasions with his fastball and over 84 miles per hour in his knuckleball. But it was during an outing in early August of this year that he tossed a pitch that not only broke the record for the lowest spin rate ever recorded, but may have approached the lowest possible total spins a human can even achieve on a single pitch. Waldron was facing 9-hitter Aaron Schunk in the top of the 3rd inning versus the Rockies. He started off the AB by throwing a run-back sinker for a strike. It was then that he proceeded to throw his signature pitch for a called strike at the edge of the K-zone, with the 75-mile-per-hour offering coming in at just 15 RPM. Shout out Pitching Ninja for the chart here as well. That means this slow-mo contains literal centimeters of spin movement, an amount so small that it's questionable if anyone can ever really get below it, as that's approaching our very measurement capabilities. This has to be one of the most impressive records I think I've ever seen from a pitcher, period. So, how would that at-bat end, you might ask? Well, in typical knuckleball fashion, it wouldn't end predictably, as Schunk ended up lining a single up the middle. But that really wouldn't deter Waldron en route to a 5 1/3 inning performance, giving up just 1 run while striking out 7 hitters. And while yes, his season last year faded down the stretch hard, he definitely showed flashes of how good he could possibly be if he's allowed to keep going out there come 2025. For my part, I would love to see him thrive while continuing to approach or break all of the measurable knuckleball records we have.
There are many records in the fastest pitch, longest home run, or fastest runner categories that are incredibly hard to verify when looking back over the course of baseball history. For example, it's rumored that Josh Gibson hit a home run over 600 feet, and that Nolan Ryan threw a pitch 108 miles an hour, yet we have no way of conclusively verifying either claim. But there are more official catalogs for these records that feature video evidence and at least semi-modern measuring techniques that allow us to, more or less, verify their claims. This prompts many questions in my mind, among them being, what then is the official longest home run in recorded MLB history? To answer this, we have to go back to the 1971 All-Star Game, when Doc Ellis was facing a 25-year-old Reggie Jackson. At this time, Mr. October had yet to establish the postseason legacy that would largely come to define his playing career, but he still had managed to crush 47 home runs 2 years prior, and would go on to finish that season with 32, so, needless to say, his power was still considered prodigious league-wide at the time. Jackson would first take a strike to lead off his at-bat, before fouling off 2 fastballs. On pitch 4, he'd get another heater running away, setting up Ellis perfectly on the 1-2 to try to execute a slider, but execute it he did not, throwing a spinner right down the center of the plate, allowing Reggie to tee off like no one has managed to do since, crushing this ball off the roof in right field at Tiger Stadium, with his blast being officially measured at 539 feet. That's right, you heard me, 539. While Cecil Fielder managed to hit one up on the roof in left over a decade later, left field's distance was slightly shorter than right's at Tiger Stadium, knocking his shot's distance down to a still very impressive 510 feet. Reggie's missile in that 1971 contest is still the longest home run in recorded MLB history that's been able to be successfully verified, though Adam Dunn, over 3 decades later, would come close to breaking the mark when he hit this 535-foot nuke to center field at Great American Ballpark. My only regret in covering Jackson's blast, and for that matter, Fielder's and Dunn's, is the fact that we didn't have StatCast back then. I want to know how hard each of these guys hit their respective shots, as it probably couldn't have been less than 120 miles an hour. Just legendary stuff from an Inner Circle Hall of Famer and 2 of the most deserving Hall of Very Good players as well. The Angels in recent years have had a real pattern of moving guys through their system exceptionally fast. Zach Neto played only 48 games in the minors, Ben Joyce 47, and in what was their most aggressive example of this until just recently, Nolan Shanwell with just 22 games on the farm. There are more examples, but I think you get the point. You'd think they couldn't move guys any faster than this, right? I mean, that's about a spring training's worth of games for Nolan, before having to take at-bats versus guys at the highest level of competition possible, only having just recently got out of college baseball. But the Angels have somehow outdone themselves, moving righty Ryan Johnson, who has pitched in exactly 0 affiliated games, into their bullpen to start the year, where he made his debut in the Angels' 2025 season opener, and it, perhaps predictably, did not play out well for him at all. His night did start off exceptional, especially given the circumstances I just laid out, with him first getting a routine ground ball off the bat of Lennon Sosa to second base, then notching his first career strikeout on a nasty cutter perfectly placed to Corey Lee. He would then leave another cutter right over the center of the plate, but not pay the price, as Jacob Amaya would ground it weakly to shortstop. If this had been where his night ended, it would have been a debut to remember, and maybe given the Angels a little temporary vindication as to why they made the decision they did. But things would unravel in a major way in the 8th inning, starting with a broken bat single to right field on an admittedly well-executed pitch, before Miguel Vargas would hit a ball to almost exactly the same place a little harder. He would settle in to get the next batter, easily the most dangerous in the White Sox lineup, Luis Robert Jr., on a pop fly to second base. Could he manage to get out of trouble without giving up major damage? Not at all, as the next batter, Andrew Benintendi, would take a mid-90s four-seamer 397 feet to right field at 104.7 miles per hour, a ball that would be considered a home run at every major league field. This saddled Johnson with his first 3 career earned runs, but his night wasn't over yet. After getting another pop-up off the bat of Andrew Vaughn, he would walk Nick Matone on a cutter away, setting things up for shortstop Sosa to come up to bat for his second time versus Ryan. And this time, he would get the best of him, taking yet another cutter, this time again down the middle, 396 feet to left center field. Johnson's second 104-mile-per-hour plus home run given up in the space of 4 batters. This would be the end of his debut, with his final line being 1 2/3 innings pitched, with 5 earned runs, 1 strikeout, and 5 base runners allowed. This kind of bad day for a reliever is a big deal for their season overall, as even if he pitched scoreless baseball for his next 7 1/3 innings, probably roughly 4 or 5 appearances, he would still have an ERA north of 5. This is, in my opinion, an unfortunate turn, as I really believe, given some time in the minor leagues, he could be a productive big league pitcher. But if he continues to get lit up like this with a big squad, who knows what's going to happen to his confidence and his ability to execute, which could irreparably damage his development. Now, I want to know what you guys think. What % chance do you think the Angels actually have of making a wildcard appearance this year, given their offseason acquisitions? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. We all know baseball players who don't have the strongest arms, especially in hitter-first positions like left field, so it isn't all too uncommon when you see a little noodle tossing out there. But what you don't commonly see is a player who's unable to hit the cutoff man on the fly. That's right, I'm not even talking about making it to home plate from the outfield in the air. I mean literally being unable to hit the cutoff guy in the chest. But that's exactly what Chris Davis, during his career in the major leagues, was often unable to do, uncorking some of the weirder looking throws you'll ever see on a Major League Baseball field along the way, and for a reason it's a little different than your typical weak arm. But before we delve more into that, let's look at some plays first. Here's 3 separate times he fielded a ball in fairly shallow left field, and yet wasn't even able to get a throw off to home. One hopping his third baseman, Matt Chapman, twice versus the Mariners, then once apiece versus the Yankees and the Angels. To those of you who might be saying he was just getting the ball in, every single one of these games was close to the time, being within at least 3 runs, meaning he definitely wasn't just tossing it in to avoid making an error or something. This was simply the best throw he could muster. We can see the same thing is true on fly balls, as here he is versus the Marlins, catching a ball down the line and left before making a one-hop throw in to the cutoff man. The next one versus the Yankees was even shallower, and yet arguably was even worse, 2-hopping his way to third baseman Trevor Plouffe. And again, I want to reiterate, this was in a clutch moment in the game. The bases were loaded, and the A's were only up by 4. How about when he simply had hit his cutoff man under no duress at all, like on this line drive down the left field line off the bat of Ryan Goins, which he fielded on the track and then threw a 2-hop lawn dart with 2 runs coming around to score, but thankfully Goins pulling up at second. Mike Trout wouldn't be so charitable, taking full advantage of the left fielder on this line drive into the same spot, with Davis having a momentary problem corralling it, and then Trout going off to the races, easily sliding into third base without a play being able to be made, as the throw trickled in on a hop to Jed Lowry. Guys would even try their luck on routine singles sometimes, with Max Kepler giving us a great example here, and there was simply nothing he could do to stop it. Just look at that play, it wasn't even close. Even the times he was able to register an assist still looked almost painful, and weren't really the product of his own arm, as I wasn't able to find even a single outfield assist that he registered that wasn't complemented by a relay throw, as shown here on this play versus the Rangers, when Jurickson Profar tried to tag up on a routine fly ball to left. Even though they got him, largely because of a good relay from Marcus Semien, and a great job blocking the bag from Joey Wendell, this really shows how little respect the league had for his arm. With all this being shown, this is the same guy who managed to crush over 40 home runs in 3 straight seasons, including a major league leading total of 48 in 2018. So it didn't seem to be because of a lack of strength, right? No, instead it was something that Davis himself called the creature, but what many others have called the yips. That's right, something mentally was going on throughout his playing career that forced him into a bizarre throwing motion that yielded the weakest outfield throws in the history of MLB, or at least the weakest in recorded Major League Baseball history. I recently dug up some old footage from when Ichiro was in his prime facing the White Sox, specifically versus their then ace Mark Burley, and I thought I'd share it all with you. Now, Mark was obviously no slouch back in his day, putting up quite a few notable seasons with the Chi Sox on top of registering a literal perfect game, but even he, armed with one of the best controlled repertoires of his generation, was driven insane by the unbelievable bat-on-ball skills of prime Ichiro. It all started with this at-bat where Suzuki laced a 2-1 pitch to left field for a single. Now, that was a pretty decent pitch to hit, so fair enough, right? Make a better pitch is probably what Mark was rightly saying to himself. He couldn't say the same about the next at-bat versus the Japanese superstar, as he perfectly executed a 2-seamer running inside, only to see him drive it down the left field line for another hit. The next AB was somehow even more annoying. Facing a 1-2 count, Ichiro proceeded to flare the slider foul with a one-handed swing, then flip a slow curve way inside, again foul. Then somehow make contact on this curve basically in the dirt. Mark then again perfectly executed another slider on the outside corner, only to see Ichi yank it into right for his 3rd hit of the game. Somehow, after all that, it still wasn't over, as Ichiro again came up in the 7th with 2 outs. This time Burley decided to try something completely new, an eephus pitch. Yeah, he had managed to drive the all-star pitcher so crazy, he was literally trying to invent new pitches on the fly. After taking the pitch for a ball, Suzuki would go on to lace another slow curve up the middle for his 4th hit of the game, prompting Burley after the inning was over to tip his cap to him. That really was the ultimate form of respect from a competitor the caliber of Mark, as he rarely even smiled in the baseball field to begin with, let alone doling out gestures of that magnitude. Ichiro definitely seemed to appreciate this, responding with his signature 1,000-watt smile.
Everybody knows knuckleballers are hard to catch. After all, when even the person throwing the ball doesn't know where it's going to go and its movement can change midair, how could you effectively catch that unless you had extensive experience doing so? But what if you had 0 prior experience, and the ball was really dancing on the day of the start you were slated to catch? This is the nightmare that backstop Ryan Lavarnway found himself in way back in 2013, when he attempted to catch knuckleballer Stephen Wright. His problems began almost immediately with a runner on second in the 1st inning and a 1-1 count with nobody out, when a 78-mile-per-hour butterfly darted above his head, with the pitch bouncing off his glove and landing behind him, easily allowing Robbie Grossman to scoot to 3rd. But this was only the beginning of his issues, as after another runner would reach, Jose Altuve would swing and miss at another pitch high, which would again scoot past Ryan, allowing the runner on 1st to scamper to 2nd. Just 3 batters into the game with no outs and already 2 passed balls. But lo and behold, just 2 pitches later, Wright would deliver a pitch darting away, seeing the ball move like crazy at the last second, again skipping past Lavarnway, allowing the runner from third to scamper home even after a nice diving attempt at a tag from Wright. After he managed to retire Altuve, Jason Castro came to the plate and took a first pitch inside, again at 78 miles per hour, and again all the way to the backstop. It was after the second run of the inning scored as Brandon Barnes slid home that you could see the obvious frustration on both Lavarnway's face and manager John Farrell's. 4 passed balls in 1 inning is already bad enough, but also allowing in the process 2 runs to score, that just takes all the momentum out of your team. But somehow, before the inning would end, there would be one final indignity. Steven would deliver his only wild pitch of the inning, this one on a normally pretty catchable ball low to Brett Wallace, which I'm not even sure made contact with the catcher's big mitt back there, before hitting his shin guard and nearly rolling all the way to the Astros dugout. So, to recap, Lavarnway gave up 4 pass balls and 1 wild pitch that easily could have been a pass ball in just the first inning with only 1 out recorded. If you couldn't tell already, it's stuff like this that's why no catcher out there wants to try to catch a knuckleballer, especially one they're unfamiliar with.
I just made a video about a week ago on this play from Tigers second baseman Colt Keith, where with 2 outs he inexplicably spun to throw to second instead of just going to first, allowing the inning to be extended, after which the Mariners would end up scoring 2 runs, with the final score of the contest being decided by the low score of 3-2. Since then, he hasn't really cleaned things up defensively, as he's gone on to make 3 official errors since, ranking him tied for last in all of Major League Baseball so far. But on another less than ideal play today, it wasn't just him who had a monumental brain fart on this play. It was also Jose Miranda, the Twins base runner, who combined with Keith to register one of the weirder looking moments you'll see this year. In the bottom of the 8th, with 1 out, Tyler Holton induced a Christian Vasquez ground ball to first base, where Spencer Torkelson made a nice play to get the ball to second, where inexplicably Keith just held on to it. But then, behind him, the second base umpire revealed that he hadn't gotten the bag, indicating a safe call. But Miranda, who just assumed he was out, had already started going back to the dugout, allowing him to easily be tagged. Trying to break this down is almost difficult because of the layers of unawareness on both sides. First, we have the perspective of Keith, who, if he believed he had tagged the bag, should have thrown to first to get the slow-footed Vasquez, who, according to the Tigers radio announcer, was only about halfway down the line at the time. And on the flip side, if he knew that he hadn't managed to tag the bag, he should have tagged Miranda immediately. This is, of course, putting aside the fact that he obviously should have just tagged the bag in the first place. Then, from Miranda's perspective, you simply can't afford to not pick up an umpire's call, especially in the late innings of a game your team is down in, allowing yourself to easily be tagged out. Seriously, I don't think there was a single brain cell present in this play, besides of course the second base umpire, who did a good job of making sure Keith actually touched the base, rendering the safe call after he determined that he hadn't. The Tigers would go on to win this game by a final of 4-0, continuing their hot start since they left LA, with the current 9-5 record having them first in the AL Central. The Twins, meanwhile, continued to struggle en route to a 4-11 start in a season that many of their fans were hoping to see them return to the playoffs. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Does Minnesota have what it takes to actually turn this ship around, or do you think they're destined to underperform yet again? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. The New York Yankees lost Game 3 by a final score of 4-2, with it never really seeming all that close for the vast majority of the contest. But the thing is, in the middle innings, it could have potentially went a different way, had they not had their momentum completely sapped by one of the dumbest sends by a third base coach I think I've ever seen, when Giancarlo Stanton was, for some reason, waved around third, even with Teoscar Hernandez already having the ball in his glove. This turned what would have been a first and third situation with 2 outs in the 4th and the Yankees down by 3 into the end of the inning, with 0 runs to show for it. But this certainly isn't an isolated incident. In fact, it's not even close, as the Yankees have, throughout the course of both the regular season and the playoffs, been the worst team at running the bases in all of the major leagues, at -12 runner runs per Baseball Savant. This, of course, has come with notable plays all along the way, which is what we're going to be discussing today. Now, keep in mind, I couldn't possibly find every single time they stupidly ran into an out, so instead, I'm just going to hit the highlights. Let's start with the first half of our video, which I want to call, Why the Hell Would You Send Him Here? That's of course where the Stanton play would fit in, but as you'll see, it's more of a trend than an aberration for them, as here Juan Soto was thrown out by a solid 15 feet when there was literally no good motivation to send him, considering there's only 1 out in the inning and he represented the tying run late. Gleyber Torres on this play did not represent the tying run, but he too was thrown out by multiple feet and was only initially called safe because of a poor tag from the Blue Jays catcher. It still made no sense to send him.
And of course, they would end up reversing the call later on. Torres was thrown out here as well, this time on a chopper with the infield in, with it again not really being all that close. Which was also true of this play in extra innings versus the Brewers, when a little tapper back to the mound was easily relayed to home plate to nab the runner, who was again for some reason going on contact even though the infield was in. Like I said, we could probably be here all day, so let's just finish off this section with another fairly simple play, where a one-hopper to Lawrence Butler in the outfield resulted in Anthony Rizzo getting thrown out at home plate by multiple feet. We now come to our second half of the video, which I would like to call, "What the hell are you even doing?" We'll start with when Jazz Chisholm got picked off at second base in the 6th inning of an ALCS game after he took off early, which was then immediately followed by Anthony Rizzo getting into a rundown after Austin Hedges blocked this pitch in the dirt. In that situation, in that game, both of those were monumentally stupid, especially back-to-back, and were enough to get the legendary announcer John Sterling to exclaim,
"Boy, if that wasn't the Yankees. That's what they do, run the bases like drunks."
But it arguably gets worse than this, as here, Trent Grisham takes an extremely odd, downright inexplicable trip around the bases en route to getting thrown out at home on what would have been the go-ahead run. Juan Soto here, for some reason, got thrown out at first base after he was way too far off the bag on a routine pop-up to center field. Here, Ben Rice is caught stealing at third base to end the inning, even though he's A, not that fast, and B, there were 2 outs. You never make the last out of the inning at third base, and certainly not to lead off a game with a runner who isn't even that speedy. And finally, let's finish up with a play that might not be the most consequential, but in my opinion was one of the goofiest looking, when Giancarlo Stanton was thrown out at second base after he stutter-stepped back to first on a line drive into the outfield. Just look at his own face following. This is all indicative of a team that has a lot of talent, but maybe not as much grit as you'd like to see from a squad attempting to win their first World Series in 15 years. A little while back I detailed what I believe to be the most dangerous pitching outing in MLB history, when Brian Ellington not only hit 2 batters with pitches in the upper 90s, but proceeded to walk 2 other batters as well, with many of his pitches missing in dangerous areas up near the dome. But while this might have been the most dangerous appearance ever, it wasn't the absolute wildest. That dubious honor, I believe, goes to Brewers pitcher Abner Uribe on August 27, 2023. Things would not begin poorly for the tall righty, who would start his day by throwing a 99-mile-per-hour two-seamer right down the center of the plate for a strike. He would, however, immediately follow this up by plunking lefty Trent Grisham with an 89-mile-per-hour slider, a pitch that missed its intended target by at least a foot. This would bring 9-hitter Matthew Batten to the plate, who would then see a 98-mile-per-hour pitch buzz up near his eye level, again being nowhere close. Abner would immediately repeat this pitch on the 1-0, with William Contreras this time being unable to corral the heavily moving offering, resulting in the first wild pitch of the frame. Heavy emphasis here on the first. Uribe would then make it 3 straight fastballs that missed, with another pitch running into Batten, before finally managing to actually locate something on the 3-0 for a strike. But there would be no working his way back into the count, with the 3-1 missing about as badly as the first 3 pitches. Now with 2 guys on and nobody out, Ha-Sung Kim would come to the plate, where he took a slider that was nowhere close, with Contreras having to reach to even receive the pitch. He followed that up with another slider, this one a little closer, but still not in the zone. Contreras then set up way on the 2-0, but would receive yet another two-seamer that came up by the letters of Kim, prompting him to get out of the way of yet another offering that he didn't think twice about swinging at. From down 3-0, he would get back into the count by locating 2 fastballs, but it wouldn't end up mattering much, as Kim took the 3-2 well high for yet another walk. This already would be one of the wildest outings we've seen in recent history, but it wasn't even close to over, as with the bases loaded now and nobody out, Fernando Tatis Jr. would come to the plate, where he would take a perfectly placed 100-mile-per-hour run-back two-seamer for strike 1. Was it possible he was rediscovering his control? Yeah, not so much. On the 0-1, he would bounce a slider so far outside and low that it would skip past the catcher Contreras, going to the backstop and allowing the second run of the inning to score, as well as registering Abner's second wild pitch. The 1-1 wouldn't be much better when he almost clipped the Padres star with another triple-digit heater that raced inside. He would then miss in the opposite direction on the 2-1, this time well away at 99. And finally, we come to his last pitch of the day, on a 3-1 fastball that again missed so high and inside it went past Contreras, while forcing Tatis to hit the deck in the process, registering yet another run, wild pitch, and walk simultaneously. This would be the end of the day for Uribe, as he would promptly get pulled for lefty Hobie Milner, who would manage to save the day by getting pop-ups off the bat of Juan Soto and Manny Machado, prompting Machado, by the way, to take his anger out on the dugout cooler before ending the frame with a ground out from Xander Bogaerts. Trevor McGill would end up blocking down the game later on with a strikeout of Bogaerts, punctuating a win despite the efforts of Abner, whose final line included 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 3 wild pitches, a hit by pitch, and just 5 strikes being thrown through 18 pitches without recording a single out. Keep in mind, in all of Major League history, nobody's ever managed to throw 3 wild pitches while walking 3 batters and hitting a guy in less than an inning and 2/3. Again,
Abner threw 0 innings pitched. And while this was included in a season that overall saw him post a very productive 1.76 ERA through 32 games, it would set up a tough 2024 pretty well that saw him struggle mightily, walking nearly 9 batters per 9 in just 14 1/3 innings while giving up 11 runs, coming out to a 6.91 ERA before he injured his knee, forcing him to miss the rest of the year. If he wants to be a consistent presence in the Milwaukee bullpen going forward, we'll have to do something to rein in that lightning in his right arm. But even if he does, it still won't change the fact that he did manage to post what I consider to be the wildest pitching outing in Major League Baseball history on August 27th, 2023. This was perhaps the most negative reaction following a walk-off win I've ever seen from home analysts. The Phillies were facing the Rays, clinging to a 1-0 lead on September 9th when Carlos Estevez got behind Brandon Lowe 1-0. He followed this with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball in, which Lowe promptly hit out to center field. It was then that Johan Rojas, one of the best outfielders in Major League Baseball, ranged back to the warning track before leaping in front of the wall, making what looked to be a highlight reel play. Unfortunately, it was not to be, because as he came down, he ended up losing the ball over the wall with his glove colliding with the fence. Rojas immediately realized his mistake and proceeded to slump down dejected in an image that will more than likely live on in baseball meme lore for a long time. Now, I know the play didn't look good, but I fundamentally disagree with the Phillies analysts who ended up being hypercritical of the play following this game, which Philadelphia would go on to win, mind you, on a walk-off single. Take a listen to this.
He should have gone all the way to the wall.
Of course.
You go to the wall.
Your first shot is to go all the way back to the wall, turn around, and find the ball. I mean, that's what most, at least when I played, all the outfielders used to do that. Get back to the wall, turn, and then know where you are. He didn't know where he was.
I get that it's frustrating when one of your own players seemingly makes a gaffe that could have potentially cost your team the game. But come on, man. Do you know what that ball's expected batting average against was? .946. Expected slug? 3,747. With an expected batting average that high, that ball's an extra base hit 95 times out of 100. Needless to say, it was a really tough play to make, and one that most outfielders wouldn't have been close to, as Rojas gets really good jumps and has really good speed to even make some plays competitive, like this one. Keep in mind, they critiqued this play for over 2 minutes, while spending only a marginal amount of time on the actual walk-off hit. A little positivity goes a long way, fellas, especially after a clutch win. What are we doing? ALCS Game 1 was a tough one for the Guardians. They barely managed to generate any traffic on the bases and ended up having to ask their bullpen for 6 1/3 innings, albeit without any of their high-octane arms having to come in. But it would be one of these secondary pitchers, Joey Cantillo, who would give us our first real sighting of the Yips in a postseason game since Rick Ankiel 24 years ago. Cantillo was brought in with the bases loaded to face lefty Anthony Rizzo with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Things were immediately shaky, as he proceeded to spike 3 straight pitches to begin his day, with the 3rd one resulting in a wild pitch that scored a run. But believe me, this wouldn't be even close to the end of the wild pitches. He would then walk Rizzo before getting Alex Verdugo down 1-2, sandwiching 2 called strikes between another ball in the dirt. But it would be then, on the 1-2, that he would throw his 2nd wild pitch of the inning, on another spiked fastball. Luckily for him, Verdugo would end up chasing way out of the zone to end the inning on the next pitch. But that wouldn't be where his day would end, as he would make his way back out there for the bottom of the 4th inning before walking Gleyber Torres on 5 pitches. But this is where things would somehow get even worse. After Soto fouled off the first pitch of the at-bat and took a changeup inside, Joy would release a curveball above Soto's head and off the glove of catcher Bo Naylor, with Torres advancing to second base on the 3rd wild pitch of the day. He would then paint the corner on a 2-1 before bouncing a changeup really low that Naylor wasn't able to block successfully, resulting in the 4th wild pitch of Cantillo's day. After getting another foul off the bat of Soto, he would end up walking him on a 3-2 curveball that was nowhere close, bringing about, mercifully, the end of his day. His final line, a 1/3 of an inning, 1 run on 3 walks, 1 K, and 4 wild pitches, which actually tied Rick Ankiel for the most wild pitches ever in a single inning of work in a postseason game, resulting in one of the saddest outings of the entire postseason, and our first real sighting of the Yips in the playoffs since that fateful 2000 game for Rick. Here's to hoping Cantillo doesn't end up struggling with this horrifying condition long term. It seems like every year we're seeing some new variation of a pitch being coined before then gaining popularity, like with the kick change, splinker, or sweeper. And while these certainly are cool, I really personally like when new offerings emerge that are only used, at least at first, by the players who created them, which is exactly the situation with Jeremiah Estrada and his Chitter, a cutter changeup hybrid that has been nothing short of unhittable since he unveiled it, and just went viral here in 2025 after he unleashed it versus the Yankees. After getting Aaron Judge to fly out to center field to lead off the inning, Estrada would get ahead 0-2 to Ben Rice after throwing a slider and fastball. It was then he would throw his Chitter for a swinging strike 3, in a moment that would later be detailed by Pitching Ninja on Twitter. Shout out to him for always having excellent content. This brought the pitch to my attention, and man, since I started looking into it, it's really blown my mind. First of all, the offering itself seems to be held like some kind of Frankenstein of a split changeup and cutter, leading to it having a deceptive profile as it breaks sharply down versus hitters. My guess is the unique spin almost makes it look like it's going to cut more than it actually ends up doing so. For whatever reason hitters end up struggling with it, let it be known that they do indeed certainly struggle, especially in 2025 when he's thrown 51 of these offerings while allowing exactly 0 hits. And it's not like he's getting lucky either. His expected batting average against is essentially 0 as well, and he's also managed to generate a 46.2 whiff percentage, certifying it as one of the more dominant offerings in all the sport. And this is exactly where it was last year as well, when he actually had a superior whiff percentage of 51.0, along with a cumulative batting average against of just 138, and a 224 slugging against, with hitters all year only managing to register 8 hits versus 199 chitters thrown. And being as how he is one of the biggest pieces of that San Diego bullpen, it's not like he was facing scrubs out there. Here he is punching out Shohei Ohtani with the offering, and Bryce Harper. Look how much movement this one had to Teoscar Hernandez to get him to swing and miss. And sure, while Corbin Carroll and Julio Rodriguez didn't have the best years last year, they still are excellent hitters who could do absolutely nothing against the Chitter. So yes, while it may have the funniest name of any of the new pitch offerings to emerge in the last few seasons, its pure nastiness and the performance Estrada has managed to tally with it certainly forces onlookers to take it seriously. And of course the fact that he's also pumping upper 90s to play off of it as well. Since Dalton Varsho made his debut back in 2020, he has become known for one thing primarily, being that he's one of the best outfielders in advanced stat history, registering 70 DRS through just 558 games to go along with an incredible 51 fielding run value. All these numbers have been tallied courtesy of some truly insane plays, with, obviously, the vast majority of them coming on balls nobody expects him to get to. But now, perhaps his most famous catch is one he just tallied here recently versus the Red Sox on a play that was seemingly routine before he fell down, yet still found some way to catch the ball. Facing Boston in the 4th inning of a 7-2 ball game, Varsho was sent racing back on a fly ball to center field off the bat of Jarren Duran, before falling down as he approached the warning track, rolling, and then on his knees, making a behind-the-back catch. Just look at Dylan Tate, the pitcher's reaction after that play. For that matter, look at Duran's and right fielder Anthony Santander's. Nobody believed he'd still be able to make the catch after falling down, especially not like that. And while the play certainly wasn't the hardest at the outset, I think I am comfortable in saying I've never seen a catch quite like this at any level of baseball. If somebody falls, the ball drops, period. That's just how it goes. They don't, from their knees, somehow manage to keep tracking it. But I guess that's just what you're capable of when you're arguably the best defensive outfielder in Major League Baseball today. This wouldn't end up mattering much to the overall game, considering the sizable hole the team was already in when the catch was made, as Boston would go on to add a few late before Varsho himself would strike out to end the game on what was admittedly a pretty ugly swing. Still, no one can take away how truly bizarre that catch was earlier in the contest, when Dalton made one of the most unique plays that may have ever been tallied on a Major League Baseball field. Little League home runs truly are one of the more diverse plays that can happen in baseball, because all of them usually have to involve multiple miscues on what is generally a pretty routine play. But obviously, since this is the major leagues we're talking about, they are pretty rare, especially in the late innings of contests that are tied, considering everybody is as focused as they'll ever be. But we just saw the Texas Rangers not only give up one of these Little League home runs, but on one of the shortest batted balls you can even register, and at the worst time possible. Facing the Giants in the 9th inning of a 2-2 ball game, pitcher Luke Jackson took the mound looking to help his team get to extra innings, and on the very first pitch of that frame, would induce a weak ground ball off the bat of Heliot Ramos. Jackson raced over, barehanded it, and then tried to throw it off balance to first base. This didn't work out so well as it skipped past Jake Burger and down the right field line, allowing the runner to easily get to second. But perhaps the most consequential thing about this entire play was the fact that Adolis Garcia was nowhere close to the ball, utterly failing in his job as the backup guy. This prompted Ramos to try his hand at getting to third, with the former third baseman Burger letting one loose to try to get him at the bag, but the ball then ricocheted past third baseman Josh Smith, allowing Ramos to get up and race home with the game-winning run. This was an absolute comedy of errors, starting off of course with Jackson, who probably tried to do a bit too much on a play that he should have just conceded the hit on. And then, like I just mentioned, Garcia being nowhere close to back up the play. And then of course Berger's throw, which honestly wasn't even that terrible. I just think Smith ended up being at an awkward angle with the runner coming in, and that allowed it to skip past. Perhaps the craziest thing about this hit though, is that it was later verified by StatCast to have traveled a whopping 2 feet. Which might be the shortest distance I've ever seen on a Little League home run. For his part, Heliot Ramos did get up to 29 feet per second rounding the bases, which is a number that's above the 90th percentile in Major League Baseball. An insanely impressive feat considering he's listed at 5'11", 230 pounds, and known more for his power potential than anything else. This might well go down as the shortest walk-off hit of the year when 2025 is said and done, with the most bizarre thing about it being the fact that it was actually a walk-off home run of sorts, even if it wasn't possible without some pretty bad defense from the Rangers. There's a host of new age stats that have helped quantify what we've known for a long time are important pieces of catcher performance. This revolution in backstop evaluation is largely being fronted by StatCast, who've allowed us to look at such metrics as stealing runs, blocking runs, and most importantly for the purposes of this video, framing runs. So, utilizing these tools at my disposal, I decided to try to figure out who is the worst framer in Major League Baseball today. And according to my research, the answer to this question is Titanic 6'5" current Rockies catcher Jacob Stallings. While Stallings had a bit of an offensive renaissance in 2024, putting up an 810 OPS and 118 OPS plus to go along with 9 home runs, all of which were career highs, his performance behind the dish was a bit of a different story. Among catchers with a minimum of 1,500 pitches caught, he posted a major league low 42.7% strike rate. That's right, just a little above 4 out of every 10 pitches that were received that were close ended up being strikes. This led to him having -7 framing runs, which was 3rd worst in all of Major League Baseball, despite him catching only about 2,100 total pitches, just about half of what Will Smith did, who placed dead last at -10. If Stallings had managed to appear in as many games as Smith, it's possible he could have tallied -4 or -5 on top of this. This has become a bit of a trend for the former Marlin and Pirate, who had -5 framing runs in 2023 and an identical -7 in 2022. Combined with his poor caught stealing metrics and offset a bit by his exceptional blocking ones, you get a catcher fielding run value over the last 3 years of -17, one of the worst totals in the sport. Getting into his performance a bit, the area he was worst at receiving seems to largely be in the lower part of the zone, which, in my opinion, makes sense as he's so tall, he has to reach lower than a lot of catchers are going to have to for those pitches in the lower third. With this being said, he certainly didn't impress in the upper third either. What is crazy to me is that he actually used to be a great fielding catcher, as for the prior 3 years before 2022, he had posted a total of +8 runs in this category, to along with 20 cumulative fielding runs. This made him one of the best backup catchers in the sport, which was a large portion of the reason he was still getting consistent playing time at the major league level, despite only averaging an OPS of about 700 year to year. Do I think he'll rebound in 2025? Considering his age at 35 years old, it doesn't seem very likely. But then again, who would have bet the former Gold Glover to have slugged over 450 last season after never having eclipsed even 400? So, I guess you can't put it past him, but as of now, I certainly am comfortable in naming him the worst framing catcher in Major League Baseball who sees at least semi-regular playing time. The other week, I detailed a play where Manny Machado made a throw from literally in the outfield grass to first base to nab the slow-footed Justin Turner. This, in almost every circumstance imaginable, is about as far as a fielder can go to throw a guy out at first, right? The only real exception to this would be a right fielder, throwing a guy out who's either exceptionally slow or just not hustling down the line. But we just saw a play that actually breaks this conventional mold, something that is truly rare and exceptionally unique, in a hitter getting thrown out at first base from left field. Facing Tommy Pham in the 6th inning of a 1-0 game, Mitchell Parker induced a line drive to left field that James Wood would come in on before reaching down to trap the ball. In a play about as close as it'll get in that respect, he would then fire a missile to first base that would 2-hop into Nathaniel Lowe, who'd make sure to keep his foot on the bag before tagging O'Neal Cruz, who then came off the base. Now, what exactly was this play? Well, after Wood trapped the ball in left field, with it hitting the grass, the throw to first base was actually a forced play on Tommy Pham, who was standing around before having touched the bag, assumedly because he didn't want to pass Cruz. Then O'Neal came off the base and was easily tagged, and voila, one of the weirder looking double plays you'll ever see, and officially a 7-3 ground out. This wouldn't end up making much of a difference to the Pirates, as O'Neal Cruz would actually end up getting his revenge, crushing his first career grand slam after a little tension when a wild pitch got up near the head of Andrew McCutchen in the 7th inning. Still, even if it wasn't the most consequential, it might be the only time we'll see a play exactly like this in the 2025 season, so I did think it was worth detailing here. Now, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed today's video, and if you did, please consider liking and subscribing and checking out any one of these recommended videos. Have a great rest of your day, everybody, and I'll see you in the next one. Shohei Ohtani might have more talent than any player in the history of Major League Baseball. To be able to do everything that he does on the level that he does it
Simply insane. With that being said, I don't want to take a bunch of time rehashing stats that everybody knows by this point. Instead, I want to talk about something that we'll probably never see at the major league level for Shohei: his outfield play. That's right, way back in the day when he was in Japan, he would actually play the outfield on occasion. Now, with that being said, I couldn't find any real footage of him making routine or even exceptional catches, but what I did manage to find was a laser show on a level that you might not be prepared for. Let's start with the two absolute missiles that he managed to throw runners out on, with the first one going to third base, a one-hop strike that probably easily surpassed 100 miles per hour. Just look at the replay on that. That level of accuracy and speed is usually something you're going to see from a Gold Glover out there, not someone who at that point mainly was a DH. Here's a two-hop throw to home plate. They managed to barely get the runner. This one was definitely less impressive than the last one, but hey, getting a throw off relatively quickly while still being accurate is impressive at any level of professional baseball. Now, believe it or not, the next two we're going to look at would each see the runner be called safe, though perhaps incorrectly in both circumstances. Look at this absolute rocket launch of a ball fielded perfectly off the right field wall, a one-hop dart that upon replay certainly seems to have nailed the runner. Look at both Ohtani's and the second baseman's reaction. They definitely thought they got him. The second play was very similar, though this one was probably a bit closer at the bag and a bit more understandable as to why I called him safe. I do want to reiterate though, Shohei wasn't an everyday player out in the outfield. This was something he did more so occasionally, yet he looked that smooth out there. Our final play was one he made while in left field, this time actually managing to get the runner at second base by approximately 10 feet, while not even having to make an all-out throw to do it either. I think it goes without saying the hitter here was drastically slower than the last two, but still another strike from nearly the warning track. While I'm very excited to see Shohei pitch again come 2025, I still think it's a bit of a shame that we'll never get a chance to see him go into the outfield and make what could possibly be some of the hardest throws in recorded Major League Baseball history. If you watch enough baseball, you're going to see some interference calls, whether it be on the batter for falling across home plate as a catcher goes to make a throw, on a catcher for allowing a batter's swing to hit his glove, or on a fan for touching a ball that's in the field of play, with the last one usually resulting in said fan getting kicked out of the venue completely. But one thing we don't see very often are interference calls on the umpires themselves. But that's actually exactly what just happened during a game between the Mets and the Yankees, and it was truly weird to watch. DJ LeMahieu was up to bat for the Yankees in the bottom of the sixth, with two guys on, coming off of his first home run of the season earlier in the contest. Facing his first pitch, he would take a sinker low, with both runners taking off, making it after a throw from Luis Torrens was late. However, almost immediately following this toss, we saw interference be called by the home plate umpire, James Jean. Not on LeMahieu, mind you, but on himself, and rightly so, because, as you can see here, as Torrens goes to make a throw, he makes contact with the face mask of Jean, forcing the play to be dead. Little side note here, but I apologize for not having a full speed replay of this one. It's actually really hard to find such a thing in any of the databases I use, so I'm more so going off of clips posted online for this one. This would put runners back at first and second, which honestly wouldn't end up mattering very much, as DJ would ground out a few pitches later to end the frame. Still, who knows? Maybe if there are guys on second and third instead of first and second, relief pitcher Brazoban would have pitched him a little differently, for fear of giving up a wild pitch or something. But I guess we'll never know at this point. As for the rest of the game, it would be hotly contested between the two New York teams, with veteran second baseman LeMahieu continuing to show out for his part, making this sliding play in the 7th inning to save a potential run. He would also later crush this line drive with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th that, unfortunately for him and Yankee fans everywhere, would be caught by Juan Soto. One Francisco Lindor sac fly and two Edwin Diaz strikeouts later, and the Mets had managed to secure a crosstown victory, partially with the help of one of the rarer calls in the entire MLB rulebook. I just made a video a couple days back detailing how badly Game 1 of the World Series was called, before, at the end of it, professing a hope that future games would be better. And while Andy Fletcher certainly did a much better job than Carlos Torres, only missing 4 calls throughout all of Game 2, Game 3's home plate ump would take things all the way to another level of incompetence, not only missing 12 calls in one game that was close all the way through it, with a final score of just 4-2, but also missing a couple calls in pivotal moments of the contest. As we did in the last one, let's recap each major call in the order in which they happened, starting first with this abhorrent called strike on Mookie Betts. But just as he gave NY a strike, he would take one away, calling this 1-2 pitch to Betts a ball when the entire thing was fully in the strike zone. After a Freddie Freeman blast, he would then call this 0-1 to Max Muncy a strike, netting him his 3rd missed call of just the top of the 1st inning. But believe me, if you thought that was bad, ready yourself. That wouldn't even be the most amount of missed calls he would have in a single frame. In the 2nd, he'd call another cutter well out of the strike zone versus Kike Hernandez before doing the same thing in the bottom of the inning to Anthony Volpe. I guess you could say at least he's consistent. You'd miss another borderline cutter the next inning, this one that ran high versus Max Muncy with 2 on and 2 outs, before making what was, up to this point, the most consequential call of the game, calling another cutter that missed well out of the strike zone away a strike. On a 3-1 count no less. This would lead to the Dodgers being robbed of a run after Smith grounded out to end the inning. But don't feel bad for them just yet, as before this game would end, they would certainly receive some favorable calls in big spots as well. But it would not be in the bottom of the third, when Walker Buehler got squeezed on this strike that was painted over the low and outside corner, with Nestor Cortes in the following frame not having this borderline pitch called, even though Fox Track said that it was a strike, though I will acknowledge this was more borderline than nearly any of his other misses. To his credit, he wouldn't miss anything major for the next couple of frames, before he called this slider that was high and away to Gavin Lux a strike, and then this sinker that was perfectly painted over the low and outside corner again, a ball. But all these missed calls up to this point were honestly just a prelude to the objectively horrifying job that he would turn in the 7th inning, when he missed 4 separate pitches, starting with this sinker that was well away to Mookie Betts that robbed the Dodgers of a 1-out walk, before, in the bottom of the inning, calling this pitch well away to Rizzo a strike, then missing this 3-0 pitch to Verdugo that gave the Yankees a walk. But right after he had just gifted them a ball, he would brutally end the inning on his single worst call of the entire night, on a pitch that missed by almost 2 full ball lengths above the strike zone, literally outright ending a Yankees rally that could have seen them narrow the score. In a World Series game, that's just inexcusable. He would then rob the Dodgers of their own strike in the bottom of the 8th, though not nearly as consequentially, when he called this pitch that was way away to Gavin Lux. And then, on his final missed call of the night, called this strike a ball versus Rizzo, though again this pitch was a bit more borderline than many of the others. Regardless, in a contest that ended up being decided by just 2 runs, Mark Carlson left his mark on the outcome of this game multiple times, which as a home plate umpire should never be what happens, or at least very sparingly. Another embarrassing performance by a Major League ump on the biggest stage possible. With performance after performance like this, the question has to be asked, how much longer will Major League Baseball put up with this stuff?
Joan Duran, Ben Joyce, Paul Skeens. These are just a few of the flame-throwing hurlers that have come through the minor leagues in the last 5 years or so, with each of them routinely topping triple digits. But despite their exemplary speed, none of these guys actually hold the record for the fastest minor league pitch ever tracked by a system as sophisticated as StatCast. No, instead that record actually just got broken today by New York Mets prospect Ramon Gomez, who threw nearly 105 miles an hour. Pitching for Port St. Lucie, Ramon reared back in the top of the first with 1 out, and on a 1-2 pitch fired this absolute missile on the inner half of the plate for a called strike 3. As you can see from the scoreboard, the velocity was around 104, but the StatCast track velo actually had this at 104.5, which if it were on a Major League television broadcast would have been rounded up to 105. This is the fastest pitch ever tracked by StatCast in the minor leagues, per one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Pitch Profiler. If this had come in the major leagues, he actually would have joined Aroldis Chapman, Jordan Hicks, Ben Joyce, and the aforementioned Duran as the only hurlers ever to register an offering 104.5 miles per hour or faster. So, who exactly is this guy with all this heat? Well, Ramon, surprisingly enough, isn't even a top 30 prospect for the Mets, despite this huge fastball velocity and some decent performance in the minor league so far, with a 3.52 ERA through 71 2/3 innings to go along with 87 strikeouts. He has walked quite a few, with 40 bases on balls in that time as well, but I guess with that kind of gas in tow, it's to be expected for a guy in his early 20s. If he can continue to pump out velo at the speed while managing to limit base runners a bit more, he could see his stock rise significantly, especially if he ends up going back to the bullpen like he did for the first 2 years of his career. But regardless of how his playing days end up shaking out, nothing will change the fact that he currently owns the record for the hardest pitch in recorded minor league history per StatCast, which is an incredibly impressive feat in its own right. I just made a video talking about the worst pitching appearance in Major League history, which arguably just occurred courtesy of this outing registered by Ryan Presley, who managed to give up 9 runs, with 8 of them being earned, without recording even a single out versus the Giants in extra innings. But his prior 9 appearances before this had been really good, giving up exactly 0 runs in that time frame. It's actually hard to find guys who've managed to struggle on the level of a Presley the other night for multiple games in a row, for obvious reasons, as it takes a combination of bad execution and pure dumb luck that just doesn't come around all that often. With this being said, this is actually exactly what's going on right now in a stretch of pitching from lefty Reed Detmers of the Angels that is verifiably the worst in the history of Major League Baseball, period. I promise I'll back that up with numbers, but first, let's break down his appearances. His first would come when he faced off versus the Mariners in a tied game in the 7th inning, immediately giving up a softly hit ground ball in the infield that would end up going for a knock. A tough way to begin, but arguably not as tough as the next one, when Samad Taylor laid down an excellent bunt, only to see nobody covering first base, easily reaching on what probably should have been a sacrifice. 2 batters, 2 unlucky base runners. But things would quickly get even worse when the next batter, J.P. Crawford, would softly ground this one into left field. at just 68 miles an hour off the bat. Given that both base runners had already moved up earlier in his AB, this brought in 2 runs on the 3rd straight hit that was under 85 miles an hour. The same, however, could not be said for the next one, which would come off the bat of Julio Rodriguez, when he crushed this ball at 108 miles per hour to center field, hitting it off the center of the fence out there to drive in Crawford, hustling around from first base to score. Detmers was right back to having bad luck versus the next hitter, Cal Raleigh, who would ground this ball to third base, on what should have been a routine play if not for Julio already taking off on a steal attempt, creating an odd-looking diving dodge by the runner before he would get up and then easily score. This was the end of his outing, but not the inning, as Raleigh would later be brought around on another tough-luck infield hit from Leo Rivas, giving Detmers his 5th earned run of the contest without recording even a single out. His next appearance would come versus the Tigers. In the 8th inning of the game, the Angels were actually leading by 2 runs, when he began his night by walking Riley Green, putting 2 guys on for Andy Ibanez, who would then line a fastball right down the center of the plate to center field, where Joe Adell would bobble the ball, not only allowing Colt Keith to easily score, but Green to move to third, and Ibanez to second. Now with the tying run just 90 feet from home plate, Detmers would manage to induce the first out of the inning on a ground ball to third baseman Kevin Newman, who looked the runner back to the bag and then flipped to first. Could things finally be turning around? Well, not exactly, as the next hitter, Zach McKinstry, would single up the middle, tying the game. It's at this point you would assume he'd get yanked, right? But for some reason he was left out there, only to give up an absolute no-doubt moonshot to left field on a hanging slider right down the center of the plate. The numbers for this outing? A third of an inning with 4 earned runs allowed. This brings us to our final and most recent appearance he made, which came 6 days after his outing versus the Motor City Kitties, in another high leverage spot versus the Blue Jays. Ernie Clement would lead off the frame with a 107 mile per hour line drive into the left field corner, just 3 pitches in, immediately putting a guy in scoring position. Detmers would then field a bunt off the bat of Andres Jimenez, who was just trying to get the runner to third, but courtesy of a momentary double clutch, he wouldn't even be able to get Jimenez at first base. Yet another situation with 2 guys on and nobody out. This brings us to the last hitter Detmers would face, being Miles Straw, who grounded this 0-2 pitch right up the middle, scoring the go-ahead run and keeping guys on first and second with nobody out. Following his departure, Bo Bichette would later line a single off Ryan Zefferjohn, scoring 2 more runs that were both charged to Reed. Once the inning finally ended later on with George Springer taking a called strike 3, it was official. Reed had thrown another 0 innings pitched while giving up another 3 earned runs. This meant that over his last 1/3 innings pitched in 3 games, he had given up 12 earned runs, which comes out to an ERA of 324. You heard me right, 324. Now, as I alluded to in the open, this is a record-setting run of bad pitching, as never before in the history of Major League Baseball, and I mean history, going back to the 1800s, has a guy managed to give up as many as 12 runs in as little as 1/3 of an inning pitched over a span of 3 games, with the next closest being Justin Grimm and Elmer Riddle, who both managed to give up 12 runs of their own only in 2/3 of an inning. This meant they had ERAs that were half of what Detmers had posted at a modest 162. This, to me, certifies this 3-game run of pitching as the worst in the history of Major League Baseball, bar none, which is certainly surprising given the fact that this guy literally threw a no-hitter just 3 years ago, as a former first-round pick and top starting pitching prospect. I've done a number of videos on the worst or best players in baseball right now in specific categories, whether that be in pure speed, base running, pitch types, you name it. But one video I haven't made so far is detailing who I believe is the current worst hitter in Major League Baseball. Not for 2024 alone, mind you, but period. The worst active hitter right now. Now, before I get into why I believe this is Tim Anderson, I do want to say I made my criteria essentially that you had to have played at least 180 games over the last 2 years, as I wanted to omit players who simply didn't have enough at-bats over this time to really get a sense of their ability at the plate. I now want to list the categories that Tim is last in since the start of the 2023 season among all players who managed to appear in at least those 180 games. Home runs at just 1, RBIs at 34, slugging percentage at 274, OPS at 544, OPS plus at 51, and WAR at negative 3.5, a full WAR behind the next closest. This is an incredible variety of categories to be last in, especially coming off of back-to-back All-Star seasons and a batting crown in his recent history. What's even crazier to me is that his 2024 made the prior season look quaint, as he followed up a negative 2 WAR campaign in 123 games with a negative 1.5 in just 65. His OPS fell from a still extremely poor 582 to an absurdly bad 463. That's lower than Tim's own 2021 slugging percentage. This came as a product of his 214, 237, 226 slash line, which might be the first time I've ever seen all three of those stats be within 25 points of each other. This 2024 also included just 3 extra base hits, all doubles, through 241 plate appearances, and just 7 walks to 68 strikeouts, nearly a 1-to-10 ratio. But those are just his simple stats. What about more advanced ones? Well, for starters, he posted the 3rd worst batting run value in the entire sport last year at -25, despite being the only guy in the top 10 to see less than 1,000 pitches, with nearly everyone surrounding him having seen anywhere from 600 to 1,000 more. This kind of anemic production probably isn't that surprising when you consider he had an 86.1 mile/hour average exit velocity, to go along with the 3rd worst average launch angle in the sport at 1.4, meaning he was hitting the ball softly on the ground more than nearly anybody else, and only running down the line, mind you, at a 43rd percentile sprint speed of 27.1 feet per second, cutting out a huge portion of infield hits he might have otherwise had back when he had over 28 feet per second speed just 2 years ago. The last aspect of his performance over the last couple seasons that boggles the mind is that, as pointed out here by Foolish Baseball, he hasn't managed to pull a regular season fly ball since midway through 2023, and even then, it was on this ugly looking swing. But on the very post that Foolish was commenting on, Anderson had managed to hit a pulled home run, so maybe this year will be redemption for the shortstop who was once thought of as easily a top 50 player in the game. But as it stands right now, he is, in my opinion, the weakest hitter in Major League Baseball. Since Ji-hwan Bae made his Major League debut back in 2022, he's been pretty atrocious at the plate, posting a 64 OPS plus in 493 plate appearances with just a 595 OPS and 301 slug. This has also come with some pretty horrific defensive numbers as well, including a negative 0.6 D-WAR. This might have you asking, is there anything he does on the field well? The answer to this is yes. He is a pretty good base runner, having swiped 33 bases in that limited time to go along with a base running run value of 3, and a 91st percentile sprint speed of 29.0 feet per second in his most recent season of 2024. All this is to say, he's not who you'd expect to see struggling with something that is exceptionally rare, being quote-unquote base running yips, as pointed out here by Twitter account David Todd. But that's exactly what happened during an early season matchup with the Marlins, and at an extremely inopportune time. Bae was brought in to pinch run for veteran Andrew McCutchen in the 8th inning of a tied game, after Kutch managed to draw a walk. At first now with Jack Swinsky at the plate, he got his leadoff, and on the first pitch of the AB, proceeded to take off and then go back to first. This isn't unusual for a base runner to do if they end up feeling like they didn't get a good jump, so nothing was made of it. But he would do the same thing on the 2-0. This time getting far enough out there that catcher Nick Fortes saw fit to throw behind him at first base. 2 false starts in 1 AB is certainly a bit strange, but again, not unheard of. It was what would happen on the 3-1 that was a little bit more bizarre, with the batter Swinsky taking a pitch high and outside for ball 4, with catcher Fortes instinctively throwing down to second base, where Bae again retreated to first, even though the throw went into center field. What a crazy looking play, considering that it was 1, a walk, and 2, just look at where he was as that throw goes down to the base. That's either one of the worst jumps I've ever seen, or, as suggested by Todd, some variation of the yips that causes a runner to almost freeze in between the bases. But perhaps the icing on top of this truly odd cake was the fact that just 3 pitches later, he was thrown out trying to go to third on a ball in the dirt. Now, there's no good replay here available to show if he got a bad jump, but I will say, considering the guy has 91st percentile speed, and this ball literally went off the catcher's helmet, I think there's a decent chance there was a little apprehension yet again, and it would end up costing the Buccos dearly, as his getting thrown out after a replay review ended a potential go-ahead rally, before, just an inning later, seeing them lose on a walk-off wild pitch, their 3rd walk-off loss in their first series of the year. Just a horrible way to start a season for any team, and an awful weird sequence for a utility player trying to register consistent playing time for the first time since mid-2023. Now, I want to know what you guys think. What do you think the Pirates' timeline is for being a postseason contender? And do you think it's even possible under their current ownership? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Earlier this year, we saw Roki Sasaki have an extremely tough start and then get choked up in the dugout following. Being that the internet is the way that it is, he of course got mocked for this relentlessly, which I thought was a bit heartless, considering he's a young player who's obviously under an insane amount of pressure. Still, I will acknowledge how rare this is to see on an MLB field. Guys don't generally respond with emotion like that following poor performances. But funny enough, we just saw the same thing again yesterday in a game between the Padres and Marlins, and in an even more obvious display from infielder Ronnie Simon. The day would actually start out pretty well for the second baseman, grounding an RBI single into center field as part of a 6-run first inning for the Marlins, creating a lead that, for many teams, would be all but secure. But being as how this is Florida we're talking about, the good times wouldn't last, with Simon being right at the center of the struggles, as in the second inning with 2 guys on, Tyler Wade grounded this ball to the right side, seeing it go off of Ronnie's glove on a dive. But this isn't where his first error came in, instead being later on a completely unnecessary throw to the plate, being exacerbated by the fact that the pitcher wasn't even covering home. 2 innings later, now only up by 1, Wade would ground another ball to the right side, this one being pretty routine, but for some unknown reason, his first baseman literally ranged over and then got in his face, helping contribute to it going under Ronnie's glove. In my opinion, this is pretty similar to the first play. Poor fundamentals on his part, surely, but with his team not being blameless as well. His final miscue of the day would come on literally the next batter, when Fernando Tatis Jr. grounded this ball to second. A simple force play that went awry when Simon flipped this so far over the shortstop's head it trickled to the edge of the outfield, allowing Wade to get up and scamper all the way to third base. After the inning eventually ended, but not before the Padres managed to tie things up on a Luis Arraez RBI knock, Ronnie was seen getting emotional, having to wipe the tears away as he struggled to contain himself before getting back to the dugout and then immediately just continuing into the clubhouse. He would then be replaced by Otto Lopez. As for my take on the whole situation, I think we as baseball fans need to be more empathetic towards these guys, who are, at the end of the day, human beings. This is a 25-year-old in the first year of his big league career, who just had, more than likely, the worst game of his professional career in the field. And it's not like he had some kind of outburst that caused harm to himself or other players. He just showed some raw emotion. In my opinion, anyone who mocks him for this is lame for doing so. I also like what his teammate Connor Norby had to say on the whole situation, which I'll throw up on screen right now. As for the rest of the game, the Padres would go on to score the go-ahead run in the following inning on another RBI knock from Arraez before Jackson Merrill would give San Diego a little more breathing room with a solo home run in the bottom of the 8th. After Kyle Stowers struck out in the following frame, the game was over. With one other little factoid I found interesting being that pitcher Stephen Kolek of the Pods actually became the first starter ever to give up 6 runs in the first inning of a start and yet still come away with a win. It feels like 1,000 different videos, tweets, and posts have been made about Juan Soto's lack of effort in recent weeks, including a few by myself, with the most obvious example coming against the Yankees when he refused to run out a ground ball in the 8th inning of a tied game. He then followed this up a couple games later by nearly refusing to swing outright, taking 7 straight pitches to begin his night before ending it by going 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, albeit with a sac fly mixed in there. But we just saw something else occur yesterday that will need to be added to this growing gaffe list. But here's the thing, it really wasn't his fault. Facing the White Sox in the first inning of a 2-0 game, Juan flied this ball to the right center field gap, where Michael Taylor made an amazing diving catch attempt, but he ended up trapping the ball. Still short-hopping it nicely, then getting the ball in pretty quickly, where it was relayed to second base, then to first, where Juan was then tagged out. What a moron, right? Why wouldn't he just stay on first? Well, hold your horses. He was already out long before he was tagged as a result of base runner Brandon Nimmo, who initially correctly read that the ball had gotten down before second-guessing it, then starting to race back towards first without being able to pick up his third base coach, resulting in him passing Soto as he ran back. The second he passes him here, Juan's out. This means you can't blame him for this play. As for the effect this had on the Mets, they would go on to score 4 runs eventually before the inning was over, shaking off the weirdness en route to an eventual 6-4 win. So yeah, today when you see that video being passed around, with comments describing Soto as having T-ball base running, consider not only that this play wasn't his fault, but that it also ended up having pretty much 0 impact on the game overall. Since we began tracking catcher arm strength back in 2016, we've had a few guys really stand out for being able to fire the ball down to second, most notably among these being Jorge Alfaro, who actually leads all of Major League Baseball since that start year with an 86.0 mile/hour average, Christian Bethancourt, who managed to moonlight as a pitcher for a little while, topping out in the high 90s on the mound, and the guy who's going to be at the epicenter of our video today, Dylan Dingler, who not only sports one of the best names in the entire business, but also the second best recorded arm strength in all of the major leagues for a catcher at 85.7 miles per hour. But his average throwing speed isn't what I want to discuss today. No, instead it's this play, as pointed out by the Warmonger on Twitter, on which Dingler set the all-time record for the fastest throw on a catcher assist of all time. Facing the Royals in the 5th inning of a 2-0 game, Bobby Witt Jr. managed to lead off the inning with a softly hit line drive single to right field, off a changeup well outside. 2 batters later, the speedy shortstop decided to try his hand at swiping the base. He took off on the 0-1, a slider high and away, which Dingler received before firing a strike down to second base to nail him by plenty. This throw came in at 88.1 miles per hour, making it the hardest throw on a catcher assist in recorded baseball history. Just look at that again. It could not have been a more on-target toss. And let's be honest, it probably had to be in order to get Witt, who is one of the fastest runners we've ever seen as well. Unfortunately for the Tigers, while this good defense would help them stave off a potential rally, it would later be a poor play at third base from Javier Baez that would result in the game-tying run getting to second base. actually being Witt, who would then get driven in by Mark Canha en route to a 4-3 extra inning victory after they pushed across a run in the top of the 10th, and the Tigers weren't able to do the same in the bottom, with catcher Dingler ironically being the guy who ended the game on a pop-up to the second baseman. And while I'm sure he personally would have traded this record for a hit in that circumstance in a heartbeat, it still doesn't change the fact that Dylan Dingler is now the new record holder for the hardest catcher throw on an assist in recorded Major League Baseball history. This is Jake Mangum, a 6-foot, 190-pound outfielder drafted out of Mississippi State back in 2019. Mangum has never had exceptional pop, only registering a career slugging percentage of .457 in the NCAA despite batting nearly .360 over 4 seasons. This also came with just 5 home runs, and his minor league numbers were largely similar. As though his batting average decreased a little bit, leading to his OPS dropping as well, he still posted an impressive .296, .349, .424 slash over 5 years, though again with only 24 home runs. The guy is just not built to hit for power, but in his limited sample size so far in 2025, he's been getting a chance to show off exactly what he can do in lieu of that, and it's incredibly impressive. Through his first 4 games, he's registered 8 hits in 15 at-bats, a .533 batting average, while swiping 3 bases and striking out just 2 times, spraying the ball all over the park like only contact hitters can. This has also come with an over 46% hard hit rate, an encouraging sign considering his reputation for lacking a bit of pop. But while all this is interesting, it's not the most interesting thing about him in my opinion. That would come particularly on this swing here, on a ground ball into left field, pointed out by Cespedes Family Barbecue on Twitter, with them claiming he's basically the Mississippi Ichiro. Just look at that replay. Can you really disagree? He basically starts running before he even makes contact, something the Japanese MVP became known for in his heyday. This takes an exceptional amount of hand-eye coordination, and can be very effective in giving you an extra step or 2 to first base when you hit a lot of ground balls, as Mangum probably will do. I will say the one thing that may impede his game a little bit as time goes on is the fact that he has only registered a 43rd percentile sprint speed as of now of 26.2 feet per second, meaning beating out these infield singles like Suzuki used to do probably isn't going to be nearly as effective for him. But considering he has a track record of getting on base, along with making contact to an absurd degree at every level he's played, he still might be able to be productive, more so in the way a player like Luis Ariz is. And according to scouts, there's no reason he can't be a perfectly serviceable Major League outfielder as well, which should help increase his value even more. You just gotta love guys like this, scrappy underdogs who emerged from being drafted in the 30th round or later twice in a row before finally going in the 4th back in 2019, then having to make a name for themselves in the minor leagues for half a decade, eventually emerging as a Major League caliber player. Will he be successful with this Mississippi Ichiro mold long term? I guess we'll have to see, but you can't deny the early results and the pure quality of the at-bats he's been taking. Now, I want to ask you guys, based on how the Rays have looked so far and their roster construction, do you see them challenging for an AL wildcard spot this year? Or do you think with the bevy of competition across the American League, they'll be on the outside looking in? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. The Dodgers absolutely dog-walked the Padres yesterday 8-0 in what was their biggest shutout win in team postseason history. It overall was a great night for LA, seeing some of their big stars produce for the first time in what feels like forever, and their bullpen put on a heroic performance. But amidst all the cool stuff that happened, there was a play that made Shohei Ohtani more frustrated than I've personally ever seen him, as well as being one of the weirder looking moments of the postseason overall. Teoscar Hernandez was facing an 0-2 count in the 4th inning with LA already up by 5. He then got a slider inside and pulled it down the third baseline, where it eluded Manny Machado's reach only to see it bounce off the third base umpire as he was making the fair call. Machado would then turn around, pick it up, and fire a throw to home plate to barely beat a sliding Shohei, who obviously would have been safe by a mile had that ball gone down the line. Side note, but great pick and tag here by Kyle Higashioka as well. For Shohei, this was such a frustrating play that afterwards the camera would catch him in the Dodgers dugout, hanging his head, before screaming God knows what in the third base umpire's direction. Just look at that. I've never seen him get that frustrated over a play before. Like I said, this one would have a happy ending for LA, but still, this moment was bizarre enough and his reaction was notable enough for me to want to highlight it. Now, thank you for watching. Please like and subscribe if you enjoyed, and have a great rest of your day. A triple play. To some degree, there's nothing more exciting or impactful that can happen on a big league field, as obviously that is literally the peak of outs that can occur in the span of one batted ball event. Despite their rarity, they truly do come in all shapes and sizes, with some of them being a bit more routine than others. But what about when one occurs as the result of a bad call from an umpire? This then would also have to be one of the more impactful calls that an umpire could possibly blow, right? Well, that's exactly what we just saw happen in a game between the Mets and Nationals. But the even crazier, and perhaps singular, thing about this play is that it's not the first time we've seen one of this kind involving the same cast of characters on an identical play. You'll see what I mean. Facing Jesse Winker, Jake Irvin fired a fastball in the inner half of the plate, which got absolutely demolished to first base, where Nathaniel Lowe apparently caught it in the air. flipping to second to get the runner who had initially started at second, before receiving a throw back to first to force out the runner who is now standing on second. Even though people were a bit confused at first, on paper it really was that simple. This resulted in the first 3-6-3 triple play since 1989, which I actually got from Codify on Twitter, who cited the account Saber. But here's the thing. It really shouldn't have happened, because when you go back and look at the replay, the ball actually went off the ground first into the mid of low, which meant that both base runners moving up should have been considered safe. And Winker, who actually made it to first before the throw got there, should also have been safe, meaning that 0 outs should have been recorded on this play. What a wild swing from that to the inning ending. Why wasn't this rectified? Well, unfortunately for the Mets, there's actually no procedure allowed to challenge a trap call in the infield, meaning that the play would have to stand. This was very impactful to the overall game as well, as the Nats would actually eventually go on to win on a walk-off after entering the 9th inning being down by a single run. Who knows how many Mets could have possibly scored with the bases loaded and nobody out in that 4th inning had they not been basically railroaded out of the frame. The other thing that I alluded to before that I just had to point out, being that it's endlessly fascinating to me, is that this actually isn't the first time that Jesse Winker has lined into a triple play fielded by Nathaniel Lowe, as back in 2022, he did just that while with the Mariners, on a play that was almost identical to this one, with Lowe catching the ball just off the dirt, confusing the base runners before this time stepping on first base beforehand, then flipping to second. Unfortunately, there wasn't any good replays I could find to see if that ball actually hit the dirt in the same way as with the Mets game, but it looks like it might have happened here as well, which to me makes this set of plays one of the more bizarre I've ever seen, or even possibly could have seen, considering that hitting into a triple play almost never happens, but hitting into a triple play to the same player on essentially the same play seems downright impossible. But I guess that's the beauty of baseball. Literally anything can happen at any time, and then can happen again in basically the same way. A perfect game. There's few things in baseball history that are quite as rare, as only 24 in the history of recorded Major League Baseball have been thrown officially. But what about calling a perfect game behind the plate? There's actually even fewer examples of this, as, up until what we're going to be discussing today, only once in the history of umpire tracking has such a thing occurred, during the 2022 World Series when the now banned Patrick Hoberg got every single call correct of the hundreds of pitches thrown. This is simply a ludicrous accomplishment, right? So it makes sense that even though we're dealing with a far smaller sample size in comparison to something like perfect games, there are still almost 0 examples of it. But just yesterday, we saw the second one ever recorded per umpire scorecards, the foremost authority in umpire grading, and it was truly special. Take a look here at the scorecard for Mark Rippinger in a matchup between the Twins and Royals that Casey would go on to win 3-2. We can see that his overall accuracy was exactly 100%. But it gets even more ludicrous than this, as he made about 10.3 correct calls versus the average, resulting in a plus 7.5 relative accuracy. This means he made 136 of 136 calls exactly as they should have been. Obviously, this includes every high 90s fastball, nasty breaking ball, painted sinker, you name it. And I do want to make sure to give some context as to how rare this has been, even when considering we can't track these things as closely as perfect games. As it is every contest back through 2015 that has been analyzed by umpire scorecards, even if they were launched back in 2020 officially. And of these 10 years of games cataloged via Baseball Savant, including postseason contests, this is only the second time this has ever happened. And it was really important for the context of the game as well, being that it was such a low-scoring contest, any number of bad calls could have completely shifted the entire landscape of an inning, potentially upsetting the power balance en route to a result that would have been tainted overall. But absolutely 0 people can claim that any of Rippinger's calls were the deciding factor, as all of them were right on point. So, congratulations, Mark, on a truly momentous accomplishment, one that deserves to be recognized the league over for both its impressiveness and rarity in recent baseball history.
121 losses, a modern era MLB record, the worst team marks in runs scored, hits, home runs, RBI, walks, batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS+, and a host of other categories, along with a bunch of bottom 5 finishes in pretty much every major pitching and defensive category. This was the hell that the 2024 Chicago White Sox and their fans endured, with more of their everyday players posting negative wins above replacement totals than positive. But in today's video, I didn't want to examine things too generally. Many people have already covered their overall ineptitude. No, instead, I want to examine their absolute worst plays of the season, really honing in on what a 120 plus loss team puts up in terms of lowlights. Let's start first with one of the lowest effort plays of the entire season, when Luis Robert in center field settled under this fly ball with one out in the bottom of the ninth in a tie game, and then, despite him having a pretty decent throwing arm and the ball only being medium depth and distance, decided to just pack it in, forcing his team to accept their loss without even a throw being made to home. Just look at how he angled himself underneath this ball. There was never going to be a throw made, which in a circumstance like that is just completely inexcusable. A bad toss there loses you the game anyway, but no toss doesn't even give you a chance. Next up, we have a time late in the season when Miguel Vargas was tracking this ball down the left field line. The only problem was that neither him nor left fielder Andrew Benintendi were able to properly call for it, resulting in a pretty nasty collision that took Vargas out of the game completely, as well as allowing 2 runs to come in with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the bottom of the second. But perhaps the most embarrassing part of all of this was the announcer's reaction.
Challenge over the white part of the plate a little bit more, let your stuff just play. If you don't, you better figure out...
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness, the White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
The fact that anybody watching would know exactly what he was talking about speaks volumes about the reputation the squad built around the league with a level of consistent ineptitude that's never been seen in MLB's modern era. Our next 2 plays are a bit more peculiar in nature, first with Jarren Duran being able to swipe home on a pickoff throw to first base that got away. The thing is, this was an attempted appeal play, but the whole process was handled so poorly that not only was Duran allowed to get a running start from third, but first baseman Andrew Vaughn wasn't even able to catch the toss, seeing it go down the right field line, resulting in an easy run. This is a play that a high school team should be able to execute. David Fletcher in center field on our next one didn't really have a bout of bad fundamentals on this ball, which would have more than likely been a double or at worst a triple had he not made contact with it and batted it over the fence. This was more so just exceptionally bad luck, and speaks to what kind of things also have to go wrong in a season to see you lose that many games. Our final 2 plays are going to be complete opposites in terms of the various manner in which the White Sox were able to lose games late. As in our first example, base runner Paul DeJong simply forgot how many outs there were in the 9th inning of a game. A fundamentally ridiculous time to do so, resulting in one of the easier twin killings you'll ever see. Imagine how mortifying this must have been for their fan base. And lastly, in another moment of just pure bad luck, check out their home announcer's reaction as Travis Jankowski got up to rob a game-winning home run from Andrew Vaughn.
Deep to left, going back! Oh, he made the catch, short miss.
They would, perhaps inevitably, go on to lose the game shortly after. No matter how, no matter when, no matter where, the 2024 Chicago White Sox were defined by one thing: their ability to lose in all manner of heartbreaking ways. And, based on how the roster currently looks, it doesn't seem like it's going to get much better in the upcoming season.
We've all seen some crazy plays that resulted from players having the yips. Whether that was Rick Ankiel throwing 5 wild pitches in 1 inning, Chuck Knobloch airmailing his first baseman from 20 feet away, or John Lester simply refusing to throw over to first base, there's never been a shortage of bizarre moments coming from this unfortunate condition. However, perhaps we've never seen a runner more effectively take advantage of said condition than Kevin Pillar did versus the Yankees' Dellin Betances way back in 2018, when he literally stole every single base possible on the reliever. With 1 out in the 8th, Betances got ahead of Pillar 0-2 before grooving a fastball right down the center of the plate, resulting in a single. It was then that Kevin began his assault on Betances. First, he got a pretty big lead versus the tall righty before taking off, resulting in such a huge jump there was no chance the Yankees catcher Gary Sanchez could get him at second. But still, this was a more routine play, right? A good jump, easy bag. The way he reached third was a little bit less so, as he danced his way off of second so far that he was almost halfway to third before he took off, which, when combined with the low pitch delivered, made for another easy swipe. It was then that he really hammered the nail into the coffin, as just 1 pitch later, as Betances came set, he took off for home, obviously hoping that Dellin would step off and throw instead of just delivering the pitch. This worked to perfection, netting him his 3rd stolen base of the inning, and the first and only swipe of home in his career so far. That was obviously some pretty good base running by Pillar, but what a horrible feeling that also must have been for Betances. What happens when MLB aces face minor leaguers? Now, this is a question that's kind of hard to answer, right? If you've ascended to the place of being ace level good in the majors, why would you ever be in the minors? And that's a good point. But there is one case in which this can happen to basically any player regardless of their level of talent or production. Rehab starts. That's why today I wanted to look at some of what the outcomes are when players who are still among the face of their team's rotation face off against guys who may never even see a big league at bat. Let's start first with outright domination, when Max Scherzer last year showed off stuff that was still truly big league worthy versus the AAA Oklahoma City Dodgers, en route to 4 scoreless innings with 5 strikeouts and just 53 pitches thrown,
before getting pulled due to a workload limit. The year before that, it was his former teammate Justin Verlander putting up a similar line, but with his coming against AA competition in the Akron Rubber Ducks, when he threw 4 2/3 scoreless of his own with 5 strikeouts, though with his coming along with some admittedly diminished stuff that he would have to build up following this, including a fastball that routinely sat in the low 90s. This goes to show what Hall of Fame level pitchability can do for you even without your A+ arsenal when facing less than stout competition. But this isn't always the case for every single pitcher. For example, when Chris Sale was rehabbing with the AAA Worcester Woo Sox in 2022, he would struggle quite a bit, though less with being hit hard and more just with outright control issues, as in just under 4 innings of a July start, he would give up 1 run while walking 5 batters, albeit with 5 Ks as well. This frustrated him so much that he would not only take his emotions out on the mound, but have this viral wig out after the game in the clubhouse. But like I said, he basically was beating himself, right? What happens when a minor league team lights up an ace outright? That's exactly what happened when Blake Snell took the mound with the AAA Sacramento Rivercats this past year. Well behind in his overall conditioning due to a late signing, Snell got absolutely lit up, giving up 4 hits, including a home run, a double, while walking a batter, coming after 3 earned runs in just 3 innings, before getting pulled after a leadoff knock in the 4th. To his credit, he would post an immaculate inning in the minors before getting called back up and dominating the second half of the MLB season. Clayton Kershaw kinda split the difference in his rehab start between dominating and struggling with single-A Rancho Cucamonga, as he gave up a number of base runners, including 1 earned run in 3 innings, while also managing to show off his Hall of Fame level control to the tune of 5 strikeouts, including a couple on his Cooperstown curveball. But all of these performances paled in comparison to one, from a guy who had one of the more dominant peaks in the history of Major League Baseball, whose stuff since his peak has barely seen a decline, even if his ligaments now seem to be made out of string cheese. I'm of course talking about Jacob deGrom's 2-inning performance for single-A St. Lucie in 2022, when he faced 6 batters and struck out 5 of them, though only 4 are showed in this footage for some reason, with all of them coming on his nasty mid-90s slider. Can you imagine being a kid, basically fresh out of high school, college, or an international signing, and having to face stuff like what these guys throw? Just nightmare fuel, honestly. Hitting 4 home runs in a single game is one of the rarest feats possible on a Major League Baseball field, and I mean that literally. For some context, consider there have been 24 pitchers who have thrown a perfect game, yet only 18 guys who've managed to throw up 4 bombs in a contest. Well, that was until yesterday, when Eugenio Suarez became the 19th. But in the same game, we also saw something truly nuts that we've actually only ever seen occur twice before in the whole of MLB history, and only once in the last 100 years. A hitter reached this incredible total while still seeing his team lose the game. Facing the Braves in the second inning of a then 2-0 ball game, Suarez would first crush a fastball middle-low out to left field on an absolute no-doubter that traveled 418 feet. But this would be only the start of his day, as in his next at-bat, this time with his team up by a run and a guy on first, he would crush another fastball, again out to left field in roughly the same spot, with this one traveling 411 feet. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs. This brings us to the bottom of the 6th, when he would actually blast his longest home run of the night, a mammoth shot 443 feet to left center field. This marked his 3rd straight plate appearance with a home run, and also for you StatCast heads out there, his 3rd straight appearance with a home run that would have been so in all 30 MLB ballparks. However, his team, even after they would get out to a reasonable lead of 6-2 entering the 7th inning, would see everything fall apart from here, with Ryan Thompson getting lit up before Jalen Beeks would come in and give up a go-ahead RBI double to Michael Harris II. This meant that when Suarez came up for the 4th time that night, his team was actually down by a run in the 9th inning, but that seemed to affect him exactly 0, as after working the count to 3-2, he would blast his 4th long ball, this one being his shortest at 383 feet, a shot that would have only been a home run in 29 out of 30 ballparks. This one was actually the hardest hit ball he had all game, at 106.9 miles per hour. This gave his team some life, pushing the contest to extra innings, but unfortunately for Suarez, things would not have a happy ending after Justin Martinez would bounce a splitter in the top of the 10th, allowing Matt Olson to easily score, before, with the tying run on 3rd base and 2 outs, Austin Riley would make this excellent play down the line to nab veteran Randall Grichuk by a step after a successful review. This marked the first time a player had hit 4 round-trippers in a contest and lost since Bob Horner in 1986, nearly 40 years ago, and only the 3rd time it's happened ever, with the only other instance being Ed Delahanty back in 1896. What a crazy night for Suarez, but ultimately, unfortunately for him, a bittersweet one, as he had to deal with the emotional roller coaster of tying one of baseball's greatest records ever while also seeing his team lose a hard-fought contest. I did a video a couple months back talking about the new fastest pitch in college softball history, and since then we've actually seen a pretty major development on this front, with Major League Baseball making a huge investment into the Athletes Unlimited Softball League, which, to me, seems to be their response to the success of the WNBA in recent years. Unfortunately, largely as a result of being so locked into the major leagues, I haven't been able to cover interesting plays that have been happening in this sport in the way that I'd like to, but something just popped across my radar yesterday that I absolutely had to cover, because I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it before. When a pitcher basically threw an exploding dirt ball that nearly took out their own catcher, with zero intent to do so. It was the 9th inning of a 5-5 game between Ole Miss and Oregon, when Lindsey Grind fired a fastball for a strike on a 3-0 pitch, but immediately afterwards her catcher went down in a heap, confusing everyone on the field. As she met with her pitcher and third baseman, it looked like she had something in her eye, the reason for which became obvious after investigating the replay. As Grind released her offering, a clump of dirt flew off her cleat, which she then hit mid-air with the ball, sending an explosion of dirt into the face of her own catcher. Just look at that. That's almost like a trick shot. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that on a baseball or softball field. As for the rest of the game, Oregon would end up winning on a walk-off walk in the bottom of the next inning, keeping their season alive by staving off elimination after a walk-off loss of their own versus UCLA the day before. Now, before we go, I want to ask specifically that if anybody sees any interesting softball plays in either the NCAA or the new Professional Softball League, feel free to reach out to the email that I share in the outro. I would love to detail more of these plays going forward. The Dodgers absolutely beat the Athletics yesterday into a paste, with 6 different players recording multi-hit games and 4 different players having multiple RBIs, with the final score of the contest being a ridiculous 19-2. But in a game that saw Shohei Ohtani hit 2 separate bombs and Ha-Seong Kim score more runs than he had official at-bats, there probably was one moment that stuck out more than any, and it ironically came at the hands of an Athletics pitcher, or should I say backup catcher turned pitcher, when Johnny Pereda struck out the reigning NL MVP with one of the more bizarre repertoires we've seen this season. Pereda began his night on the mound by giving up a hard ground ball single off the bat of the recently called up Dalton Rushing, though to give him his props, he was over there to cover first after the ball ricocheted off the first baseman's mitt. This brought up Ha-Seong Kim, who would see a range of pitches in his at-bat that went from 42 miles an hour all the way up to 87, before he would manage to flip a 65-mile-per-hour offering down the left field line, where it would skip into the crowd for a ground rule double. This would bring up Ohtani, who would first take a called strike at 63 miles per hour, a pretty well-located pitch. He would follow this up with a sidearm crossfire delivery that missed outside at 68. He dialed it back down on the next offering, another well-located pitch at 64, seeing Shohei foul it off. His next offering would be a little higher, but would elicit the same result, with the Japanese superstar fouling it off. It was then that he would angle himself as if he was going to throw another slow pitch before kicking it into high gear and firing an 89-mile-per-hour fastball past Ohtani. This meant that in the course of 5 separate pitches, Ohtani had seen a speed separation of 36 miles an hour, as well as multiple arm angles. Pereda would then get the ball back and promptly flip it out of play, as he surely wanted to save his first career K, not only because it was his first career K, but also because of who it came at the hands of. He would then get back on the mound and give up a single to the next batter, Miguel Rojas, seeing it flipped into right field before Kike Hernandez would draw a walk. This would be the last base runner of the inning, however, as Max Muncy would fly a 59-mile-per-hour bowling ball to center field for the second out, and then Chris Taylor would ground out to shortstop after a successful challenge overturned a pretty easy call at third base. 3 outs later, and the game would officially go into the books as a 19-2 blowout victory for the Dodgers. But even with all the offense we got to see on this day, it probably was this cool moment in the inning before that stood out the most, when a backup catcher somehow managed to strike out one of the best players in our game today.
There are a few things funnier in sports to me than when an announcer gets humbled almost immediately after making a statement. Call it a jinx, having to eat their own words, what have you, but regardless, it's going to be what we're talking about today, starting with one of the earliest no-hitter jinxes in Major League Baseball history, if not the earliest, when MLB Network's Greg Amsinger declared that, even prior to that day's game, that they were on no-hitter alert, with Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the mound, who, to his credit, was bringing in a 15 consecutive inning scoreless streak.
But we are already a no-hitter alert. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, before he throws a single pitch tonight against the Marlins. We have a no-hitter alert.
As you can probably guess, things didn't quite go according to plan, as on the game's very first offering, Jazz Chisholm would take the Japanese righty deep, ending any suspense that even possibly could have been built at the outset. But at least this wasn't during a critical moment in the game, right? The same could not be said for our next entry, when A's announcer Jenny Cavnar had this to say following a swing and miss by Jose Siri.
Hey Siri, it's not your night.
Now, Siri had literally gone deep earlier in the same game, so it already seemed pretty possible for this to age like milk when it happened, which it would profoundly just one pitch later, when Siri would crush a no-doubter to tie the game. Consider those words eaten. But at least this wasn't an instance of moderate disrespect to an emerging legend, right? Unlike our next example, when Keith Hernandez had this to say about Juan Soto's profile as a big leaguer.
Too big a swing. He is not a home run hitter, even though he had a nice power year last year.
Now, while this probably wasn't meant as the slight it may have come off as, he really wouldn't have time to clarify his statement before Soto would do this just 2 pitches later.
The 1-2 coming. And Soto cranks it to deep right field. Forget that.
Wow.
That is way up in the Coca-Cola corner. Oh, boy.
Lastly, let's check out our oldest example of the day, as well as our only one that didn't include a home run, when relief pitcher Dae-Sung Koo came to the plate in a game versus the Yankees' all-time dominant lefty Randy Johnson, prompting this perfectly timed take.
I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that this is, thus far in this young season, this is the biggest give-up at bat.
Oh, he rips one into right center field. Take your words back.
Perhaps even more satisfyingly, Koo would end up scoring later in the inning on a daring base running play, following a bunt fielded by the catcher. Sure, if replay review existed back then, he almost certainly would have been called out, but still, this should go down as one of the more entertaining innings ever registered at the hands of a relief pitcher hitting, especially with these moments becoming almost impossible to register as a result of the universal DH being implemented. And this profound instant karma moment in the call is certainly a huge part of its entertainment value.
We've seen some legendary first pitches from the perspective of raw velocity, including those from Mariano Rivera, Colin Kaepernick, Nolan Ryan, and Russell Wilson, twice. But while all of these were extremely impressive, especially in my opinion the Rivera and Ryan ones, none of them broke 90 miles an hour. In fact, it used to seem ridiculous to even believe cracking this lofty mark was possible for something like a ceremonial first pitch, if for no other reason than the usual lack of prep time, and the fact that most people just don't take it very seriously. But let me tell you right now, retired Hall of Fame legend Ichiro Suzuki was never like other people, and he most certainly wasn't known for taking things lightly. Back before the opening night game at T-Mobile Field in 2022, Ichiro strode out to the mound in a full uniform for his first pitch. This was an obvious clue that we were in for something special, which he would deliver seconds later, on this absolute missile that was apparently clocked at 94 miles an hour. Yeah, he skipped all the way past 90 and almost climbed into the mid-90s. And while yes, he was a pitcher back in his amateur days and even managed to make an appearance in an NPB All-Star game, this was still insanely impressive and unexpected, especially considering the fact that he had actually pitched in an MLB game 8 years earlier, and had only topped out at 88.4 miles per hour. Since this first pitch, he's continued pitching once in a while, most notably in exhibition games versus high school girls, where he allegedly still gets up into the mid-80s at times. Regardless, I personally think that this record, which admittedly isn't tracked very closely, of 94 miles per hour on a first pitch could stand for many years to come, as somebody would now need to break the 95 mark, a number that's considered fairly fast for an actual MLB pitcher. Needless to say, that just doesn't seem very likely. One of my favorite kinds of home run has to be one-knee blasts. The way that it requires a hitter to just absolutely sell out is almost cathartic in a weird way, and it also results in some of the most unique-looking swings you'll ever see. But almost as a prerequisite of losing some of your balance mid-hack, most of these blasts aren't hit extremely hard, usually clocking in, from my subjective research, around 100 to 105 miles per hour in terms of exit velocity. That is, unless you're one of the most talented hitters in the major leagues today. I'm talking about Juan Soto, who just did something so rare we've only ever seen it happen once before, and it was over a half-decade ago. Facing Zach Gagnos in the 8th inning of a 4-3 ball game, Soto got a split finger low on a 3-2, forcing him to go to a knee to stay with the offering. Yet, even in doing so, he still got enough of it to drive it out to right center, a 388-foot shot that gave him 2 straight days with a home run, helping him greatly in his attempt to recover from a slow start. But there was something else about this dinger that was significant, which was graciously pointed out to me in an email from Zane Fisher. Shout out to him for doing so. Being that this is only the second home run we've ever seen from a guy going down on one knee that was hit out at over 110 miles per hour. The other was a Ronald Acuna Jr. nuke off Robbie Ray, a 425-foot blast that left his bat at 114.3 miles per hour. That was registered all the way back in 2019, over 6 years ago at this point. As for the rest of the game, the Mets would go on to win by a final of 5-3, with Edwin Diaz striking out Britton Doyle looking on a 99-mile-per-hour heater to punctuate it. Still, the major event of this contest to me, at least in terms of skill required, has to be this swing from Soto. To have the ability to generate this much force while down on a single knee is simply incredible to me, and shows the kind of feats he's capable of performing at his best, which I hope we'll continue to see as he builds momentum heading into the dog days of summer. Ben Joyce is the hardest throwing pitcher in the big leagues, but we probably already knew that. So far this season, he set the all-time record for the hardest pitch ever thrown for a K at 104.7 miles per hour, hit a rounded up 105 on multiple other occasions, and has had the hardest average fastball in the big leagues at 102.1 miles per hour, a full 1.4 miles per hour faster than the next closest, Mason Miller. However, we've never seen him throw quite as hard as he managed to do yesterday versus the Dodgers, in perhaps the highest profile game of his major league career to this point, when he managed to hit 106 miles an hour. In the top of the 9th inning, he first faced Teoscar Hernandez, who he got to fly out to right field on a power fastball. He then struck out Will Smith on 4 pitches, none of which were less than 102 miles per hour, with his fastest being 104.4. He would go with a different tone to begin his next at-bat, getting Tommy Edman behind 0-1 on a nasty 86 mile per hour slider. He then threw a spinner right down the center of the plate for strike 2, with Edman taking it, obviously looking for the heater. Oh, and believe me, on the 0-2, that's exactly what he got, with Joyce ramping up and throwing a 105.5 mile per hour fireball for strike 3. This not only reset his all-time record for the hardest pitch ever registered on a strikeout, but marked the first time since 2016 that anyone has reached 106 miles per hour in the radar gun, roundups included. In fact, this finished just behind the all-time record set by Aroldis Chapman that season at 105.7 miles per hour. Both how Joyce has been going in recent days, that record itself might not stand for very much longer.
Ryan Weathers first went viral back in 2020 when he made his first big league appearance during the playoffs, with this stat line from his high school career drawing a ton of attention in baseball spaces. Unfortunately, he would struggle for the first few years of his career after this, due to both injuries and underperformance, before getting traded and then getting an extended run with the Marlins last year, making 16 starts with a 3.63 ERA and 1.21 ERA plus through 86 2/3 innings. It wasn't a large sample, but it certainly was encouraging for the former first-round pick. And this year he's been even better, as after another early injury, he's managed to post a 3.28 ERA and 1.32 ERA plus through his first 5 starts. But unfortunately for him, he just had one of these appearances basically ruined, and it wasn't through any fault of his own, instead being at the hands of his catcher in one of the more bizarre injury scenes I've ever seen on a major league field. Getting ready to face the Rays in the bottom of the first, Weathers fired his final warm-up toss to catcher Nick Fortes, who then proceeded to pelt him in the back of the head with this throw to second. The lefty was, somewhat predictably, visibly frustrated on the mound afterwards, as he got up from the heap he collapsed into and snatched his hat back from Otto Lopez. You can see Fortes apologizing here shortly after as well. Here's a good angle on how hard that throw actually struck him. It was no joke. Thankfully, he would remain in the game afterwards, so I guess all is well that ends well, right? Not so fast. Not only would his performance dip pretty drastically in this contest, with him giving up 4 runs, 3 earned, in just 3 innings with 1 strikeout, tying the highest amount of runs he'd given up in an appearance all year, while also registering his lowest K total as well. But there was something even more concerning that occurred in the 3rd inning, when his fastball velo dropped off a cliff, going from 95 to 97 in his first 2 innings to between 90 and 94 the entire frame. Unsurprisingly, after striking out Jose Caballero to end it, he would come out of this game. After the contest, which Miami would go on to win in a wild fashion 11-10, Weathers would confirm that it was this blow to the head that was affecting him all game, saying in this quote, "I just felt very disconnected out there. It was kind of like that episode of SpongeBob where everything's on fire inside of his brain, and I just felt like I was in pure chaos after that happened." This was obviously really concerning to hear, as that sounds like the very definition of concussion symptoms. But thankfully, according to FDSN Marlins, he managed to pass the required protocol without issue, clearing him for baseball activities going forward. What a scary situation for the hurler, but thankfully one with consequences that seem to be, at least at this point, about as minimal as possible.
The Dodgers walked off the Yankees in Game 1 of the World Series on a grand slam that was easily one of the most iconic moments in recent postseason history, with a hobbled Freddie Freeman serving as the unlikely hero. But perhaps an underrated villain in the story of this first game is that of Gleyber Torres' lazy fielding, an issue that has plagued the Yankees for years now, but in this one almost directly resulted in the game-tying run being scored in the 8th inning. Facing Tommy Kahnle with the Dodgers down to their final 5 outs, Shohei Ohtani proceeded to crush this changeup 114 miles an hour and 377 feet to right center field, where it clanged off the wall and back to Juan Soto. Now, Ohtani was more than content to just stop at second base with the game-tying run being in scoring position, but that wouldn't be where the play would end. You see, as the throw from Juan came in, Torres, instead of getting in front of the ball and deadening it, decided instead to take a swipe at it on a backhand, allowing the ball to trickle past him and Ohtani to get the biggest extra 90 feet of the entire contest. Why, might you ask? Because Mookie Betts would fly out to center field in the next at-bat, nodding the game at 2 on a sac fly that more than likely would have just moved Ohtani over to third, before Freddie Freeman would fly out to end the inning. And yes, while it's impossible to predict what would have happened if Shohei had indeed been on second, we can objectively say that the chances the game would have ended up tied would have been far lower. And considering this play only required a small amount of sound fundamentals and effort, it's just plain out and out inexcusable, especially in the late innings of a World Series game. So, What do you guys think? Am I being a bit hard on Gleyber here, or do you think his actions were as consequential as I'm making them seem? Let me know in the comments.
Yadier Molina is one of the best catchers in Major League Baseball history, but this isn't news, right? I mean, that's what winning 9 Gold Gloves and 4 Platinum Gloves will do for you, stealing countless strikes along the way and throwing out a ridiculous 40% of base runners throughout a career that will go down in baseball lore forever. But this isn't to say that all base runners respected Molina at all times, with many of them certainly wishing that they would have after the fact. Let's start first with 2 times Yadier threw out runners at third who weren't paying enough attention to the fact that he had the ball, with Eugenio Suarez first rounding third on a walk to Devin Mesoraco, rounding the bag then straying mere inches off of it while surveying the rest of the field. Yadi, being the baseball genius he was, somehow picked up this small amount of daylight between his foot and the base, and proceeded to casually fire a pickoff over there, where Jed Jerko applied the tag for the out. It was a similar story versus the Pirates later in that same season, when Jordy Mercer drew a walk, and Molina again, calmly, fired behind Gregory Polanco, who was already at third base as he was slowly moseying back. He was initially called safe, but the call would be reversed shortly after. It wasn't just at third base this happened either, as an arguably even more egregious example took place in the WBC, when Jurickson Profar lined a single to right field that should have put runners in the corners with 1 out. But as he started hyping up the crowd as he was going back to first, Molina saw a small window for a play, fired over, and managed to nail him before he even realized what was going on, making for one of the funnier moments in the tournament's decade-and-a-half history. But all of these were a little bit more of the unintentional variety, right? While they weren't respecting Molina's attention to detail, they also weren't openly disrespecting the catcher. But that was not the case for Jose Siri, who, after a pickoff throw to first base during spring training in 2021, proceeded to give the veteran backstop a finger wag, indicating that Yadi didn't have a chance to get him. Molina simply gestured for him to try his luck at stealing second, which he would do shortly after, with Molina firing an absolute strike right on the bag to easily nail him by multiple feet, punctuating the play with one of the more menacing staredowns you'll ever see on a baseball field. This guy sure had a penchant for epic moments. Now, before we go, I want to ask you guys, do you think Yadier should be a first-year Hall of Famer, or perhaps a later ballot guy, or maybe even not be inducted at all? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
Emotions run high during the College World Series. This is a known thing, but usually it's in the direction of excitement, with occasional tension between teams as a result. But one of the things that this normally doesn't take the shape of is coaches, right in view of the camera, calling opposing players slurs, which is exactly what the coach for Wake Forest, Tom Walters, did right before having to witness the same player drop an absolute tank on his team's head. His team was down 6-2 in the 4th inning, courtesy in large part of a 3-run home run from freshman Manny Morin, which was already following a little tension 2 batters earlier when Levi Clark was hit by a pitch. Immediately following the blast, Gavin Keelan lined a single to right field, bringing up Andrew Fisher, a guy who had hit .343 on the year with 24 home runs coming into the at-bat. It was as he was striding up to the plate that we got a look at Walters saying this. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat that for obvious reasons, but needless to say, it's considered a slur. Why he would do this right out in the open in the middle of his team's biggest game of the year is simply beyond me, but he wouldn't have to wait long before receiving his karmic payback, with Fisher on a 1-2 pitch crushing a home run out to right field, celebrating voraciously following. And while Wake Forest would manage to scratch out a few runs in the middle innings, the game would never really feel all that close again, with star pitcher Liam Doyle coming out like an absolute madman from the bullpen to close the game in one of the more electric ways we've seen all year. Following the contest, Coach Tom would call this incident an outburst and basically admit that he said exactly what we thought he did, before giving a disingenuous apology. Look at his face when he says it. That's about as authentic as it gets, and I'm just personally happy that his team ended up paying the ultimate price when it all was said and done. Craig Kimbrell had one of the most dominant peaks for any closer in the history of Major League Baseball, as during his 5 years with the Braves, he posted a 1.43 ERA with a 2.66 ERA plus and 476 strikeouts in just 289 innings. He was completely untouchable, leading the league in saves at one point in 4 straight seasons. Since he left Atlanta, his career has seen its ups and downs, with the most recent season of 2024 being his worst where he managed to make significant appearances. Still, coming into this season, the Braves, more than likely because of his former dominance with them, decided to give the veteran righty a flyer. He then, in his first season with significant minor league time since 2010, proceeded to post a 2 ERA through 18 games, with 23 strikeouts and less than 1 base runner per inning. So when Atlanta decided they needed some bullpen reinforcements after a significantly rough stretch in the last few games, it was Kimbrell who got the call, with the team hyping up the appearance on social media, and then, following a scoreless appearance, deciding to cut him from the team. You're probably saying, what the hell is going on here? Which makes total sense to ask. Let's first go over his appearance, then discuss their actions following. He was brought into a tied game in the 7th inning, sporting that iconic Kimbrell lean as he attempted to take on the Giants. The night would not begin well, however, with him giving up a leadoff single to Heliot Ramos on a curveball up in the zone. But this base runner would be eliminated just one pitch later when he attempted to steal second base before being gunned down by Sean Murphy. This allowed Kimbrel to reset, not that it necessarily did him a lot of good, being as how he would walk Jung-Hoo Lee on 4 straight pitches. It was then something crazy happened. The Giants ran into their second straight out, with Kimbrel picking off Lee at first before a 3-2 pitch. What a weird return to the big leagues for the modern legend. He would settle down 2 pitches later to strike out Wilmer Flores on a high fastball, ending the frame scoreless with just 14 pitches thrown. Now, this isn't to say there weren't some major issues during this contest. For one, Craig threw more balls than strikes, at a ratio of 8-6, which isn't exactly considered a long-term strategy for success, especially from a guy who has struggled with poor command in the past. But perhaps the more concerning aspect of his performance concerns the outright decline of his stuff, as he threw just 3 fastballs over 93 miles an hour, when, even as recently as last year, he was averaging nearly 94. It's with all this being said, I still think it was a monumentally stupid thing to do to bring him up for this appearance and then immediately DFA him, as the Braves announced they did today. If they had that short of a leash, why would they even bring him up and try to hype all their fans up about it? Just a bad look, especially for a bullpen that would not only blow the game he ended up appearing in, but the next one as well. In fact, their relievers are, at this point, tied for second worst in the National League when it comes to blown saves. It's an ugly situation in Braves country right now, and this whole thing certainly doesn't make it any prettier. Walk-off home runs might be the most iconic kind of play in all of baseball. The tension in the build-up, the fact that it's at home, and that it always comes at the end of an inevitably close and hard-fought game all contribute to its grandeur. I do think we also can all agree, however, that not all walk-off dingers are equally impressive. In fact, I believe we just saw what might be the cheapest hit of this variety in recorded MLB history in a game today between the Angels and Red Sox. But first, let's examine the game that unfolded up to that point. LA, looking for a 3-game sweep of Boston, got off to a good start, notching 4 runs in the top of the first with the biggest blow coming off the bat of Taylor Ward on this 3-run blast. But the Red Sox would answer right back with a 5-run bottom of that frame, which included Marcelo Mayer's first career RBI. This was a good representation of how the game was going to go overall, as both teams proceeded to trade runs back and forth for the next 8 innings, with the Angels getting and then giving up the lead 4 separate times in total. This brings us to the 9th, with the game tied at 9 and a guy on first, with Ceddanne Rafaela at the plate looking to be the hero for Boston. And on the very first pitch of his AB, he flied a changeup center cut down the right field line, where it just barely managed to eke over the fence, courtesy of the pesky pole's weird dimensions. It was only a few seconds after the shot that Game Day updated with the homer specifics. 308 feet traveled at just a 94-mile-per-hour exit velocity. This has it registered as the shortest home run of this season so far, with the next closest being a 320-foot moon scraper down the right field line from Mike Trout versus Tampa, and tied for the softest hit dinger, with only this Anthony Volpe poke just beyond Corbin Carroll's mitt, also coming in at that aforementioned 94 miles per hour. But it also did something else much more significant as well, breaking the all-time record for the shortest walk-off home run by nearly 25 feet, with it before being this 332-footer from Tyler White in Houston. Now, I for one don't really care about records like this from a fair or unfair perspective. The dimensions are what they are, with the same being true of ballparks like Great American and Yankee Stadium. With this being said, I do find it funny that Boston fans are always the quickest to invade Yankee spaces, shouting Mickey Mouse home run whenever the short porch is reached, yet don't have anything to say when their park consistently gives up the shortest, most softly hit home runs year after year. Still, this doesn't change the fact that Rafaela's blast was indeed a game-winning round tripper, even if it was probably the cheapest hit of this kind we've seen in recorded MLB history.
The fastest runners in Major League Baseball are capable of turning the most routine plays into hits, taking those extra bases you wouldn't normally dream of, and, in some cases, even managing to outright win a game with their legs. But the very existence of these speedy players implies the opposite as well. Guys that are so slow that plays that would normally be impossible to record an out on are able to be made, courtesy of their truck with a trailer full of granite on a road full of molasses in the wintertime level speed. That's what we're going to be examining today, starting with plays during which our baseball version of sloths were thrown out at second. Giancarlo Stanton first crushed this ball down the left field line on what felt like 20 bounces before it got to the fence, before being fielded by the left fielder on the warning track. Despite all of that time elapsed, he still was thrown out by a solid 5 feet, being initially called safe only because of a fairly snazzy slide. This call, of course, wouldn't stand. Miguel Cabrera on our next storm was probably thrown out by roughly the same distance, only with his ball being a pop-up to shallow center that sat in the air for what felt like an eternity, with second baseman Brian Dozier literally falling down as he attempted to catch the ball, then still having time to grab it, get to his feet, and flip a one-hopper to second, where, again, Cabrera was tagged out by a mile. Our last play of this type saw Daniel Vogelbach literally line a ball to the left field warning track, roughly 370 feet from home plate, only to see a one-hop relay throw come into the shortstop, who still had time to relay to second where he was tagged out handedly, Just look at how many steps there were to this play. It's truly absurd they were able to get him. Our next batch of instances come on ground balls to various fielders on the infield, with Manny Machado being able to throw out Albert Pujols here from 15 feet behind the third base coach's box, while taking his time in the process to do so. But what was perhaps even crazier was the fact that the reason he probably took his time was that just a game before, he had thrown out Pujols on a play very similar, only this time rushing his throw a bit, causing it to be slightly offline, but still beating Pujols by so much that it didn't matter. 2 plays in 2 days from that deep at third? That just doesn't even seem possible. The same could also be said of this ground ball off the first base bag off the bat of Pablo Sandoval, which bounced into the air and hung there for multiple seconds, before Jose Abreu was able to come down with it and still have time to get the panda at first base by a decent margin. Yadier Molina would get ejected on this play after he grounded a ball to deep short, only to see it be fielded by a diving Brandon Crawford, who momentarily lost it, yet still had time from his knees to throw out the veteran catcher. He got kicked out for his helmet spike, though it is unclear whether or not the spike was at the call or at himself for being so insanely slow. Vogelbach appears again here, rounding out this section with a similar play to the last one, only with this one seeing a shortstop literally have to go quite a few feet into the outfield while trying to field this ball. You see guys getting thrown out from deep short all the time, but shallow left center field? That's not all too common. Lastly, let's look at 2 absurd double plays, with David Ortiz being up first on this ground ball to second baseman Brian Dozier, who fielded it, stumbled for a second, then flipped to home plate at a medium velocity. Yet the Minnesota catcher still had time to relay to first base to get Big Papi. This is the exceptionally rare 4-2-3 double play. And lastly, look at this effort by Andrelton Simmons, who slid to grab a line drive on a hop off the bat of Yasmani Grandal, then still had enough time to get to his feet, race to second, then relay to first for the inning-ending twin killing. Seems crazy to say, but I actually think he beat the runner that was going to second by less distance than his throw beat Grandal at first base.
Comebacks in Major League Baseball are always cool to see, unless it's your team that's being hunted down. That rush of adrenaline as the tying, go-ahead, or winning run comes in to score after all hope was lost is just something completely singular. Most of these comebacks concern leads of 1, 2, sometimes even 3 runs, which is something the Diamondbacks have been on the wrong side of multiple times this year. But yesterday it was their turn to deliver an unlikely rally. Only theirs was so improbable they literally had at one point a verifiable 99.9% chance of losing. Facing the Braves, starter Brandon Pfaadt first dug his team a hole early by giving up 6 runs in the game's first 3 innings. His team would claw back 3 of these in the top of the 4th, but following 3 additional home runs by Atlanta in the ensuing innings, including one from Ronald Acuna Jr., they found themselves down big entering the 9th, with the score now sitting at 10-4. After Eugenio Suarez struck out to start the frame, their win probability was sitting at just 0.1%, nearly mathematically impossible in baseball terms. However, they hadn't heard any bell, with Lourdes Gurriel Jr. narrowing the lead with a solo blast, before Tim Tawa would draw a walk. Alec Thomas got down 0-2 in his at-bat before crushing a decently placed slider out to right field. All of a sudden, it was a save situation. Still, with only 2 outs left to get and 3 runs to make up, it wasn't looking good, especially with the Braves closer coming on, right? Wrong. For some reason, Atlanta decided to stick with Scott Blewett, quite an appropriate name in this case, for one more hitter, putting a runner on with the walk before finally going to Raisel Iglesias to try to clamp things down. Unfortunately for them, the same version of Raisel that has raised its ugly head for much of 2025 would be present on this day as well, to go along with some bad luck, as Corbin Carroll flied a well-placed changeup to right center field, landing in just the right spot to get him a double. Ketel Marte followed this by flicking another well-placed changeup to the hole on the left side, scoring a run while pushing Carroll to third. All of a sudden, things were getting real. Iglesias would manage to settle down after this for at least one hitter, placing yet another changeup in a good location, this time getting a pop-up off the bat of Geraldo Perdomo, with Ildemaro Vargas, a player with just a career 77 OPS plus, coming to the plate. But again, the Snakes would just refuse to give up as Vargas lined another changeup well away into center field, bringing the score within a run. Arizona's last chance would now be Suarez, coming up to the plate for the second time that inning, and he delivered, not only tying the contest on a line drive down the left field line, but giving the Diamondbacks the lead as Vargas raced home from first. This would be the final fireworks we'd see, with Marcell Ozuna grounding into a double play in the bottom of the 9th to end it, securing Arizona's first franchise win ever, where they entered the 9th inning trailing by over 6 runs. What an incredible show of resiliency from a team that's going to need to keep doing stuff like this in order to keep pace in a crowded NL playoff picture. While Shohei Ohtani made a lot of headlines in 2024 for his 50-50 season, and even ended up taking home the first MVP award ever for a DH-only player, we can't forget just how good his pitching has been since he arrived in the major leagues, courtesy of a nasty repertoire that includes a wipeout slider, a devastating splitter, a super slow curveball, and, of course, his blazing 100-mile-per-hour plus fastball. But today, I want to take it way back to the first time he was ever recorded throwing 100 miles per hour, when he was just 17 years old. Pitching in the biggest tournament in Japan for high schoolers called the Koshien, a then super lanky Ohtani was in a bit of a jam, with runners on first and third, and 2 outs. Being as how it was already the 6th inning, Shohei probably knew he was reaching the end of his day, so he proceeded to really empty the tank versus this poor hitter, starting him off with a blazing 98-mile-per-hour pitch for a strike. As you can obviously tell here, the speeds are in kph, not mph, but I'll save you the trouble of doing the conversion and just say what they are in miles per hour. He would follow this up with a slightly slower offering at 96 miles an hour well away, on a pitch that would see the runner on first base take second. This would prompt Ohtani to step off before hopping right back on the mound to fire another 98-mile-per-hour pitch, just low and away apparently. Now facing a 2-1 count, Shohei's adrenaline must have really started to take over, as he pumped the next one in at around 99 miles per hour. Keep in mind, at this time, the fastest pitch in recorded Japanese baseball history was 101 miles per hour, putting him just a couple ticks off the record at just 17. But perhaps nobody could have expected what would come next, as following a swing and miss on a pitch that was a bit low at 98 again, the future superstar would unleash his fastest pitch of the day for a called strike 3 at 160 kph, or about 100 miles per hour. This was the first time he had ever hit that lofty mark, and was one of the first times ever that a Japanese high schooler had thrown triple digits. Even from the announcer's reaction, you can tell it was a pretty big deal.
160キロだ! 見逃しの三振、手が出ない!
All I can say is I can't wait to see him back out there on the mound in 2024, ripping triple-digit heaters to escape jams like he's been doing now for almost a decade and a half. Over my years as an MLB content creator, I've had many people leave comments like, I could hit Major League pitching if I just had a number of games to get used to it. So as a final response to this dumbassery, I've put together a compilation video of Major League pitchers simply warming up in the bullpen. You watch this and tell me if you think you could even touch their stuff when they're going at 75, 80 to 85%. But if after watching this you're thinking you're somebody that still could, you're either A, a professional baseball player, or B, just completely out of touch. Also, shout out to Bullpen Videos, Dirk Hayhurst, Yes Media, and Ballhawk Sean for the footage. Go subscribe to them over on YouTube if you haven't already.
That's real good.
A couple days back, I made a video on a legitimately historic walk-off when Ceddanne Rafaela of the Boston Red Sox hit the cheapest walk-off home run in recorded MLB history, with it traveling just 308 feet, nearly 25 feet shallower than the next closest. Yet, even though I would consider this a weird moment because of its singularity, I don't think it quite approaches the bizarre nature of the walk-off we just saw yesterday, when the Rays won on a play I don't believe I've ever seen before on a major league field. Facing the Rangers, Tampa found themselves trailing 3-1 in the bottom of the ninth, due in large part to the contributions of Marcus Semien, who's been cold as the Arctic all year at the dish, but on this night managed to hit 2 solo home runs. In this frame, things would not begin well for them, as Brandon Lowe would ground out to Corey Seager off lefty Robert Garcia. Next up was Yandy Diaz, who, somewhat predictably, if you watch my video on him that came out in recent weeks, hit the ball on the ground, hard, seeing it skip into left field. Jonathan Aranda would then walk on 4 pitches, including a final one that nearly clipped him to put 2 guys on. This brought Junior Caminero into the batter's box, who would somehow manage to crush this fastball above the zone on the ground into center field, making the score 3-2. A little bit of water was then splashed onto the growing fire when Jake Mangum softly flied this ball to right field, bringing the Rangers within 1 out of closing this one down. And the game could have ended on the next batter when Christopher Morel crushed this ball down the third baseline. fielded nicely by Josh Young to keep it from going into the left field corner, but a moment of indecision on where to throw it ended up costing him a chance to get Christopher at first. Bases loaded, 2 outs. This brings us to our bizarre play, as on a 1-2 pitch, Taylor Walls would ground this ball to second base, one of the more routine plays you're ever going to see on a major league field. But the inexperience of first baseman Josh Smith seemed to prompt the infielder to try to make this play, drawing him so far away from the bag that Marcus had no one to throw to. Still, at this point, it wasn't that crazy of a play, but what followed certainly was, when Simeon, with a play unfolding in front of him, held onto the ball for way too long as Caminero raced around third, managing to slide in just ahead of the throw from Marcus. Look at that again. I can't remember the last time I saw a walk-off 2-run infield single on a routine ground ball to the second baseman. And yes, it was indeed called a single. What a brutal end to a game the Rangers desperately needed, as they looked to try to keep pace in a crowded AL West, with this loss dropping them to 5 games under 500.
The Yankees took Game 2 of the ALCS pretty handedly, winning by a final score of 6-3 while finally getting a chance to see the face of their franchise, Aaron Judge, hit a homer and drive in 3 runs. However, among the good vibes that stayed present throughout Yankee Stadium for much of the game, there was a play that I thought was more brutally assessed by an announcer than any we've seen so far this postseason, and from the mouth of a legend, in John Sterling no less. With 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning, Gleyber Torres took a 45-foot breaking ball that was blocked by Austin Hedges. But for some reason, Anthony Rizzo at second base with his slow ass thought it would be a good idea to try to advance on the offering, and got so far off of second he ended up getting trapped in a rundown before getting tagged out at third base. Now, keep in mind, Jazz Chisholm had gotten picked off of second base earlier in that very same inning, so both this play with Rizzo and that previous play with Jazz seemingly brought Sterling to his wit's end. At which point, he said this.
On the way to third, back to second, back to third, tagged out, end of inning. Boy, if that wasn't the Yankees. That's what they do, run the bases like drunks.
Now, that might seem a bit harsh if you just started watching the Yankees on that day, as every team makes base running errors. But being as how they actually posted the worst total in Major League Baseball this year in StatCast's runner runs at -12, it makes a bit more sense why someone who watches them every day would get this frustrated, especially when the score was so tight at that point in the game. That means, in my opinion, this was a reasonable crash out. I mean, after witnessing this for an entire regular season and now a postseason, a guy can only take so much. Now, I don't know what you guys think. Was Sterling a little harsh here, or do you agree with his frank analysis? Let me know in the comments. Edwin Diaz has had stretches of his career where he's been absolutely unhittable, putting up a K/9 mark of nearly 15 at about 420 innings. However, he has one major quirk that has at times held him back, giving up home runs, as during that same time he's also managed to give up 48 long balls, a few of which he's pointed at as if it was going to be routine fly ball. That's what we're going to be examining today, every single time in his career that he's done this. The first of these was versus the Angels way back in 2018. Justin Upton got a hanging slider right over the center of the plate and launched it out to deep center field, where it just barely got over the wall for the game-tying home run with 2 outs in the 9th. Baseball fans would have to wait over 3 years until his next point, this one versus the Pirates on a walk-off grand slam by backup catcher Jacob Stallings. To give him some credit here, that ball would have only been a home run in 19 out of 30 MLB ballparks. The same could not be said for the next dinger he gave up of this kind versus Bryce Harper and the Phillies, on which this titanic 442-foot go-ahead home run would have been a home run in every single major league ballpark. We then fast forward to the next season in Arizona with 2 outs in the 9th when he hung a slider to Dalton Varsho, which barely snuck over the right field wall. The replay isn't very good here because the camera didn't stay on him for that long, but it's clear he did it. That then takes us to the present day, where Diaz, who has since stepped down from the closer role, gave up a monstrous 428-foot home run to dead center field versus a terrible Marlins team, blowing a save in the process. Here's to hoping going forward he can get back to his dominating ways of years past. The Dodgers have been one of the best hitting teams in all of the big leagues so far this year, having the best batting average, being tied for the most home runs, and having the second best OPS. And it was yesterday that their squad, containing perhaps the largest collection of future Hall of Famers of any team, managed to pull off a feat so rare we haven't seen it in over a decade. But here's the thing, it wasn't in any way positive. Facing the Cardinals, LA put their first runner in scoring position on the second batter of the game when Mookie Betts crushed a double down the left field line. But staff leader Sonny Gray would bear down to retire the next 2 hitters, Freddie Freeman on a strikeout and Teoscar Hernandez on a routine grounder to shortstop. In the second inning, it was Andy Pages and Michael Conforto who went back-to-back with hits of their own, putting 2 guys on with again just 1 out.
This time it was Tommy Edman and Dalton Rushing's turn to leave some ducks on the pond, with each hitting the ball fairly well, but not hard or far enough to get over the wall or someone's head. Things started getting a little more notable in the third inning, when Shohei Ohtani and Mookie Betts led off the frame with back-to-back singles, only to, yet again, get stranded after Max Muncy followed back-to-back strikeouts with a routine fly ball to right field. The next 2 frames would be devoid of action, with no one managing to get on for the Dodgers at all, but they were right back to threatening in the 6th when Teoscar Hernandez lined a bullet 112 miles an hour to left center field, hustling into second with a 1-out double. One batter later, Pages got his second hit of the night on another breaking ball outside the zone, beating out a nice play from Nolan Arenado. The future Hall of Famer would have his revenge on the very next play, however, when he ran down this pop fly in foul territory, punctuating the effort with a slide. The 7th was more of the same, as following a Tommy Edman single to center field, Shohei would ground into a rare double play, turned courtesy of this absolute cannon shot from Mason Wynn to get the superstar at first by a step. This left just 2 more tries to keep from being shut out and potentially getting back into a game which they were now down 4-0 in, and they wouldn't stop giving themselves chances, with Mookie knocking his 3rd hit of the game to lead off the 8th before Freddie Freeman crushed a double deep to the right center field gap, pushing Betts all the way to 3rd. 2 guys in scoring position with nobody out. They had to score here, right? You certainly would think so, but after Teoscar Hernandez struck out on a curveball and then Max Muncy did the same, things were starting to look a lot more bleak. And they certainly didn't get any better after Pages missed a hanging curveball right down the middle, grounding it to first base, where Wilson Contreras beat him to the bag. Another golden opportunity wasted. Their last chance to make any kind of impact in this game would be in the 9th, but they wouldn't be able to muster even another base runner, going down 1-2-3 with Miguel Rojas striking out to end it. Now, on the surface, this might not seem like much more than a game where LA was truly unclutch, but it actually goes beyond that. In this contest, the Dodgers became the first team in over a decade to register 10 hits and 3 doubles in a single game while scoring 0 runs, with the last squad to do so being the Astros on May 31st, 2015. In the whole of recorded baseball history, it's actually only happened 28 times. For a point of comparison, there have been 24 perfect games. And while I will say I don't think this is going to be indicative of any kind of trend emerging for the super team, I do think it was worth detailing here, as it shows that even the most vaunted offenses in baseball can go ice cold in the clutch for entire games, even if most of the time it isn't quite this extreme. Once an umpire decides to eject a player, a coach, or both, generally there's not much that a team can do to combat this. Maybe later on you'll see some other guys getting ejected after almost intentionally courting it, but largely both teams just kind of play on the best they can. That is, unless you were the Detroit Tigers on September 13th, 2017, when they seemingly decided to respond to umpire Quinn Wolcott ejecting both their starting catcher and manager in a bit of a different way. Leading up to the incident, the Tigers have been getting progressively more and more frustrated with the strike zone they obviously felt was a bit tight, with a few calls in the first inning going against them that ended up contributing to a 3-run home run by Jay Bruce of the Guardians, who incidentally were also chasing their 21st straight victory in this contest. Following this blast, a number of other calls proceeded to go against them as well, with catcher James McCann holding a few frame jobs a couple ticks longer than you'll typically see for most catchers. Things finally boiled over in the 3rd inning when Bruce, up yet again, took a 3-2 pitch just outside with 2 outs, putting 2 runners on in a game Detroit was already down by 3 runs in. McCann immediately started arguing with Wolcott, which led to him being tossed from the game. Former catcher himself, Brad Ausmus, then came out to engage in some verbal sparring himself, with things getting contentious enough that Quinn saw fit to kick him as well. Catcher John Hicks would then enter the game, after which Farmer would fall behind Carlos Santana 3-0 before seeing this pitch that was just high get called a ball. This must have been the final straw for somebody in the Tigers management system, as on the very next pitch of the following at-bat, Farmer threw a 92-mile-per-hour fastball that seemingly crossed up Hicks, causing the pitch to miss his glove entirely and hit Wolcott near the neck, where it then ricocheted into his throat. Now, you could certainly make the case that this wasn't intentional based on the fact it was a 2-seamer with good movement and Hicks seemed to be setting up low. But I want you to watch the catcher's reaction following the pitch. He takes one glance behind him, doesn't even attempt to see if Wolcott's okay, then immediately starts heading out to the mound. This is not typical behavior for Major League players. Check out Drew Butera's reaction to the home plate umpire getting hit directly by a foul tip, or Buster Posey's. It's customary when things like this happen to check in on home plate umpires to make sure they're okay, especially if it came with the fault of your team directly, as a cross-up involves much more responsibility on the part of the players than a foul tip. You can even see the frustration in Wolcott's body language as he sat on the ground afterwards, looking every bit as much annoyed as in pain before ardently refusing to leave the game.
The rest of the contest would move along pretty normally, with Detroit inching a bit closer in the later frames, but still coming up short in the end, with Cody Allen managing to lock down the Guardians' 21st straight victory on a sliding catch by Lonnie Chisenhall. Before we go, I want to know what you guys think. Was this intentional or just a really bad looking coincidence? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. We've all seen umpires overstep their bounds, whether that be with a rogue ejection that makes zero sense, pursuing players after they themselves start the controversy, or even ejecting players after a game is already over. However, what we rarely see is an umpire doing something like this and then immediately getting shown up by the player in their performance, not with their words. But that's exactly what happened here in an at-bat for Jazz Chisholm in 2021. Facing an 0-2 count back when pitch clocks weren't a thing, Jazz was taking his time getting into the box, something that home plate umpire Phil Cuzzi obviously wasn't a fan of, as he proceeded to point multiple times while clapping his hands as if to signal to the pitcher, "Come on, you can throw it." Yadier Molina started motioning himself for his hurler to do so, but for some reason he didn't, and he would indeed regret it, as Chisholm proceeded to deposit the next pitch into the right center field stands. And not only did he style it on the way out, he also hit him with his signature Eurostep celebration as he crossed home. Now, what do you guys think of this? Should Jazz have just shut up and got in the box, or was Cuzzi being a bit sensitive to his moderate delays? Let me know in the comments, and have a great rest of your day. Patrick Bailey is MLB's best throwing catcher right now, with an average pop time that is tied for first in baseball at 1.86 seconds on average, combining a pretty good arm with an elite exchange time. Meanwhile, Bobby Witt Jr. has been Major League Baseball's fastest runner this season, with an average sprint speed of 30.3 feet per second, along with being tied for the league lead in base running runs at 3. The question then becomes, at least in my mind when examining this, what would happen if they were paired up against each other? Who would emerge on top, catcher or base runner? Well, we actually just got a chance to see in a recent contest between the Royals and Giants, and it ended up being a very consequential play. In the 8th inning with 1 out and a guy on third, Witt grounded this ball to Lamont Wade Jr., who did everything right, flipping the ball right on the money to pitcher Camilo Doval. But in what ended up being a good display of Bobby's elite wheels, he beat out one of the most routine plays you'll ever see, bringing the Royals within a run while putting the tying run on first base. This set up our face-off, with Witt getting his lead off of first after Vinny Pasquantino took a ball. It was then on the 1-0 he would take off, with the fastball being delivered for a strike before Bailey delivered a strike of his own. Right on the money, a perfectly exchanged missile to wipe the fastest man in the game right off the bases. Adding to how insane this play was from Patrick, Witt actually got a pretty decent jump off of first, as you can see on this replay. Just look at that, that's about as close as it gets, with Adames making a nice tag to the helmet of the superstar shortstop right before he was able to slide in. This was easily one of the most impactful plays of the entire game, as after Vinny would take a called strike 3 to end the frame on a questionable pitch, the Giants were just 3 outs away from a victory, which they would get after Ryan Walker would go 1-2-3 in the 9th, inducing a ground ball off the bat of Mark Canha to end it. Yet that entire inning occurred with the backdrop of knowing that, in the frame before, things could have looked entirely different had Bailey not managed to use the best throwing ability in the game to throw out the fastest runner in recorded StatCast history. Little editor's note here I wanted to toss in before the video ended. I realized that now that means that Bailey has thrown out in his career so far Ellie De La Cruz, Trey Turner, and Bobby Witt Jr., who actually are basically the best numeric base runners in the entire major leagues since StatCast started tracking such things. This is incredibly impressive, and was something I wanted to give a shout out before we cut to the outro. Heston Kjerstad has been a pretty good hitter in his limited time in the big leagues, as he's collected a 116 OPS plus and 749 OPS, along with 6 home runs through 58 games. But one thing that's also been consistent for him so far, along with these fairly impressive hitting numbers, is some pretty poor defensive ones, as he's also registered in that time -1 DRS and -1 fielding runs to go along with -0.4 DWAR. None of these sound too crazy, but considering he's only had about 178 innings in the field, they certainly aren't good. And we just got an example of why on a play versus the Royals, when he messed up a 99% catch probability, not even really getting close to the ball in the process. Facing veteran Salvador Perez, Dean Kramer induced a fairly deep fly ball to left field with 2 outs. Kjerstad came over, circled, and then proceeded to take a really odd route to the ball before panicking, nearly falling and seeing the ball fall maybe 5 feet away from him. This easily led to a run as Bobby Witt Jr. was on the move with 2 outs and a 3-2 count. Just look at that play again. It's like he had no idea how to read it. Here's an alternate angle provided by the Warmonger on Twitter. It looks even worse here, as the amount of wasted distance that he covers in almost a circular motion before again getting nowhere close is honestly kind of impressive. And I'm not being hyperbolic when I say this play gets made 99% of the time, as that's the number that was actually provided via StatCast, meaning this is one of the rarer plays we'll see not made all season. This would end up being the start of a pretty rough day for Baltimore, who would end up also giving up a bases loaded single later on in the 8th before finally getting closed out 8-2.
And while you don't want to put too much weight on any one play, it is worth pointing out that this extremely routine play not being made and then giving up a run certainly couldn't have helped the momentum early on. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Which of the Orioles' young prospects do you think is going to be the best overall? I'm considering prospects here being anybody who could still qualify for Rookie of the Year in 2025. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. We've seen guys like Ronald Acuna Jr. and Manny Machado not run out balls in the postseason in previous years because they thought they'd be dingers. This looks horrible, right? And I'm sure both players were reprimanded publicly and in private. But at least the reason they weren't tearing it out of the box is because they thought that their respective hits were pimp-worthy, not out of sheer laziness itself. This is where we come to today's topic, where Carlos Correa, in the penultimate game of the Twins season, with them struggling to keep their playoff hopes alive, didn't run out a ground ball back to the pitcher, on a play that he almost surely would have been safe on if he had. Now, for some context, this was during the Twins-Marlins game that went 13 innings yesterday, in a contest Minnesota had to win to stay in the playoff hunt. The Marlins had just scored 3 runs in the top of the inning to take a reasonable lead into the bottom half. But after Willie Castro scored on a fielder's choice, the lead had been cut to 2, meaning the tying run was in the on-deck circle. It was then that Correa, the Twins' $200 million man, bounced a ground ball back to the mound, and proceeded to start jogging like he didn't have a care in the world. The throw ended up being offline, forcing the first baseman to have to leave the base, then find it again. This means he certainly would have been safe if he had been busting it out of the box. Do they go on to win the game after this? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the Twins faithful would have preferred if the superstar that's only managed to play 85 games this year would have given his all on a play that will go down as one of the most embarrassing moments of non-hustle of the entire season. In the career of Jose Altuve, he's become predominantly known for a few things. 1. Having surprising power for his small stature. 2. Hitting for a pretty high batting average, as he actually leads all Major League players right now with over 1,500 games played at 306. And 3. His aversion to striking out, with him only logging over 100 Ks in a season one time, being last year. But he just did something that he has never done before in regards to whiffing, becoming the first Astros position player to strike out 5 times in a single game since 2016. It started in the first inning when he led off the game versus Joe Ryan, swinging and missing at a slider high and away. Not a pitch you'd normally see him chase. He managed to work a little hard in the next at-bat, this time up getting the count to 3-2 before swinging and missing at a fastball high. His third at-bat would look much like his first, with another whiff on a slider high and away. This is a rarity for Jose. While he might strike out once in a while, you don't normally see him strike out on basically the exact same pitch from the same pitcher 2 times in a 3 at-bat span. Thankfully for him, this would be the last time he'd face Joe Ryan, but that wouldn't mean anything would get easier for the 5'6" superstar, as the next time up, he got blown away at the top of the zone on a 99-mile-per-hour missile from Jorge Alcala. This tied his career high for strikeouts in a game with 4, but unfortunately for him, his struggles were yet to end, as with a runner on second and 2 outs in the 9th, he would take a nasty, perfectly placed sinker right over the outside corner. Just look at the movement on that pitch. And the fans' reactions behind home, as they were certainly loving it. This set a new career mark for him with 5 punch-outs in a single contest. Yet, despite Altuve's struggles, the Astros were able to pull out a win courtesy of 3 hits from Brendan Rodgers and some dominating pitching. Still, this is probably the worst game of Jose's life, and perhaps the only time we'll see a future Hall of Famer K that many times in one game all year. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Are the Astros taking the AL West in 2025, or are you leaning more towards one of the other teams in the division? And if so, who? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. In the ramp-up to a Major League player getting ejected, it's usually pretty safe to say that whatever they said to the ump to get them booted was pretty intense, or perhaps it was the way they said it. But unfortunately, unless there's a camera angle that allows somebody like John Boy to read their lips, it's not really possible to get an explanation beyond their body language. But today, in the final game of a hotly contested 3-game series between the Tigers and Cubs, we got to see exactly what a player said to get ejected, and it made the ump who threw him look completely ridiculous. Before we get into this further, shout out to Tanner Cox, who sent me an email asking me to detail this. Feel free to do the same if you ever witness a play that you want to see me break down, at the email address I give in the outro. Anyway, let's get to the game, which saw Detroit jump out to a 2-0 lead, courtesy of a first inning 2 RBI double from Spencer Torkelson, a shot that just missed being a torque bomb. Both offenses would be pretty quiet for the next 4 frames, with the score remaining at 2-0 into the 5th, before Dansby Swanson lined a curveball into the left field corner, getting on second base with nobody out. This brought Nico Horner up, looking to at least get the runner to third. But on a 2-2 pitch, he would take a fastball well low and inside, only to see it be called strike 3. This obviously frustrated the righty, who turned to home plate ump Derek Thomas and said this. I'm confident when I say I have never bore witness to an ejection this soft before. No swear words, no personal attacks, not even a raised voice really, just some exasperated feedback. And yet he still got kicked from the game after Derek literally cost him an at-bat. Craig Counsell, the Cubs manager, would of course get himself kicked shortly after. This whole sequence would go on to be highly consequential, as the Cubs would strand that runner at second base. In the bottom of that same inning, Riley Green would slash a 2-run single to left field, pushing the Motor City Kitties' lead to 4-0, which would end up being our final score after Will Vest retired the side in order in the 9th inning, securing a series win for Detroit 2-1. I do, however, think things could have been far different if Hoerner hadn't had the bat taken out of his hands with a runner in scoring position in the 5th inning, only to then get ejected from the game, for what was, I do believe, the softest reason I've ever seen on a major league field.
Extremes fascinate us in baseball. The shortest versus the tallest, the heaviest versus the lightest, the weakest versus the strongest. We constantly are trying to find and share narratives about our favorite sport, as it makes what happens on the field that much richer, when there's more at play than the already interesting face-offs on the mound and in the batter's box. It was probably this urge to explore the extreme that led me recently to try to find the greatest disparity in height ever registered at the major league level, and I think I may have found it. Or, in this case, them. Because, you see, I believe there's a two-way tie here, as 5'5", sometimes 5'6" second baseman Jose Altuve has twice faced off against pitchers a 1.5 feet taller than him, which is going to be what we're looking at today. Let's start first with when he faced off against 6'11" John Roush, who was tied for the tallest player in MLB history, way back in 2012. In this case, the broadcast certainly made a pretty big deal of the matchup, showing graphics and at multiple points cutting to side-by-side comparisons. As far as the actual at-bat went, Altuve would take a fastball at 91 miles per hour for strike one before working the count to 1-2, eventually flaring a little line drive to first base. Human Skyscrapers 1, Tiny Terror 0. But this wouldn't be the last time Altuve would face somebody who's 6'11", as 12 years later he got a chance to face off against Sean Jelly, on the fittingly named Giants. He first would take a two-seam fastball high for ball one, with this angle provided by the camera crew giving a pretty good display of exactly the height difference between these two. After painting another mid-90s sinker over the low and outside corner to get the count back even, Jelly would induce a hard ground ball back to the mound, which he would field and flip to first, ending the inning and their matchup. It's also worth noting here the broadcast really didn't make a big deal of their face-off here, in stark contrast to Altuve's first face-off against somebody of this height. The funny thing is, Altuve has actually dominated taller pitchers throughout the course of his career, but in these two matchups, he wasn't able to get the best of the absolute biggest opponents he's ever faced. Now, does any of this mean anything? No, not really. But it is a funny little quirk, and in my opinion worth detailing for nothing else but the fun of exploring some of the weirder aspects of the game we all love.
The Yankees won their postseason opener 6-5 with some timely clutch hitting and another lockdown performance from emerging bullpen ace Luke Weaver. But aside from all the lead changes, one of the more notable aspects of the entire game yesterday for me was the fact that it shouldn't have probably been so close. Why? Because the actions of one Giancarlo Stanton and his ludicrously, ridiculously slow running speed at this point. Let's get into it. The first instance of this molasses in the winter level wheels was in the 4th inning, when Oswaldo Cabrera lined this ball to center field, which Kyle Isbell couldn't manage to track down on a dive, before seeing it roll away from him towards right center. This should have, with nearly any other runner on first, been a game-tying double. But Stanton's speed has fallen to such insanely low levels that he ended up just jogging into third base. He never even thought about trying to score on that play, which, I guess based on plays that have happened in recent years, was probably the right move. But this also meant that when Alex Verdugo popped up in the following at-bat, the Bronx Bombers had been robbed of a run directly due to their DH's lack of get-up and get-up. But if that's where it ended, I probably wouldn't make a video on it. Slow runners cost their team runs all the time. Look at what happened to Salvador Perez earlier in the same game. But, of course, this wouldn't be the case, as just 2 innings later, with runners on first and third, he would ground an 0-2 pitch to third base, where Maikel Garcia would make a great diving stop. It then took him a fairly long amount of time to get to his feet and make a throw to first base, where he still managed to get Stanton by only a step. This again meant that with any other runner going, the Yankees would have had another run, in this case being the go-ahead run. Yes, they did go on to win the game overall, but I can't remember the last time a player's lack of speed outright cost his team 2 direct runs in one game, and in the postseason no less. So, I thought it was worth covering. Now, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed, please like and subscribe, and have a great rest of your day. Normally when we think about a player having the yips, one of the major aspects of the condition is how isolating it feels, right? Because more than likely no one else on your team is experiencing the same things. But what if I were to tell you the Detroit Tigers right now have not one, but 2 infielders dealing with variations of this condition? And what's more, they're actually double play partners some of the time. I'm talking about second baseman Colt Keith and shortstop Trey Sweeney, who have combined this year already for 8 errors in just 300 innings played, and a number of odd-looking plays that weren't even considered errors. Let's start first with Keith, since he transitioned mid-April to being almost a DH-only player because of his struggles. Now, as is typical with the condition, harder plays have been much more routine for Cole. As you can see here, him ranging up the middle on a couple of tough chances before going to his right on the next 2 as well. Each of these is made pretty routinely, even though their degree of difficulty is, let's say, maybe above a 5 out of 10. Now check out these plays.
each of which are far below that. The first two we're going to look at being against the Yankees, where on this routine ground ball, he would not only botch it, but then fire it nowhere close to the first baseman. And then on this one, not even get around the ball as he angled himself to throw to second. That first error ended up costing the team greatly as well, as they would rally versus closer Devin Williams in the bottom of the ninth, but the deficit had gotten too big courtesy of that bizarre looking play. The same was also true of this one versus Seattle, which didn't even end up going down as an error, when he fielded this grounder with 2 outs and then, for some reason, spun to throw to second before hesitating and then just going to first. A throw that was late, which put 2 guys on for Victor Robles, who would then give his team a 2-run lead with a double to center field. The final score in that game? 3-2. Recently, in one of the few games he actually did get to start at second, we even saw him make this play where he didn't even try to get the out going towards the bag, even though the runner wasn't particularly close, turning what should have been a first and third situation with 1 out into a second and third, which is obviously substantially worse. But I will say a lot of these are more of a modified version of the yips, being that it's affecting his glove work right now and decision making more than just his throwing arm. But the same cannot be said of his sometimes double play partner Trey Sweeney, who, much like Keith, has been excellent making non-traditional plays recently, often ranging over from wherever he's positioned to make an on-the-run throw look easy. But boy oh boy have his routine plays started suffering. Here's a low throw he made leading off a game versus the Orioles that put Cedric Mullins on first base. You can't even really have a play that's easier than that on a major league field. And then he did almost the exact same thing the following day on an even slower runner, this time being bailed out by his first baseman Spencer Torkelson. But my goodness, did things really hit a low point during a game versus the Astros yesterday when he made back-to-back errors, successfully grabbing this ball at deep short nicely with Yainer Diaz running, and then making a wide toss to the bag, a play that was actually similar to this one versus the Royals from just about a week earlier, when his problems really started percolating. But the cherry on top of all of this was literally on the next pitch, when Cam Smith grounded one of the more routine double play balls you'll ever see to short, only to watch Sweeney throw it nowhere close to the bag at second. Gleyber Torres really did all he could there, but it was of no use. The Stros would go on to score 4 runs before that inning was over, and then, much like in the game versus the Yankees, the Tigers would rally back to immediately score 2 runs of their own, but the damage was already done, resulting in an 8-5 loss. I hope both of these guys can figure out what's going on sooner rather than later, because you just hate to see major league players struggling with problems that are purely mental. Still, I don't think I've ever seen double play partners afflicted with the yips at the exact same time, which is certainly something the Tigers will want to see rectified, especially if they're ever going to pair these two together going forward.
Umpires getting frustrated over the course of a game isn't all too rare in the major leagues, but this usually takes the form of a quick trigger ejection, or maybe, if the situation becomes incensed enough, multiple kickouts in quick succession. But what might have never happened in the history of Major League Baseball is an umpire on the first batter of the game becoming so incensed at a specific team that he literally refuses to call strikes for them. But on August 14th, 1995, in a game between the White Sox and Angels, this is exactly what happened. Starting pitcher Mike Bertotti started off the game with a fastball high, which seemingly crossed up the White Sox catcher, leading to home plate umpire Ken Kaiser getting hit squarely in the mask. Now, it's possible that this was just a mix-up with the signals, but Kaiser certainly didn't seem to believe so, as he, right after, instead of handing a new ball back to the catcher or firing one out to the pitcher, proceeded to roll it towards the mound, in a manner that definitely seemed passive-aggressive. This was further affirmed by the fact that he literally called ball 2 before the pitch had even landed in the catcher's mitt. Check out this hilarious reaction from the hitter Tony Phillips, who looked back at the umpire in confusion and perhaps a bit of bewilderment. On the next offering, again before the pitch even got to home plate, Kaiser turned towards the White Sox dugout and ejected White Sox manager Terry Bevington, in the process calling a second straight pitch that was probably a strike, a ball. This would obviously prompt a big argument between him and Bevington, during which Kaiser literally pointed to his head, seemingly telling the White Sox skipper straight to his face what he thought he did. Things would heat up a bit further from here, with a few choice words being uttered that you don't need John Boy to decipher, before Covington would finally depart. Funny enough, even though the final score of this game would end up being 11-10 in favor of the Angels, the White Sox would only see 3 walks be called on their pitchers for the rest of the night, with 2 of them coming from Bertotti himself in just an inning and 2/3, during which he saw just about half his pitches be called for strikes.
Stealing home plate. It's probably the most epic thing you can do on the bases, as it is not only exceedingly rare, but extremely hard to pull off, with most guys getting theirs on first and third throwdowns and such. But once in a while, we see a straight steal of home, which is what Jarren Duran managed to do in a recent game versus the Guardians, courtesy of a near 60-foot lead off of third base. Facing rookie pitcher Doug Nikhazy, Duran first crushed an 0-2 fastball high down the right field line, easily scoring the runner from first while allowing him to scamper all the way to third base with a 2-out RBI triple. This is where our theatrics would occur, as Duran got his lead off the bag, then inched out a little further and further before taking off, with the lefty Nikhazy's back to him. This would allow him, after the pitch was delivered, to sneak in just ahead of the tag, netting the Red Sox their 6th run of the day through just 2 2/3 innings. This mad dash took Duran 2.88 seconds, courtesy of his StatCast verified 59.4-foot leadoff, a distance that no runner should be allowed to get off any base. To Doug's credit, he did go ahead and deliver the pitch, which is most of the time the best approach, considering you lose velocity if you don't do so, but unfortunately for him, the offering was a little high as well, creating a further distance for the catcher to have to tag. And while the Red Sox would only end up getting one more run in this game, courtesy of this really funky looking play later on in the contest, they would still emerge victorious, 7-3, with the final 2 outs being registered on 101 mph plus fireballs from the Cuban Missile, in an appearance I might end up making a video about as well. Still, arguably the single biggest highlight from the entire contest has to be this steal from Duran, which might have featured the biggest leadoff on a swipe of home I've personally ever seen.
Now, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. Also, if you ever see something you'd like to see detailed in the Made the Cut video, whether that be a specific play or a narrative surrounding a certain player or team, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com. That's BASE, letter B, POET@gmail.com. If I use your idea, I'll be sure to give you credit. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. There's a wide spectrum of infield hits out there. There's the guys that are so fast they turn routine ground balls into singles, the perfectly placed knocks that can allow even the slowest runners to reach with a batting average raising slap shot, and of course the ones that are a combination of both of those. But what if I were to tell you that back in 2013, Gregor Blanco, a normally pretty routine swinging lefty, utilized a unique approach, one rarely if ever seen at the major league level. He started running before he even made contact with the ball. Facing Adam Wainwright in a 3-0 game in the 6th, Blanco got a fastball away. He then proceeded to, almost as if he was drag bunting, start his movement towards first base, then swing, slapping the ball to short where Pete Kozma nearly threw him out at first, but he beat it barely on a slide. By such a small margin, it was obvious that the only reason he was able to reach was because of this unique approach. This is the kind of thing you normally see in softball, due to the larger size of the ball that they play with and their comparatively lower speeds. What an impressive feat overall by Blanco of coordination, but it also got me thinking, why don't more fast runners try to do this? Like I said, I do understand that it is harder to make contact on this type of play. Blanco shows here that it's possible, and if you have really good speed, like for example Jake McCarthy has, a lot of times this could turn into an easy infield hit. Yet you don't see anybody trying it. I do also want to acknowledge before we go that yes, Ichiro did do this on every swing, but because of that fact exactly, it didn't make it as much, in my opinion, a strategic move as more his overall style, which makes it a bit different. Arguably the best trait any closer can have in Major League Baseball is composure, being able to bear down in the game's biggest moments and execute the highest leverage pitches of any one night. And in 2024, no one was better at doing so in the regular season than Emmanuel Clase, who posted numbers the likes of which we've rarely seen in the history of MLB, with an unfathomably low 0.61 ERA with 47 saves and 50 chances, coming out to a 94% save ratio. For a bit of reference, Mariano Rivera's save percentage was a little under 90% for his career. So, needless to say, this was an all-time good season for Clase. But this, of course, is not where our story ends. Because you see, once the postseason started, all of a sudden, Clase became uncharacteristically hittable, giving up 4 runs in just 5 2/3 innings in the ALDS versus the Tigers, including blowing Game 2 when he gave up a go-ahead 3-run shot to Kerry Bonds. But it would be in the ALCS that he would truly have his ass handed to him, and respond in, let's say, an interesting way. His first appearance of the series would come in Game 3 when he took the mound versus the Yankees with 2 outs in the 8th inning, before immediately giving up a game-tying 2-run shot to one of the postseason's coldest hitters, in Aaron Judge. That was bad enough, but it wouldn't end there, as the very next batter, Giancarlo Stanton, would then take him deep to center field for a go-ahead shot. 2 batters faced, 2 home runs, and the Guardians now trailed. This game would be salvaged in that the Guardians would go on to tie it with 2 outs in the 9th and then win it in the 10th. But Clase wasn't satisfied with letting this result speak for itself. You see, following the contest, he would post this to his Instagram story, basically showing off all of his accomplishments. Now, I think I can confidently say here that nobody was really questioning his overall ability or track record, simply his performance so far in the postseason. So this came across as a little insecure, to say the least. But if it ended there, not much would have been made of it, but literally the next contest he would come out in the top of the 9th inning with the game tied before immediately giving up a leadoff single and then a single to center field, with a stolen base ensuing. Then, following a strikeout, he would give up this spinner to shortstop that Brian Rocchio couldn't handle. While it was rightly deemed an error, there's no way he would have got the runner out at home, so essentially Clase had blown another game by virtue of those couple hits and a loud stolen base. Gleyber Torres would follow this with a single into center field, giving New York a 2-run cushion that they would manage to actually hold this time.
So, to recap, Class A had blown Game 3, gotten bailed out, flexed all of his accomplishments on social media to an audience of confused onlookers, then immediately blew Game 4. Just not a good look, and one of the more underrated stories of the postseason. While they would go on to have a scoreless Game 5, it was simply too late for the Guardians to come back, as they would go on to lose the series 4-1. Now, what do you guys think? Was this a bit of a cringy move by Class A, or can you understand the thinking behind it? If so, what do you think the exact thought process was? Let me know in the comments below. Laz Diaz had a heartwarming moment earlier this year when he outright apologized to an MLB player for missing a call, screwing up this pitch away to Christian Campbell before saying, "Hey, that's on me. That's on me." This was a welcome departure from the egotistical reactions you normally see from Major League umps, but unfortunately, today's video will not be complimentary to Diaz, as he just made, verifiably, the worst call in recorded Major League history. The Rangers were facing the Rays in a 1-0 game with Jake Mangum at the plate versus Tyler Mahle. The AB started with a perfectly placed sinker low and away, fouled off down the third baseline. Mahle then continued to dot locations. On the 0-2, we would see Tyler try a changeup and miss badly away, or at least you would think this would be a bad miss, right? But I'm not so sure based on what we saw in the next offering, as on the 1-2, Mangum had to watch as Diaz called him out on a slider that really wasn't all that far off from the previous pitch, not even in the same area code for strike 3. Just look at that. That almost touched the chalk of the right-handed batter's box. One of my favorite umpire grading accounts, Umpire Auditor, would then come out with the revelation last night that this indeed was the worst called strike 3 in recorded history, as it missed outside by 6.83 inches, literally over half a foot. This broke the previous record held by Angel Hernandez at 6.78 inches. To his credit, at least Laz didn't blow the prior 2 calls like Angel did. Now, for those that want to dispute me saying recorded history, keep in mind that Umpire Auditor has been doing this literally since before the invention of StatCast, so any call that can be properly measured has indeed gone through their system. And yeah, I do personally think there's a high chance that the iconic Eric Gregg game probably featured worse calls, but those aren't able to be measured in the same exact nature as the ones in our modern era, so they aren't admissible for consideration, in the same way a hard hit ball from Barry Bonds can't be considered for exit velocity records. To miss a call like Laz did to Campbell is one thing, especially with his reaction afterwards, as every ump makes mistakes once in a while, but this is just flat out inexcusable in comparison. To miss a call as consequential as a strike 3 on an offering over half a foot off the strike zone is just plain ridiculous, and it turns out record-setting in the most dubious way possible. Now, thank you so much for watching, and please remember that if you ever see anything you'd like to see detailed in the Made the Cut video, whether that be a specific play, player, or narrative surrounding a team or something, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I do end up using your idea, I'll of course give you a shout out. Thank you so much once again, and I'll see you in the next one.